Riding round off this ginger ale. Yeah. Peep the herbal essence in the papers. Vapors, on fire if you couldn't tell. But trust me, I ain't checking for no Jezebels or Delilahs. Lot of niggas screaming that they real. Perception is a motherfucking pill, you a liar. I've been rocking boats since Aaliyah. Tryna take it higher with these notes like Mariah. Fuck with me, yo, connect ain't got it for the fray. About the elevation, I can't keep it low-key. OG, finna wake these niggas up, ain't been getting no sleep. Tryna bring him more sheep, I'm like little Bo Peep. What you in it for? Cause they out here copping souls, what they hitting for? Are you the hitter or the leg? What's the different stuff? Yeah, I heard you got a plan, what's the mission though? Cause this game is so foul, too shy. Got a young man tryna move through the city like a black Tom Thibodeau. Like Stallone, you can fight it all you want, but we still gon' be expendable. These niggas don't listen up. I was always told that you never really know what you got till it's gone. Cancer called my granny before I got a chance to check her. What the fuck was I on? I was playing checkers, this is chess. Never put your faith into a check. Gotta play the hand that you was dealt. It's only 4 aces in the deck, motherfucker. I've been riding around off this ginger ale. Mama wouldn't like the way I smell right now. Realest nigga out, can't you tell? Drink this water, tell me how you feel right now. Riding around off this ginger ale. Praying every day that I don't fail right now. Healing niggas, how can't you tell? Drink this water, tell me how you feel right now. Riding around off this.
Couldn't say no, cause my knees were still bleeding, but I just calm came up, but I guess that I'm leaving, but I don't know how to open the door, this is all me before, when we race, I just hit the floor running.
Sziasztok, ez itt a Stenk Podcast legújabb adása, vendégem pedig Harcsa Veronika énekesnő.
Sziasztok.
Nagyon örülök, hogy itt vagy, mert egyrésztről eddig csak férfi vendégeink voltak, ami nem annyira jó egyébként, és ilyen szempontból nagyon örülök, hogy te jöttél be a legújabb adásba vendégnek. Másrésztről azért, mert egyébként én egészen gimis korom óta ismerem a munkásságodat szegről végről, hogy inkább a nem jazzes dolgaidat ismertem, az inkább ilyen popzenés dolgokat, mint és ezért is örülök, hogy fogunk egy kicsit beszélgetni. De inkább arra lennék kíváncsi a legelején, hogy honnan indult neked az éneklés iránti szenvedélyez.
Anyukám egyszer megmutatta a bölcsödés üzenőfüzetemet, amiben bele volt írva, hogy Veronika még nem szobatiszta, nagyon szépen énekel. De egyébként nagyon későn döntöttem el, hogy zenész leszek. Matekos voltam, ezt sokszor, sok helyen elmeséltem már, hogy specmatra jártam a Fazekas gimnáziumba, és nagyon szerettem a matekot, tehát egyáltalán nem volt nyűg ezzel foglalkozni, és mivel nagyon nem tudtam, igazából nem volt biztos jövőképem, ezért érettségi után még a Műszaki Egyetemre mentem, mert az egy olyan kiszámítható életútnak tűnt, aminek persze a szüleim is örültek, meg én is úgy gondoltam. Akkor még nem volt a startup szó divat, vagy nem használtuk még, de valami ilyesmi volt a fejemben, hogy majd lesz egy kreatív ötletem, és akkor arra fölépítek valami.
A szüleid nem támogatták eleinte azt, hogy énekelj? Akkor ők egy ilyen reálosabb pályát szántak neked ezek szerint?
Hát addig támogatták, amíg nem volt komoly. Ők irattak be zeneiskolába 7 éves koromban.
Varamadım.
Jos mä olisin sarjamurhaaja ja tappasin pelkästään prostituoituja.
Ja sä hautaisit ne sun takapihalle.
Niin, ja sit se olisi mun huoropuutarha.
Moi, me ollaan Justiina ja Pauliina ja tää on Huoropuutarha.
Moi, ja mun vuoro kertoo ensin ja mennään suoraan asiaan, koska meillä on vähän teknisiä vaikeuksia, plus mun asunnossa ihan sairaan kuuma. Ja mua...
It's the Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.
You are Locked On Jazz, your daily podcast on the Utah Jazz.
Part of the Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.
It is Locked On Jazz for the 12th of September. I hope you care more about your day than USA Basketball cared about their game today. Donovan Mitchell and the USA lose again. We'll touch on it lightly, but more importantly, the top 100 players in the NBA, and if time permits, where rebounds go and...
Thus I settled into my mind, not worth blaming you. Harshness settled into my mind. Things were said and now we're done. Things were said and now we're through. Thus I settled into my mind, not worth blaming you. Things were done and now been said. Things were done and now been said. Things were said and now we're through. Yeah, the fire's still jumping and the curtains still fry.
A ver. Nos adaptamos a tus oídos. No es radio. Esto es Podcast Border.
¿Qué tal, amigos? Bienvenidos a un nuevo podcast en Podcast Border, en este caso Jazz Up, nuestro podcast dedicado a la música jazz, una de las músicas más hermosas del mundo, donde la improvisación y donde no todo lo que parece es, porque el jazz tiene eso, ¿no? Agarra ciertos caminos donde uno nunca sabe cómo van a resolverlo, dónde van a terminar, cuáles son los caminos que nos van a conducir a...
Hey everybody, this is Brent from Learn Jazz Standards, and you're listening to the Learn Jazz Standards podcast, our very first episode. We're going to go ahead and give this a try, and we want to hear from you. If this is the kind of content that you want to see us do more of, if you enjoy this, if listening is a little better to you than reading, then we want to hear from you. Leave us a comment in our comment section below and give us some feedback. So today I want to talk about a very important topic, and this is 4 habits to better practicing. As a musician, practicing is the most important thing. I think we can all agree that if we're not practicing, if we're not striving to get better, then we just simply won't get better. So practicing is such an important thing. And one thing that I always tell my students is, as a teacher, it's more important that I teach them how to practice well than actually give them more information. Sometimes information is just information until you can actually apply it and work it and make it turn into something fruitful and useful. And so that's why I think talking about practicing is incredibly important. And by the way, a lot of these points that I'm making today, you can also find in our free ebook, A Jazz Guide to Practicing. You can sign up to get that ebook by subscribing to our newsletter. Go to www.learnjazzstandards.com/newsletter, or you'll see in the right-hand column an opt-in form to sign up for our newsletter there. So without further ado, let's go ahead and talk about the 4 habits to better practicing. Number 1, this is a very important one. Set goals and write them down. Set goals and write them down. Now, it's no secret. There's been lots of studies done about the success rate of those that not only set goals for themselves but write them down. They tend to be much more successful than those that A, don't set goals at all, and then B, don't write them down. Now, why is setting goals so important for a jazz musician? As jazz musicians, we're expected to do so much. We're expected to play at a very high level, have a great understanding of music theory, play at a virtuosic level. And so it's important for us to start with this very first step. And if there's one thing I want you to take from this podcast today, is this first habit, is write goals. Set goals and write them down. This is the most important thing you can do, and I can't stress this enough. And the first thing you need to do when you're going to start setting goals for yourself is ask yourself, what is it that I want to get out of this? What do I want to get out of jazz? Am I trying to become a professional jazz musician? Is this a hobby that I just want to become a great player? I want to keep working and become the best jazz musician I could possibly be. Does jazz bring you a lot of joy? Or is it perhaps something that you're wanting to try to, make a career out of? And so these are the kinds of things you have to ask yourself. And you can even ask yourself, simpler questions like, how good do I want to get? That might seem like a funny question, but you have to ask yourself, like, how passionate are you about becoming a great jazz musician? Because one thing you need to know is it's not easy to become a great jazz musician. I mean, I can tell you from personal experience, it takes a lot of dedication. It takes a lot of effort. So the first question you want to ask yourself is, what do I want to get out of this? And that will start influencing your goals. And when I'm talking about setting goals for yourself, I like to talk about 2 different kinds of goals. First, we have long-term goals, and we have short-term goals. So let me talk quickly about long-term goals. After you've asked yourself that question, what is it that I want to get out of this thing called jazz? Then you can start saying to yourself, well, where do I want to be in 1 year, 2 years, maybe 3 years, 4 years, 5 years? where do I want to be? It could be different for everybody. For a student, it might be, I want to get into a great jazz college. And so then you're already setting up, a pretty broad goal. Or it could be a little more specific. It could be, well, I want to learn how to play 30 tunes, 30 new jazz standards by the end of this year. It could be, I want to learn how to play these 10 solos over the course of a year or two, or however long that would take you. And so it's these kinds of long-term goals that you want to start, thinking about. And then after that, you want to think about short-term goals. And what short-term goals are is, how do I get to my long-term goals, right? Short-term goals are more like, what do I want to get done this month? What in my jazz practicing, do I need to get done this month or week, to end up reaching these long-term goals? And, that could be, let's go to that example of the long-term goal of learning 30 jazz standards in a year. Let's say that's the goal. Well, then you have to ask yourself, how do I get there? Maybe you want to learn a new jazz standard a week or every 2 weeks. Which jazz standards are there that you want to learn? Write them down. Maybe you want to learn how to play a solo, by one of the greats, a Charlie Parker solo by the end of the month. Well, then figure it out. How many bars do I need to learn every single week? Okay, how many bars do I have to learn on my instrument every week in order to attain that goal? And so those are short-term goals. So in the end, your long-term goals are influenced by your aspirations, right? Those questions that I had you ask at the beginning. What do I want to get out of this thing? And then your short-term goals are inspired and influenced by your long-term goals. How are you going to get there? So set goals and write them down. Write them down in a place where you're going to see them, on your wall where you practice, in your bedroom. I don't know where it might be for you, but write it in a place where you can say, this is where I want to get to in my jazz playing. This is where I want to reach for. And sometimes that it's going to be, shoot for the stars. I'm a dreamer personally, shoot for greatness. Because if you do at least shoot for greatness, you're going to at least fall somewhere below there. But if you shoot too low, you might end up not getting near as far as your true potential. So if there's one of these habits that I want to really drive home today, it's set goals and write them down. Now, number 2 is also a really important one, and that is remove distractions. So when you're going into your practice session, has this ever happened? I know this has happened to me. You go into practice and you start practicing, and all of a sudden you find yourself actually on your laptop and you're checking Facebook, or you get a text message and you start responding to that text message, or you get a phone call from a friend or family, and before you know it, you're completely distracted, you're completely off, you can't even remember what you were doing, and suddenly your practice session is completely ruined, and you didn't get much of anything done. So staying focused is one of those things that's just really hard for us, especially, personalities like me. I'm a guy that has a hard time staying focused. So if I'm around a lot of distractors, it's really hard for me to practice. And that becomes a serious problem for me in my playing. So how do we remove distractors from our practicing environments? Well, my first suggestion is find an isolated place to practice. Too often we're just practicing, in a place where, where there's a lot of things going on. It may be our home or our home office where we do other activities. The ideal situation would be that you have a practice room that's, even separate from your house, where you live. And I know that's just not possible for most people. So I would just suggest finding a place that is dedicated in almost like a sacred space where this is where you practice and you do little else other than that. When I was in college, my first year of college, I went to a great art school, Cornish College of the Arts in Seattle, Washington, before I moved on to New York City, and I got my jazz performance degree at City College of New York. But at Cornish College of the Arts in Seattle, there is this room on the very top room of the building, and it was the founder of the school's old building from the early 1900s, Nellie Cornish. So it was a very interesting room. I mean, old building, the wood creaked, in the middle of the night. There's this nice orange ambiotic light in the side of this room. And there was this grand piano sitting in the room and just a chair. And I would go up there, late at night. I would go up there at midnight or 11 o'clock and, just sit there and practice. It was quiet. There was nothing else to do other than practice. There was, big French doors at the back that looked out onto the downtown Seattle, and you could see the Space Needle, and it was just a very serene place to practice. There wasn't distractions around, and some of my best practicing sessions came from just being in a place where I wasn't going to be bothered. It was quiet, and there was that room was where I practiced. There wasn't another reason to be in that room, and that was so helpful for me. So find a place where you can practice that is isolated and is set apart and sacred for your practicing space. And the other one is obvious: just eliminate distractors. Don't bring something to your practice session that you won't actually need for practicing. Turn your phone off. Don't bring your laptop. These are the things that commonly in this modern day and age distract us. If you need an MP3 player to transcribe a solo or to try to learn a tune, well, that's one thing altogether. But, start disciplining yourself not to bring items that you won't need other than your instrument, you, and a necessary tool like an iPod or something like that. Start this habit today of removing distractions from your practice room, and I guarantee you that you will begin to have more fruitful practice sessions, and you'll watch your playing get better and better every single day. Habit number 3 is one that we're all guilty of from time to time. So, sometimes more often than less, unfortunately. And this is practice what is ailing you, not what you're already good at. Practice what is ailing you, not what you're already good at, right? It's so easy. It's so comfortable to practice things that you already know you're good at. You practice this one tune that I can really, tear lines over this thing. Oh man, I sound so good on this. And that's comfortable. That feels safe, and we like that because so often as musicians we have this psychological thing going on in our head where we want to prove to ourselves that we're good enough. We want to feel like, we really can play this. We can really do this. That's right. Now I know. Yeah, I remember. I'm actually good. But that's a place that anybody that wants to progress at anything does not want to be in. What we want to be doing is identifying what parts of our playing need help and what we can do to get that out of the rut that it's in right now. So let's say maybe you just have issues playing jazz language. You know, you're not able to play chord changes that well. Well, don't just settle for, you know, playing your minor pentatonic scale or something that you already know. Go out there and say, I'm going to find a way to make this better. I'm going to start, you know, transcribing solos. I'm going to start learning solos. I'm going to start taking licks through all 12 keys. So start attacking that. Maybe you're not good at playing fast tempos and it feels comfortable for you to always practice at, you know, a medium tempo, a comfortable tempo. Then go ahead and start attacking those fast tempos. Don't be afraid to fall on your face, because that's what this whole practicing jazz thing is. It's crashing over and over again and then picking yourself back up and being better for it. I've played many a gig where I left going, oh man, that was a train wreck. I completely messed up that song. Oh, I lost the form. Oh, I couldn't play that fast. Oh, the changes to that song were so difficult. But then after that, I went home and I practiced. And I said, you know what? I'm not going to let that own me anymore. So we need to start developing the habit of sitting in the practice room and saying, I'm going to focus on the things that I'm not good at instead of the things I'm great at. Remember, the practice room is like a laboratory, okay? It's the opportunity we get to slow things down, to, you know, break it up into pieces, to really analyze it, to, you know, you're not necessarily supposed to be sounding good. You know, you've probably actually heard it before said that if you're sounding really good while you're practicing, well, it probably means you're not actually practicing. And there is a level of truth to that. And this is not to say that in your practice sessions, you shouldn't have a time where you just, you know, play and have fun and you know, and that's something good to put maybe at the beginning of your practice session. You know, give yourself a good 10 minutes at the beginning to just play things that you're comfortable with, and then move on from there, though. Don't let that linger for too long. So, you know, our third habit that we really want to start working on today is practice what's ailing you, not what you're already good at. The third habit is be consistent. Be consistent with your practicing. This is obviously something that everybody struggles with, if not because of sometimes there's a lack of motivation, but because of our lives are so busy. You know, most people listening to this podcast are not professional musicians. You know, you're out working a job, or you're retired, or you have to do this and do that, and family, and the list goes on and on. We all live busy lives. Sometimes we don't have time to practice, and that's okay. But what we need to start doing today, if we really want to get better at playing jazz, if we really want to see some real change, some improvement in our playing, is we have to get more consistent about it. And that just starts by simply evaluating your life schedule and making a plan. When am I going to practice this week? Where am I going to set aside the time to make this a priority? And, you know, a common mistake a lot of people make is they think, I have to practice for a really long time, you know, or an hour or 2 or 3 in order to make some real progress in a practice session. And that's just simply not true. In fact, it's way more valuable if you're only able to spend 30 minutes or 20 minutes and do that every day, rather than just have one day where you practice for 5 hours or 3 hours. It's much more beneficial for you to stay consistent, you know, and especially if you're applying our habit number 3, you know, practicing what you're not good at. You can, you know, have a really productive practice session in just a short period of time. And that's a common misconception, is that you need to practice for hours and hours and hours and hours. And you don't. You know, when I was in college, I also did have some crazy practicing, sessions sometimes. I think the longest one I ever did was 10 hours long, which is ridiculous. Let's be honest. That's ridiculous. I'm not saying that I regret doing it. I did at one point in my life used to practice 5 or 6 hours a day. And I don't regret any of that, but I will say that I've had practice sessions that lasted 30 minutes or even an hour, where I got way more out of that practice session than I did that crazy 10-hour practice session. So there's always time that you can fit in a good practice session. But the most important thing is that you're staying consistent with it, that you're practicing X amount of times a week. I'm also a runner. I like to go running. And I find that if I'm not running consistently, I'm really tired when I go and run. And that's the same with music. If you're not staying consistent, you're going to feel out of shape. You're not going to feel ready to go. You're not going to stay focused and remembering what you did and building on the progress that you made before. So make sure that you make a plan. Look at your schedule and ask yourself, when can I find some time to practice this week? So that wraps it up here for today's podcast of 4 Habits to Better Practicing. We want to hear from you. If you enjoyed listening to this podcast, please leave us a comment below. We want to hear your opinion, your thoughts, and know if we should continue doing this in the future. We value you guys as a community, so please let us know. Remember that all these 4 main habits are in the show notes below, so you can check those out and review them. We also want to say that this week I am launching my very first ebook, 15 Essential Jazz Etudes, and that's going to be available in our store that you can check out. It's an ebook that helps you learn jazz language and helps you learn to play chord changes better. I composed everything specifically for that reason. It comes with some play-along tracks as well as recording of each etude. So be sure to check that out. And also, don't forget to subscribe to our newsletter. If you want to get involved in our community and know what's going on with Learn Jazz Standards, that's the best place to do so. Standards, and you're listening to the LJS Podcast, episode 2, where we're going to be talking about today how to properly learn a jazz standard. Obviously, this topic is really important for our website. That's a lot of what we focus on, learn jazz standards. It's in the name, as well as a lot of other things. We try to answer just about every question you might have for learning jazz, about jazz, what to listen to. I mean, if you check out our blog, or if you've been following our blog for a while, you'll know that we try to cover as many things as possible, but we place an emphasis on learning jazz standards. So what more appropriate for episode 2 of the LJS podcast than to talk about how to properly learn a jazz standard? And before I dive into that, just letting you know, we'd like to hear your comments. So if you are listening to this on the website, feel free to comment below, and we'd love to hear from you, hear your opinions, and maybe hear how you learn jazz standards, and if you have anything to add to what I'm talking about today. I think a good place to start is to ask the question, why learn jazz standards? Why learn jazz standards anyways? What's so important about learning jazz standards, and why do we place such a big emphasis on this? Well, it's important to understand that jazz standards are the vehicles in which jazz musicians learn to improvise, okay? They're a way of jazz musicians to communicate with each other, to have a common language that we use. And not only that, it's important for every jazz musician. If you want to learn how to play jazz, you've got to understand the tradition of jazz music. You have to understand these old tunes, where they came from, what Broadway show did they come from, what film did they come from, who originally wrote this song. I mean, these are important things to know and important to understand, because if you don't understand the history, you're going to be lost right now. Even a lot of more modern, big name professional jazz musicians on the scene today who probably do a lot more original music than standards, or they do really arranged standards and stuff like that. They still know a lot of jazz standards, and they started out understanding the harmony of those jazz standards, understanding the language, and they didn't skip out on that. And that's so important to understand. I hear a lot of students sometimes say, well, I don't really need to learn jazz standards. I just write my own original music. And that's great. I'm glad you write your own original music. But unfortunately, if you're not learning jazz standards, you're kind of missing out on a big piece of learning jazz, understanding jazz, and jazz history. So it's important to learn jazz standards. It's the way that you're going to be able to learn how to improvise in this context. So without further ado, let's talk about 5 steps that I've kind of adopted for learning jazz standards. This has just been something that I've come up with in my experience in jazz that has just really helped me solidify a jazz standard when I'm learning it. And so I believe this is a really great way of learning jazz repertoire. And just so you know, I did number these in level of importance, what I think is important. So number 1, I would say, is even more essential than number 5, though all of them are incredibly important to consider. So let's talk about the first step for learning a jazz standard. Number 1 is listen to the tune, okay? Listen to the jazz standard that you want to learn. Now, that might seem simple, that might seem obvious, but I find it interesting when students of mine are learning a jazz standard. They go straight to a piece of sheet music, or they go straight to, just immediately trying to learn a song without really having actually heard it a lot. And I think that's the most important step, is make sure you're incredibly familiar with the piece of music you're about to learn. So listen to that jazz standard. And when you're listening to that jazz standard, listen to a variety of versions, okay? Listen to, all kinds of different artists, and spend some real time with it. Don't just go, I'm going to learn the song and listen to it a few times and then boom, go for it. No, that's not how it works. Spend some days listening to the song. Spend some weeks listening to the song. Buy a bunch of different versions of that song. Really get that inside your head. Listen to how different jazz musicians approach that song, and begin internalizing this piece of music. And so this is so important. I always say listening to jazz is the most important thing. If you're not listening to jazz, you're never going to get it. And that's even more applicable when you're actually learning a specific tune. Make sure you listen to that song over and over and over again, so that you can, you could play it and sing it in your sleep. That's how deep you want to get it into your psyche. We have all kinds of different resources available in this modern day and age to really help you do that. We have YouTube. There's tons of recordings of standards all over YouTube. You could listen to tons of different versions for free on YouTube. Spotify is another great resource for that. I know different people have mixed opinions on Spotify and, whether it's good or it's bad. That argument aside, Spotify is a great place to just type in the name of a jazz standard. Let's say I'm learning Autumn Leaves. Okay, I type in Autumn Leaves, and all of a sudden I've got hundreds of versions of Autumn Leaves that I can listen to right away. So Spotify is a great resource to do that. With Amazon and iTunes and all of this, you can just download music, buy and download music with a snap of a finger. So more than ever, we have the resources to listen to a lot of different kinds of versions and recordings of a particular song. So take advantage of that. So the first thing you need to do, spend some serious time listening to the tune, getting it into your head, and understanding how a bunch of different jazz musicians have approached that song. So the next step in learning a jazz standard is learn the melody of the tune by ear. Learn the melody by ear. And you might ask, as opposed to what? Well, as opposed to learning it from a fake book or a piece of sheet music, that's really the last place you want to go. Why is it important to learn music by ear, especially for jazz? Well, learning things by ear helps you really solidify it into your memory, really solidify it and learn it, as opposed to just reading something off of a piece of paper. Try it. If you've never done it before, try it and you'll see what I'm talking about. Also, that's learning things by ear is really in the tradition of jazz. All those guys back in the bebop era, they weren't going and finding pieces of sheet music to learn. They were going to jam sessions. They were, going and hearing other guys play and learning songs that way. That's really the tradition of jazz, is learning things by ear, not necessarily going to a piece of sheet music and reading something verbatim off of that piece of music. Oftentimes too, if you have a real book or whatever it may be, the melody isn't actually always even correct. So it's better to learn things by ear to really solidify it and get it into your memory, to get into your psyche. So when you're learning a melody by ear, what you want to be able to do is get to the point where you can sing it first, okay? And this is a big mistake. A lot of people just start bringing it right onto their instrument, okay? They're listening to that melody on the recording, and then they bring it right onto their instrument. And I think it's better to be able to sing it first, okay? Because if you can sing it, that means you can play it. That means it's up there in your head. That means you really know it. And that goes back to, of course, our first step, listen to the tune. You have to understand it. You have to have heard it many times so that it's really deep, deep, deep inside there. So when learning the melody by ear, be able to sing it first before you take it onto your instrument. That's an important step that's really going to help you. Now, learning a melody, a lot of questions I get about this is, well, I listen to all these different recordings of jazz musicians playing it, and they're all playing it differently, or they're playing it in a different key, or they're taking a lot of liberties with the melody, and that's all very true. That's the nature of jazz. You find a lot of these recordings and musicians, they're kind of going out on a limb all the time, and so it's important to find recordings when you're learning the melody. You want to find guys that are playing it fairly straight. For example, I would not use Miles Davis or Billie Holiday to learn the melody of a jazz standard, because they're just known for taking a lot of liberties with the melody. They'll stretch it here and there, and they'll put inflections into it. So kind of start to get to know which artists are going to, sing it very straight and true and which ones aren't. For me, kind of a go-to guy for learning the melody of a tune is actually Frank Sinatra, because Frank really sings those melodies plain and simple and straight as they were meant to be. So as a little tip for you, if you're really wanting to just learn how to play a melody as straight as possible, try to find a Frank Sinatra recording of it. Frank Sinatra is just a great guy for just playing that melody the way it was meant to be. So that's a nice little tip for you. So learn the melody by ear. Don't go to a fake book right away. Now, that's not to say that a fake book is all bad or a piece of sheet music is all bad. They can be used as a reference. There's nothing wrong with having a lot of tools in your tool bag for learning how to play a song. But don't make that your go-to. That's a big mistake a lot of people make. Learn the melody by ear. Be able to sing it first. If you can sing it, you can play it. And then find an artist that really sings that melody straight, like Frank Sinatra. Avoid artists such as Billie Holiday and Miles Davis and others that you'll recognize that they don't quite play the melody straight. The third step to learning a jazz standard is, of course, learn the harmony by ear. So we're learning the chord changes by ear. And for a lot of people, this is a challenge. Learning chord changes by ear really requires you to kind of already have good ears to begin with, which not everybody has that skill right away. For a lot of people, it takes practice. And that's the key word. It takes practice. So you may struggle at first, and that's the same with learning the melody by ear. You may struggle at first a little bit. It may be hard. It may be a little frustrating for you, but I encourage you to really stick with it and avoid the temptation of just immediately going to a piece of sheet music. And that really is the temptation. It's kind of that instant gratification thing. It's like, well, I could just look at those chord changes right now and I'll know what they are and there'll be no more mystery. But if you struggle with it, if you learn those chord changes by ear, I guarantee you, like I said before, you're just going to know that jazz standard better. It's going to be more stuck in your head. And an added bonus is you'll be developing your ear, which developing your ear is one of the most important things you can do for your jazz playing, for your solos, for listening to other members of the band and what they're doing so that you can react to what they're playing. So again, try to avoid that temptation. Resist the temptation of just going straight to a fake book. Now, when learning the harmony by ear, a lot of people ask, well, what instrument do I listen to in a recording to try to learn that? And the answer is really all of them, okay? Every instrument, whether it be the accompanist, the bass player, the soloist, they're all giving you some interesting information that you want to be paying attention to. And you want to be paying attention to that anyways when you're actually playing these songs with other jazz musicians. You know, what is the soloist playing? What kind of chord is he outlining? He or she outlining? You know, so these are the things you want to pay attention to. But I would say kind of an important one to listen to is the bass player. They're telling you where those roots are. They're telling you, you know, where, you know, is this a 2-5-1? Is this a 1-6-2-5-1? Are we going from the 1 to the 4? You know, they're kind of giving a lot of that information. And then the second person to listen to is the piano player, because the piano player is kind of filling in the blanks. You know, the bass player is laying down the foundation. The piano player is explaining the rest of the story. So when in doubt, start by listening to the bass player. What bass note is he playing? And this requires a lot of stopping and starting the recording. So get on your laptop, get on your MP3 player, and start playing that. And if you don't know what that first chord is, stop it and go back and listen to it again and listen to it again. And you'll get it. You'll eventually get it. And the more you do this, the easier it will get, because you'll start developing your ear. and you'll start recognizing different chord progressions. Before you know it, you'll hear a 2-5-1, and you'll know it's a 2-5-1. For example, Autumn Leaves. The first 3 chords are C minor 7, F7, B flat major 7. Okay, that's a 2-5-1 in the key of B flat major. And you'll hear that right away. And then the next set of chords is another 2-5-1, G minor, or A minor 7, flat 5, to D7, to G minor 7. So you'll hear that, oh, that's a 2-5 to G minor. And you'll eventually learn to recognize that, and it won't be so hard as actually identifying what every single chord is being played. You'll just be able to go, oh, I hear that's a 2-5-1. So doing this will help you recognize these chord progressions better. And, have that bass, listen to that bass, but then hear what the piano player is doing. Are they altering that chord? Is that a dominant chord? Is that a minor chord? Is that a major chord? So use the whole band to your advantage, but focus on the bass player and then the piano player or guitar player. No offense to the guitar players. I'm a guitar player myself. So any accompaniment instrument, listen to what they're doing. So learn the harmony by ear, and then if you want, use a fake book or a piece of sheet music as a reference later, maybe to check back on what you learned. Go through it and say, okay, this is what I think the chord changes are. And then check a variety of different versions of sheet music to just say, was I right there? What's everybody else saying? Use all the different tools in your tool bag, but start with your ear first. Okay, so at this point, you kind of have learned the song, if you will. Like, you've learned the basics of the song. You now know how to play the melody. You know how to play the chords. So you basically understand the framework of the song. You know the guts of the song. But kind of to take it to the next level of really knowing the song is to start taking the tune into different keys, okay? So you start with the original key and then say, well, what happens if I play it in this key? Maybe the tune was in C major. Well, what happens if I play it in B flat major? And you could go and pick your own keys. You don't have to do all 12 keys. That is very ambitious. It's a great idea. It's a great thing to practice. But in general, just try to take it through at least 3 different keys. And you'll find that when you take the song into different keys, you'll really start understanding how it works. Because it's going to force your brain to think about what function each chord plays in the song. Not the muscle memory that you may have developed, or just memorizing, the chords in this key are this, and this. But taking it to a new key is going to force your brain to think bigger, to think harder, to think, how does this whole song work together to form its purpose? So take the song into different keys. It really is incredibly helpful. And we always talk about this on our blog, taking lines into different keys, taking, pieces of licks and phrases into different keys. It's so important. It's so helpful. It builds your ear like crazy, and it just helps you understand how to play that particular piece of musical information in any different context. So if you want to really take it to the next level, to really solidify and know that song, make sure you're taking that tune into different keys. It's really going to help. It's really going to just make that tune work for you, and so that you're not stuck in a situation where maybe you're forgetting the song, or maybe you don't know it as well as you should. Taking the song into different keys is kind of taking it to the next level. So the last but not necessarily least important step is find some people to jam with, okay? Find a group of people, whether it's one person, 2 people, 3 people, doesn't matter. Find someone to jam with on that song, okay? Because this is incredibly important. You have to have people to play with. I mean, that's what jazz is about. Jazz is a communal kind of a music. It's a music that we do together. It's a participatory music. We all come together and we share together what we're playing, what we're doing. And so there's no better way to really solidify a song and truly learn a song by just playing it over and over and over again with other people. It's whenever I'm playing gigs at bars and restaurants where my purpose is more, serving as a background kind of a music, I just play through a bunch of standards, a lot of different songs, and especially if I've learned a new one recently, I'll make sure to throw that into the mix. And every single week that I have a gig like that, I'll be playing those songs. It's incredibly important. Now, in college, I had a buddy that I would always practice with, okay? He was a fellow guitar player, so it was kind of convenient. And we were also roommates, and so we would always be practicing together and playing songs together. In the middle of the day, we would just start jamming for hours and playing over songs, and that was so valuable for me. It just helped me learn so much music and really solidify it, so that by the time I went out on the gig, those songs were in my head. I was used to playing those songs. So it's really important to jam with other people. Now, I understand not everybody is in that situation. I've had lessons with folks that Skype lessons that live in areas of the world that there's just not a lot of other jazz players, or they haven't really gotten plugged into a jazz community yet. And that's okay, but start trying to find people you can play with. It's okay to use play-along tracks. On our website, we do provide play-along tracks. They do serve a purpose. They are a nice tool to use. But ultimately, you want to find people that you can play with. So if you don't have someone like that now, or a group of people like that now, really make it a top priority to go and seek that out. Try to find where that jazz community is in your city. And if there isn't a jazz community in your city, try to start one. Try to reach out to people that live in your area to come together and play. Be the leader and create the scene for yourself. So the last, but not necessarily least important, is find someone to jam with to practice the jazz standard that you've just learned. And that's all for our episode today. We'd like to thank you for joining us. We appreciate it. And if you have anything else to add, if you have any ways that you'd like to share that you learn jazz standards, we'd love to hear from you. So leave us a comment in the comment section below if you are listening to this on the website. And if you're not connected with the Learn Jazz Standards community now, you can do that by going to www.learnjazzstandards.com/newsletter, where you can sign up for our newsletter. That's really the best way to get connected with us and to find out all that's new on Learn Jazz Standards. We'd love to have you join us. In addition, as a little extra perk, you do get a free ebook, A Jazz Guide to Practicing. So definitely check that out. And I do want to point out one other thing. On Monday, we came out with our ebook, 15 Essential Jazz Etudes. It's an ebook that focuses on learning jazz language. It's a collection of 15 jazz solos that comes with 15 play-alongs and a recording of each etude so that you can learn how to play them and just help improve your jazz language. So I encourage you to check that out. You can find that in our store under ebooks. We have versions in C instruments for upright and electric bass, and one with guitar tabs as well as regular notation. So definitely check that out. We hope you join us for our episode number 3 next week. Hey everybody, this is Brent from Learn Jazz Standards, and you're listening to the LJS Podcast, episode number 3, where we're going to be talking about how to overcome low self-esteem as a musician. Very important topic. I'm really excited to talk to you about this today. But before we start, I just want to bring to your attention that all the music on today's show is by our founder, the founder of Learn Jazz Standards, Camden Hughes, his new album, Introspective. So if you want to listen to more of his music, if you want to purchase his album, just go to his website, camdenhughes.com. If you're listening to this podcast on the website, you can find it in the show notes and all the other notes for this show today below in this post. Now, without further ado, I want to talk about musicians having low self-esteem. And I especially find this true for jazz musicians, because jazz music tends to be this kind of music that really demands a lot of virtuosity, and it's a very demanding kind of a music. And the more serious you get about it, the more I find that people get hard on themselves and very self-critical. And you've probably experienced this before. You came off of a gig, or you came off of a jam session, or some other situation where you were playing with other people, and you thought to yourself, wow, I suck. I played so bad. I wish I did this. I wish I did this. Why did I play this? And also, you start comparing yourself to others. Oh, that person is really good. I wonder what they thought about my playing. Or, you start looking around and feeling inferior somehow. You start feeling like a sense of anxiety over your playing, which is very unhealthy. And so that's why I really find it's important to talk about this subject. You've probably experienced this before. I'm sure you know others that have experienced this before. I just got off of a gig the other week, and during the break, we were at the bar getting a beer, and the drummer said, I asked the drummer, "How are you doing today? What's going on?" And he said, "Oh man, I'm feeling so bad about my playing. It's such a rough night tonight." And I said, "Really?" Because I wouldn't have known the difference. He sounded great to me, but there's all these things going on inside a musician's head all the time. And I think it's important for us to get the very most that we can out of music and the enjoyment, and also perform at our very best. We have to learn how to overcome those feelings of insecurity and low self-esteem. So I'm going to go over about 4 different things that we need to start keeping in mind in order to overcome this and get our self-confidence back and get ourselves on the right track. Let's check it out. The first thing I really want to urge you to do is stop comparing yourself to others. Okay, you need to stop comparing your situation, your life, with other people's lives. And this is important, not just in music, but in life in general, right? If we continually are matching ourselves up against other people, it's going to be very self-destructive. And in a musical sense, our music is going to suffer. We're always going to think, I'm not good enough. This other person has what I don't have. And this is very hurtful to yourself. I want you to stop doing this. I tell a lot of stories on this show, if you've been following the podcast so far, about college, and I don't know why. I just seem to have a lot of experiences in college that come to my mind. But when I was in college, I had a good friend. We were roommates. We played together all the time, and he was a great player. We were both guitar players. And when I first met him, he had been playing jazz a lot longer than I had been playing jazz. I was, relatively, newer compared to him. And he was a very talented player, and we had a good time playing with each other, but I always found myself with this inner competition, like trying to get as good as he was, or trying to overcome as good as he was, or every time I heard him not quite doing that great, I would feel good, which of course is very unhealthy. And that's something that you need to learn to overcome. When you're at a jam session, stop thinking about what is that person thinking about me? What is that person thinking about me? Or that person plays really well. Am I as good as that person? None of these things matter at all. All that matters is your story, where you came from. Always be trying to set personal records. This is, music and jazz, it's not a competition. It's all about establishing yourself where you're at and getting better all the time. And that's all you should care about. When I moved to New York, I learned very quickly that I could not compare myself to others, because there is so many bigger fish in the sea. It was important for me at that moment to say, if I continue comparing myself to others, I'm going to have this self-loathing journey throughout the rest of my musical career, and it's going to be awful. I really had to come to terms with it at that point. So realize that you don't need to compare yourself to others. All that matters is your story. So start focusing on that. Stop comparing yourself to others. The next thing I want you to do is realize that musicianship is a journey. Okay, musicianship is a journey. Don't look at it as a destination. Like music is this thing somewhere out in the distance, this excellence that you're going to eventually get to. You're not driving down a highway and suddenly you're going to be there. Look at it as a journey, not a destination. I was listening to a Benny Green, the pianist Benny Green, an interview once. He was at a jazz workshop and he was giving an interview. And one thing he said along these lines is, we're all in this thing together. We're all on this path. Some of us are at different parts. Some of us are ahead. Some of us are behind. It doesn't matter, because we're all in this thing together, working towards one common goal. So we're all united under this thing called music. And I thought that was a beautiful thing. I used to study with Vic Juris, guitarist Vic Juris. If you don't know who Vic Juris is, please go check him out. Amazing, amazing guitar player. And I used to study with him. I would take the train from my apartment in New York, and I would go to New Jersey. And one time I had a lesson with him, and I was talking to him and saying, I'm just really unhappy with where I'm at musically. I wish I was playing better. I wish I was doing this. I wish I was doing that. And Vic's response to me was very simple. He said, "Me too." And I thought to myself, wow, how could someone who's that talented and that amazing feel the same way? And that kind of goes along with that thought. He's been playing for forever, yet he still feels like there's room for improvement. He still feels like there's better things that he could do with his music. And I think that's something to realize too. It doesn't matter where you are on the path. You will never have arrived. It's a journey. Another teacher of mine, Bruce Foreman, another guitar player. If you don't know who Bruce Foreman is, check him out. I was taking some lessons with him, and he realized that I was incredibly unhappy with my playing, and I was really trying to reach for something that I just wasn't quite musically mature enough to do yet. I had been listening to a lot of jazz, a lot of music. I knew what I wanted to sound like. I just wasn't quite mature enough to do that. And he took me aside at one point and said to me, "Brent, play from where you're at, not where you want to be. Play from where you're at, not where you want to be. And I think what he was trying to tell me in that moment is be okay with where you are at now. It's okay to be where you're at now. Keep trying to set those personal records. Keep trying to push the envelope. You will get better. It's all about time and pressure. So remember to realize that musicianship is a journey. So this next one is what I would consider to be the root of the problem. And that's don't place your whole self-worth into music. Okay? I find that a lot of musicians, I mean, especially the ones that are really serious about music, obviously, are placing way too much of their self-worth and the way they think about themselves into music. So suddenly, how good you feel about yourself is dictated by how well you played at the gig, or how often you're practicing, or how many compliments you got on your solo at the jam session. And that's an incredibly unhealthy way to live your life. So you need to really focus on not making music the dictator of your happiness. That's very important. You need to find worth in other things. And for me, this was huge because I really did go through a period of my life where music was what made me feel like I was worth something. And that caused me a lot of anxiety. It caused me a lot of hardship to go through that because I was not always going to be playing great. Things were not always going to be going well with my music. Sometimes the music was there, sometimes it wasn't. And if you're living your life that way, it can be very hard. So you need to find self-worth in other things. Realize that you as a human being are more worthy and more worthwhile than just simply music. You are just simply an instrument that is letting music flow out of you. It's not what's dictating who you are. So I would definitely suggest, this is the root of the problem, don't place your whole self-worth into music. If you are right now, stop doing it today and move on. So this one kind of tags on to the last one, and that is play music because you love it. Play music because you love it. When you sit down with your instrument, remember to be grateful. Remember that you are blessed to have the opportunity to get to play your instrument and to play music. It's a wonderful, wonderful thing. You need to stop looking at music as a means to an end, but rather something to be valued and enjoyed now. Okay? Don't put your self-worth into music. Just enjoy it. Just love it. If you're loving it, if you're having fun, if you're not comparing yourself to others, you're automatically going to be playing better just because of that. Without the stress, the pressure, and the anxiety, your music is going to be free. There won't be chains around it. You're going to be able to express yourself more purely, more honestly. Allow yourself just to have fun. You know, maybe if you're the kind of musician right now that is really serious and, you know, really trying to, you know, make something of yourself in music or jazz, maybe step back for a little bit and say, is it worth me feeling anxious? Is it worth all this stress? Is it worth me beating myself up over and over and over again? Step back and ask yourself those questions. At the end of the day, I think you're going to realize that the most beneficial thing you can do for yourself is to just enjoy music. Don't put your self-worth into it. Realize that musicianship is a journey. It's not a destination. And stop comparing yourself to others. If you're doing all those things, and if you're at least being aware of these issues, of these stressors in your life, you're going to find a way to become more liberated. Your music will be free. It won't be shackled. and you'll get what I'm talking about. So just play music because you love it. All right, and that's all for our show today. We want to thank you for joining us. We want to thank you for listening, and we also want to hear from you. If you have any opinions about this, if you have any of your own stories of overcoming low self-esteem in your musicianship, we want to hear from you. Leave us a comment in the comments below. We are all about creating a community here at Learn Jazz Standards, and we just appreciate your participation. And if you're not plugged in with Learn Jazz Standards yet, the best way to do that is to sign up for our newsletter, okay? You can do that at www.learnjazzstandards.com/newsletter. It's the best way to get connected with us. As a little added bonus, you also get our free ebook, A Jazz Guide to Practicing. So it's a win-win situation. Also, just want to one more time plug my new ebook that we released last week, 15 Essential Jazz Etudes. It's a book that helps you learn jazz language, runs you through 15 short jazz solos over popular jazz standards. It's a great tool for you just to help learn more jazz language and improve your soloing. You can find that in our store on the top menu bar if you're on the website right now. We'll be coming out with our episode 4 of the LJS podcast next week, so stay tuned for that. My name is Brent, and you're listening to the LJS Podcast, episode number 4, where today we're going to be talking about 3 things that every jazz musician should practice. I'm going to go through that in much more detail in a second, but before I do, I just want to let you know that all the music on today's show is by Camden Hughes, our founder of Learn Jazz Standards, and it's from his new album, Introspective. So if you like his music, and even if you want to maybe purchase his album, go ahead and go to camdenhughes.com, and you can find his music there. And if you're listening to the show on the website, you'll be able to find the link to that in our show notes. And one more little item of business before we get started. If you find value in our podcast and you get something out of it, consider putting value back in it. We are dedicated to running this podcast ad-free. In order to pay for the production of this podcast, we are relying solely on you, our listeners, to help us produce this podcast. So if you enjoy what we're doing, if you're getting value out of the information in this podcast, we encourage you to donate. You can donate if you're listening to this on the website. There's a donate button right under the player. And if you're not, you can go to learnjazzstandards.com/support to help support this podcast and keep it going. And without further ado, let's talk about these 3 things that I think every jazz musician should practice. And before I go into it, let me just say as well that I'm leaving out one that we always preach on this podcast, always preach on this website, which is Learn Jazz Standards. Obviously, we've always said, if you've followed our blog, if you follow this website at all, that learning jazz standards is really important as a jazz musician. You need to do that, learning the repertoire, learning the history, learning the common vehicles, the language that we use to play this music. So always learn jazz standards. But these 3 things are things that I truly believe are incredibly powerful for helping you become a better jazz musician. and really make some effective changes in your playing. There's a lot of things to practice, and ultimately the things that you practice should be influenced by what instrument you play. Technique, for example. A trumpet player is going to want to practice some different things technique-wise than a piano player, perhaps. So there's a lot of things you can be practicing, but these three specific things have to do with jazz. So any jazz musician, any jazz player, doesn't matter what instrument you're playing, these three things are incredibly effective for really taking your playing to the next level. So I encourage you to do these three things. I'm going to go into them right now. Let's check them out. Okay, so the first thing that every jazz musician should be practicing is learning jazz solos by ear. Okay, this to me is one of the most effective ways to really, improve your solos, improve your jazz music in general. I can't really recommend this enough. For me, learning jazz solos was a huge game changer. So before I went to college, right after high school, I actually took a year off. I didn't go to school. I was kind of in between, and I just studied with a teacher. And one thing that he had me do every week was learn 32 new bars of a solo every week. And so I would learn those 32 bars. I'd be able to play them on my instrument. I'd be able to play them with the recording. And every Saturday, I'd go and have a lesson with my teacher. And I would play those 32 bars for him by memory with the recording. And for me, that was something that really jump-started my playing a lot. I really improved that year from doing that. And it was a lot of work, I'll tell you that much. I spent a lot of time doing this, especially at the beginning when learning things by ear was a little bit more of a challenge for me. As I continued to do it, it got easier. But at first, it was a little bit difficult. And so this is so important, and learning jazz language is so important as a jazz musician. And this is what this is doing. We're learning jazz language by learning these solos by ear. It's important to learn jazz language because that's how we're going to communicate effectively in this genre. Okay, jazz language is obtained best by ear, not by actually reading it. Historically, that's how people learned things. Back in the bebop era, and even to this day, jazz musicians are picking up things by ear. They're learning melodies by ear. They're learning little snippets of jazz language by ear, licks, entire solos even. So it's important to do this. There are some challenges, like I was just talking about before, of learning jazz language. If you don't have a really developed ear, it can be a little bit challenging. And that's why I would encourage you to find solos, especially when you're starting, that aren't so difficult. A great one that I always suggest to all my students is Miles Davis's solo on Freddie Freeloader from the album Kind of Blue. You all probably have heard that one before. It's a really easy solo to learn. It's not very hard to hear. You can learn it by ear fairly easily. So I would suggest, starting out with a solo like that and moving up from there. Don't pick a solo that, you have a really hard time hearing all the notes and where they're going. Start small and get a little bigger as time progresses. And just quickly, I'll probably do a separate episode of this podcast exactly on learning solos by ear. But just to quickly, briefly tell you how I go about doing it is first, I'm going to listen to that solo a bunch of times so that I really have it in my ear. Okay, just really get it ingrained in my memory. And then what I'll do is I'll just start with the first little phrase. It might not even be the entire phrase. It might be half of the phrase. And I'll play that. And then I'll keep repeating it. I'll have it on my computer, on my MP3 player, somewhere where it's easy to just keep scrolling back and listening. And I'll make sure I have every note of that first phrase. And then I'll play it back with the recording. And then I'll repeat it a bunch of times so I just have it stuck in my memory before moving on to the next phrase. So that's how to go by doing that. Just a very short, brief explanation. I'll definitely do another episode in the future that really goes into this a lot more. So it can be challenging, And it can be a lot of work, and it can take a lot of time. But in the end, this practice is incredible for learning jazz language. And it's going to open up your ear to new levels that you could never have imagined. And the ear is one of the most important things to have really strong when playing jazz. And, you know, find a solo that you really like. I think I mentioned that earlier. But for me, here's an example of one solo I learned. I learned John Coltrane's solo on My Shining Hour. That's on Coltrane Sounds, or Coltrane Jazz, I think is the album that it's on. It's such a great solo. I want you to let's have a listen to it right now. Okay, so that was just the first chorus, but I love this solo. It was a solo that I absolutely got obsessed with. I used to walk around my neighborhood in New York and just listen to that solo on repeat. I think I even, edited a track so that, it was just literally his solo over and over and over again. And I really got that stuck in my ear, and I learned just about all of that solo. I think for some odd reason I didn't learn maybe the last A section, but I loved that solo, and I learned pretty much every single chorus and really obsessed over it. And the thing that I did next with that solo actually is going into my second thing that I think all jazz musicians should practice. Okay, so the second thing that I think every jazz musician should be practicing is to practice in all 12 keys, okay? Practice jazz language in all 12 keys. Practice, if you can, songs in all 12 keys. All of it is really good. And to build off of what I did next with that John Coltrane solo on My Shining Hours, I kind of went to the most obsessive level that you can go with this, is I took that first chorus that you just listened to, and I actually learned how to play it in all 12 keys. And I know that sounds insane to some of you, or maybe ridiculous or unnecessary, and it may be all of those things. But I will tell you that it really helped me, and it really helped me get that solo stuck in my head. And that information kind of is able to subtly come out sometimes. It's not that I'm able to recall that solo at any moment in time when I'm in the middle of playing. What happens is it more comes out of my subconscious, or little phrases or little elements, and it helps me really internalize jazz language. And so practicing in all 12 keys is really important. And you don't need to take a solo and bring it through all 12 keys. That's, again, kind of an extreme thing. But take little licks or little musical ideas that you like and take it through all 12 keys. It can be a lick over a 2-5-1, over a 1-6-2-5-1, or just over one chord like a dominant chord. If you listen to a lick and you really like it, you can learn that in all 12 keys. And there's a lot of things that learning in all 12 keys really helps you with. And the first thing it really helps you with is it really helps you solidify and get that stuff into your ear, okay? Because you're repeating it over and over and over again. And you're not just repeating it in the original key, you're repeating it in other keys. And each key will feel a little different. And it depends on the instrument that you play, but it will still feel different, playing in a different key than the original key, for example. And it really helps build your ear. It really helps, force you to not rely so much on muscle memory or other things like that. It forces you to have to hear it in a different key, have to understand how it works in a given musical situation. It helps decrease your limitations on your instrument. One key might be really weak for you versus another one. For me, if I'm trying to play a certain idea in the key of B rather in the key of B flat, I'm a guitar player, so C instrument. It can be a little confusing for me because I'm not used to playing things in the key of B that much. That's not a common key. B flat is a common key. So being a half step away can be a little confusing for me sometimes. So being able to practice in all these different keys really helps you defeat some limitations on your instrument. The other thing that, taking things through all 12 keys does is it really helps you when it comes to transposing. If you're ever on a gig, especially if a singer or it's a jam session and a singer comes up to play and they say that they want to play a particular song in some very foreign key from the original key, that's where a lot of musicians start kind of having mini panic attacks like, oh, I have to transpose that? How am I going to do that? Well, taking things through all 12 keys, it kind of forces you to start thinking that way, especially if you're learning a particular maybe jazz standard in all 12 keys or at least multiple different keys. It helps you to really analyze that song, understand how the chord progressions work with each other, and it also helps you hear where those go. So it really helps you with transposing. So you don't need to take big pieces of information through all 12 keys. I think it can be more beneficial just to take, like I said, small bits of information through all 12 keys, like little licks, little ideas. This is really going to open up the possibilities for you and really help you kind of take it to the next level as far as learning jazz language. So the third thing that I think all jazz musicians should be practicing is to work on keeping time with a metronome. And both of the things I've talked about so far have been, melodic stuff and harmonic stuff, but it's important not to forget the rhythmic aspect of playing music, okay? So working on keeping your time is so important, and I think the best way to do that is with a metronome. So I had some teachers at one point tell me, hey, Brent, everything sounds good with what you're playing. Like the lines are good, the information's good, and I like, your voice on the instrument and all that stuff. But there's something just seems a little bit off. It almost seems like you're rushing a little bit. You're on top of the beat and this and that. And I would go back and I'd listen to recordings of myself because I would do that a lot. And I would have to agree with them. Something sounded just a little bit off. And what I learned was that I indeed was rushing it a little bit. I indeed kind of did learn that, I wasn't always placing the beats exactly where they should be. And it wasn't always in a tasteful way. So I had to kind of go back and start to work with a metronome to try to correct my time, build my inner clock, and really get my phrasing right. So this really helped me by just starting to work with a metronome. And again, I'll have a future episode of this podcast where I really go into talking about how to work with the metronome. But for now, I'm just going to kind of give you some quick tips of how to use a metronome. So first of all, the way I use a metronome is, for me, the default is I have the click going on 2 and 4. Okay. For me, that helps me feel the strong beats myself, which is 1 and 3, and having it on 2 and 4. Also, if I happen to be playing swing, also will emphasize that swing feeling. But mostly, it's just because I want that beat to be making me feel the strong beats of 1 and 3. So I always have it default on 2 and 4. Some people will disagree with me. At the end of the day, I don't think it really matters as much, but I think it's important to kind of set your default for beats 2 and 4. So if I start a practice session and I'm going to work on, just blowing over a song, for example, practicing over a song, I'll have the beat on 2 and 4. I won't have the beat on I won't have the click on every single beat. That's just not necessary for me. 2 and 4 is kind of a good starting point for working with a metronome and kind of feeling out the time and where it's at. So set the default for 2 and 4 on your metronome. And what you want to do is, after you really get comfortable at a certain tempo, start with a very comfortable tempo. Like for me, it would be a medium tempo. Try going to really slow tempos with the click on 2 and 4, and work your way down slowly. You'll find that slow tempos are just as challenging as fast tempos, and learning how to phrase properly at those tempos and really feeling, the off beats and the strong beats and all this stuff and all the rhythms that you can play in between. And then work on going faster. Now, faster, tends to be something that challenges people's technique, playing at these up tempos. But just start with a comfortable tempo and then slowly inch that speed up on the metronome until it gets faster and faster, and it pushes you maybe to your limitation before you kind of crash and burn. You can't go much faster than that. But that will really help you to phrase at that tempo, as well as practices of how to play on fast tempos. Another topic we can talk about, all together in a new episode another time. Now, what you should also do is, once you get used to practicing with the clicks on 2 and 4, then switch it around. Try it on 1 and 3, okay? This will help you start thinking about the time a little differently, okay? And it will feel a little different when you start playing and soloing. You'll feel like phrasing a little differently in a way, but it's going to be good for you to get that rhythm inside your body. And after you're done doing that, try something else. Try just putting the beats on beat 2 of every measure, okay? So every measure, there's only one click and it's on beat 2. And practice that. I guarantee you that'll be a lot more challenging, because you're going to really have to work on keeping that inner clock inside of you going, and you'll be building a better sense of time by always having to hear and feel those beats yourself within your own body by the time the click comes around. And you probably will have a hard time with this at first if you're not used to practicing with a metronome. You might crash and burn a lot and really have to practice this. And I hope you struggle. It's a great thing. It will really help you. And I constantly have to bring myself back to the metronome and test myself and make sure that my clock is still working just fine. And if you really want a challenge, go ahead, first of all, and try other beats too, not just beat 2. Try just beat 3, try just beat 4, just beat 1. But then if you really want a challenge, okay, try just one beat of every other measure. That's really going to challenge your time. But this is not something to be overlooked. We always focus on making better solos or for accompanists accompanying better, and harmony and theory and all this stuff. But so often we forget about time and how important time is. If you don't have good time and you're playing, everything will sound off. There will always be something missing and wrong. So start today, work on keeping time with a metronome, add it to your practice routine. I guarantee you it's going to do wonders for your music. All right, and that's all for our show today. We thank you so much for listening. We really do appreciate it. And if you have anything else to add to today's discussion, anything that you think that jazz musicians should practice, or even just things that you're practicing now, feel free to leave a comment in our comment sections below. If you're listening to this on the website, we'd love to hear from you. And again, if you've enjoyed this show, if you're getting value out of it, consider supporting us by leaving a donation at the donation button right underneath the player, or you can go to learnjazzstandards.com/support to make a donation there. We thank you guys so much for listening. Next week, we'll be coming out with episode 5 of the Learn Jazz Standards podcast. We'll see you then. everybody. My name is Brent, and you're listening to the LJS Podcast, episode number 5, where today I've got 2 incredibly special guests joining me on the show today. We've got bassist Wallace Stelzer and drummer Diego Maldonado. Both of these guys are 2 of my favorite jazz musicians to play with in New York City, and I'm so happy to have them on the show. We have a great discussion in store for you, so you're going to want to hear all this. We're going to be talking about an assortment of things, such as how to play well with others, playing in a jazz group and doing that well. We've got some gig etiquette tips for you, some practice tips for you, so you're going to want to stick around for this. And all the music today on the show is by Wallace Stelzer and his band International Pat Down from his album First Flight. So if you want to check out that music and you like the music, you want to buy the album, go to cdbaby.com and just type in International Pat Down and you'll find that album there. And we also have an incredibly awesome treat for you at the end of the show today. We have an exclusive track from Diego Maldonado's new EP that's coming up, and you're going to want to hear that. This is the first time anybody has heard this track, so you're going to be the first. That's at the end of the show, so please stick around to the end of the show, hear this track from Diego Maldonado's upcoming EP. And before we go ahead and get the show started, I just want to say that if you find value in this podcast, consider adding value back. This podcast is 100% supported by you, our listeners, and we are dedicated to keeping this podcast ad-free. So if you like this podcast, if you get some value out of it, consider supporting us. If you're listening to this podcast on the website, we have a support button below the player. You can click support and add a donation. And if you're listening to this outside of the website, you can go to learnjazzstandards.com/support and send us a donation there. Okay, without further ado, let's get on Wallace Stelzer and Diego Maldonado. Okay, so today on the show, I got special guest drummer Diego Maldonado and bassist Wallace Stelzer. Thanks for being on the show, guys.
Thanks for having us, man.
Thank you, bro.
Sweet. So, I know you. I've known you guys for a long time. We went to college together. We've played many gigs together. These guys are like my top call musicians. If I've got a gig, and these are the guys I call right away. My favorite players to play with. So I know you guys really well. But maybe for some of the people that are listening right now, they probably don't know who you are. So let's just do a quick introduction. Wallace, so who the heck are you?
Well, like you said, I'm a bass player. I grew up in Houston, Texas, and moved to New York to go to the City College of New York and study with John Patitucci. And that's where I met these guys, and I don't know.
Why are you still here? Why are you even still here in New York?
Why am I still here? Because New York City has no ceiling, I think, to your possible success as a musician. That's really it, because I think actually Houston and a lot of other places around the world have a fantastic jazz scene or music scene in general, but New York, I think you have the most opportunities to actually succeed or get to where you want to be with your career.
Cool, good answer. What about you, Diego?
Well, I'm a drummer. I come from Venezuela. I moved to New York City maybe 7 years ago, I guess. Also to study at City College of New York. I studied there with Adam Cruz and Kendra Scott and Mark Ferber. And
heavy names.
Yeah, it was an amazing experience. And I graduated almost 2 years ago now, and since then I've been just playing gigs around the city, working as a freelance jazz drummer.
I thought it'd be great to have you guys on the show today because we can talk about I think something that a lot of people wonder about, especially if they spend a lot of time in the practice room by themselves, and you don't get out to play gigs as often, or you don't get out to play jam sessions as often. And so that's the concept of how to play in a jazz group, because it's not as easy as it sounds,
Absolutely.
Improvising with each other and, listening to each other. I mean, there's so many things when you're playing with a group that you have to worry about and think about. So I thought it'd be great to have you guys together to just kind of ask these questions, like, how do we play in a jazz group together? So we got a bassist, we got a guitarist, we got a drummer. We don't have a horn player, but I'm sure we can talk about that as well. Okay, kind of my first question for you guys is, what is the most important thing to keep in mind when playing in a group? Like, just the first thing that comes to your mind that you have to focus on.
I've got one. It would be splitting your attention or your focus when you're practicing by yourself, or even when you're playing along to a record or with like a play along or something. You're still mostly just listening to yourself. You're shedding. You're working on your own sound. You're trying to make sure that everything that you're playing is good and sounds fantastic, right? That's what you want. But when you're playing in a group, that can actually kind of be detrimental if you're focusing too heavily on yourself and your own playing, because you're working with other people. It's happening in the moment. Jazz is an interactive art form, and if you're not interacting with the other people around you, the other musicians, you're not really, I don't think, playing jazz the way that it's kind of meant to be played.
But how do you do that? Because it's hard to split your focus.
It certainly is.
I mean, because you'll be like I do this all the time when I'm playing. I'm like focusing. Let's say I'm comping. I'm accompanying somebody, and I sometimes I'll even catch myself. Wait a second. Am I even listening to what the soloist is playing right now?
Yeah.
And
absolutely.
I'll be because I'm focusing on what I'm playing, and it's hard to like. How do you do that? How do you split your attention between yourself and what you're playing, and making sure you're playing things right? You're in the right spot in the song. All these things, and what the soloist or the other musicians in the band are playing.
I think something that I've always thought about is like, you need to practice how to comp. You need to practice how to play with other musicians. In your practice room, you have to put yourself in that situation and imagine that you're playing with someone else. Because at the end, what you want to do is play something that is gonna make the music in general sound better, the band sound better, and at least for me as a drummer, I have to for drummers, we are comping 98% of the time we're playing on the band.
Yeah.
So it's important for us at least to spend the same amount of time practicing how to comp and how to play with somebody else, how to have a solid tempo and groove. And so I think the best way to be comfortable playing with the band is practicing and putting yourself in that situation in the practice room and spend the same amount of time, just playing groove, just comping, playing along with records, or with play along tracks, or even with the metronome. But just be just make sure that you're expending that amount of time practicing how to comp, how to play with somebody else. I think that's very important.
Yeah.
I think for bass and for I think actually other like rhythm section instruments like harmonic that have a harmonic role, a big part of it is trying to pay attention to the harmony that the other people are playing. So I'll talk about it from a bass player perspective. You do want to be focusing on what you're playing, because at the end of the day, if you are not playing something well, then that's a problem. So you do definitely want to have like your own sound put together, but you also want to. The way I kind of do it is listen for little cues, and so when I'm like listening for a band, it's not that I'm necessarily trying to focus on every single thing that's being played at once, but I'm trying to listen for little rhythmic phrases, cues from the drummer or from the other player.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to listen for like particularly altered chords, like colorful chords that I can like realize pretty quickly, and then try and incorporate that into like the bass line that I'm playing. Mm-hmm. So for example, like there's I think with the bass and the drums and the guitar and the piano as well, in jazz, like when you're playing a swing song, which is most of the time, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know, like 75% of the time.
Yeah.
I mean, traditionally, anyways.
But well, I have another thought about like playing on a bandstand is because music is a language and it should be as natural as just having a conversation with friends, and so you have to spend time learning the language. If you're playing jazz, if you're playing rock or
Right.
whatever, any style is like a different language. I've always seen music like that, like, and in maybe my case that I come from another country and I had to learn how to speak English. I speak Spanish and English, and for me the process how to learn English and be comfortable to having a conversation. I'll come here and being on a podcast with my friends and talk fluent in English was kind of the same process for me to learn how to play jazz and be comfortable in the bandstand playing. So for me the main thing that you have to focus on is on learning the language, and then you're gonna feel every time you're gonna feel more natural playing on a bandstand.
Yeah. That's probably, I would say, the key thing is learning the language, knowing what to listen for, because if you don't even know what to listen for, you will be too focused on what you're actually doing. If you know what to listen for, like Wallace said, rhythmic cues from the drummer.
Exactly.
What, is the piano player, guitar player playing an altered chord or not? Knowing what that even sounds like, and knowing how to actually react to that situation. And yet you may not get everything. Like,
and you don't have to.
Yeah.
You don't have to get everything.
You don't have to, you're not going to get everything. And it's kind of like we're talking with each other right now. I mean, you're not necessarily, you're also, while I'm talking, thinking about what you're going to say back.
Right,
exactly.
Absolutely.
So, and also, you have to respond right away, just like language, There's this record that I started listening to. It's a Wes Montgomery record, Smoking at the Half Notes with the Wynton Kelly trio.
It's a great record.
And there's this one part in the in Wynton Kelly's solo on No Blues. You should check out this record. It's at some point in Wynton Kelly's solo, and Wes just decides to play this very dissonant, rhythmic thing at the beginning of this chorus. And immediately Wynton Kelly just tags into it and starts playing that idea into his solo. And it just blew my mind. Like, how did they do that? But these guys have been listening to this music so much. Like, they know what to listen for. They've been playing it. I mean,
yeah.
So it's really just a language thing.
So I would say that the speech or like the language metaphor has certainly been explored before, but it's just so it's so accurate.
You can't get
away from it.
Yeah, it's because music is language.
It is a language.
So and every time if you go deeper into music, you realize that how it works just exactly like a language. And if you go and learn a different language, you're gonna see how when you go to a school to learn a new language, the way they break the language down to so you can learn it is basically the same way we are breaking down music in order to learn it. So I mean, I think that's the most important thing, like, you have to think about when you're playing in a group. Like, I'm able to, it's like if you want to go to Germany and you don't speak German, you're gonna have a really hard time communicating and doing stuff over there. So it's the same. If you want to play jazz, you need to learn the jazz language, and then it's going to be way more easy and natural for you to play in a band.
All right, so I have a question. So what Diego, what role does the drums play in a group? And I don't know, maybe it differs depending on the size of the group, but as far as what your job is, what exactly is it?
Yeah, well, it depends on the size of the group. It depends on the style of the group. But now that since we're talking about jazz here, I would say on a jazz setting, I think, well, the first thing that you have to cover is having a relaxed and solid time. Have a nice and relaxed groove, and once you have that covered, then you just can start interacting and reacting with the other musicians. And as we were talking about, it's just having a nice conversation and just trying to catch on a cue from the bass player, the guitar player, the horn player, and just like try to develop that idea and bring something, but the core will be just providing a solid and relaxed time and a nice groove, I would say.
Yeah. Also, I think this is a personal preference, but I would say probably 80% or so of my favorite drummers also have one other skill I think is really important for playing jazz, which is the ability to play with intensity and energy while playing quietly.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. There's like I said, there's a few drummers that they play loud all the time, and I still love them because they just have so much energy and they feel so good.
Yeah.
But I'd say the vast majority of the drummers that I really really like to play with and that I like to listen to can play amazingly and play at a very low volume level.
Right. Well, right, because a lot of people think that volume is like means more energy. That's not necessarily true. I mean, if you're able to play, actually, I remember I was this interview with Jeff Hamilton. He was asking the drummer Jeff Hamilton. He played in the Ray Brown trio for a while. I think someone asked him at this master class, "What was your favorite song to play with Ray Brown?" And his answer was "Little Darlin'," the ballad. And he said it was the most energy he felt in the band when they were playing that ballad. But he's on brushes the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
So I agree.
One thing is intensity. You can be intense without being loud.
Yeah.
And I think a drummer needs to provide that to the band. Like brings us those intense moments. I think most of the time are provided by obviously, because we create a different kind of tension. So sometimes when you mix both, like if you have a horn solo and he's going super out and creating all these dissonance, I can't create rhythmic tension. And if you combine both, that's when you get those really intense moments on a performance.
Yeah. And I'd say as a bass player, I can get frustrated sometimes when you're playing with drummers that are just too loud. Because the bass is actually a pretty soft acoustic instrument. It's not really that loud, no matter how hard you play it.
Is it just you, or is it?
It's not just me. It's not just me.
Okay.
No, you can turn up your amplifier and stuff, but really the acoustic properties of the instrument are limited. So as compared to say like a saxophone or the drum set or even an electric guitar or something. Sorry.
Oh well, maybe I cut you off. I was going to ask, what is the role of the bass player? I mean, I've heard people say, like, that the bass player is the actual timekeeper of the band. Do you agree with that?
I mean, I think it's pretty much actually evenly distributed across the band, but I think certainly people look to the bass and the drums for that steady timekeeping, which that is our function. So yes, I want to have my time so strong, as a bass player that if let's say you're playing with musicians that don't quite have their time together, that my time will be enough to keep the band moving, at smoothly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I truly do believe that basically everybody anybody who is playing is responsible equally for the time.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. What about this? I think Diego mentioned this earlier about accompanying as a drummer and how that's like the mostly of what you do. And I would say, as a accompaniment, like as a guitar player, and I think I can speak for piano players as well, that is a huge important thing that we do, is accompany. And so do you guys think that, like you said, how everybody's responsible for the rhythm, is everybody responsible as accompanist for the band at one point in time while everybody's playing? Does that make sense?
I think so. I mean, we have to, right? I mean, where the rhythm section is responsible for providing context for the melody and the soloist, right?
So I think it's a teamwork, you know.
Definitely teamwork.
I would say yes. This is everybody's responsibility to keep time and to create a nice context for the soloist. Is everybody's responsibility.
Yeah, and I'd say you have one element that's missing, and it you're kind of only as strong as your weakest link.
Exactly.
So what does that mean? You just vibe the weakest player?
Yeah, definitely just vibe them as hard as possible.
Yeah.
They'll get better faster if you do it that way.
Or they'll leave.
Yeah, either way it's a win-win.
Exactly.
It's a win-win.
Just in case you think that was serious, if you're on the website right now listening, you can look up in the search bar why vibing is bad for jazz. I think that's the name of the article. You can hear why you shouldn't listen to anything we're saying, basically, is what I'm trying to say. Okay, here's one. Biggest pet peeve playing in a group on the bandstand at a gig. Or jam session.
Biggest pet peeve.
Like, what annoys you the most?
I think actually one of the things that frustrates me the most is when you get up to play like with new players or some people that you haven't played with before, and you try and figure out what song you're gonna play, and
the notorious like everybody the deathly silence at the end of a song.
It's just absolutely brutal, and I think it's so easy to just go through several tunes. And if you keep finding that they don't know that one, I didn't know this one, then after maybe 4 or 5 suggestions, just go with something that's really basic and that everyone can play, because I find it particularly really frustrating when somebody calls a song, you don't know it, they vibe you, they're like, okay, well, what song do you want to play, and it's just like, man, like nobody needs that, I'm sure each person here knows 100 songs, and I'm sure that 50 of them overlap between everyone here.
It's like everybody has too big of an ego to play like All of Me or something,
Exactly.
But
and
it's like that's okay. I mean, if everybody knows the song, then that's perfect. And I also think what defines a good musician is being able to play, create something new on a song every time. So I hear that a lot. People are like, I hate that song, and maybe I've even been
ridiculous.
Guilty at one point in time. But there's always something new to happen on the song, right?
Exactly.
I mean,
exactly. And particularly at jam sessions, because this isn't your gig. This isn't like a project you've put together. It's a jam session, so you've got to be more flexible.
Right. Mm-hmm. It's like you go to a gig or jam session and like some guy calls 26-2.
Yeah,
then it's like like maybe there's one person who knows it, but then the rest don't know it. And then that same guy, says some other obscure like Wayne Shorter tune or something like that.
Yeah.
And then they don't know it either. And then they go ahead and they call some other like just way out there tune that who knows that. So I mean,
I think to the same extent,
all right, dude.
I find it really frustrating as well when people want to play standard songs in different keys. They're like, well, okay, let's play a blues. All right, fine, but let's play it in B. And it's like, man, why?
Or they do something like vibey.
Why do you want to play a blues in B?
Can we play Stella in G flat? It's like, can we not play it in G flat? Can we just play in the it's like.
Yeah,
Okay, I get what you're trying to do. You're trying to test how good of a musician I am, but I mean, is that really necessary? I
mean, I think that's sort of thing is just ridiculous.
Yeah, for me, it's kind of the same though. I think the vibing in general, when you go to a jam session and you just find a bunch of musicians vibing each other, I mean, for me, that's like a deal breaker. Sometimes I just get up and leave. I don't think that is a healthy environment to like develop as a musician.
No.
I think that for me that is like what kills a nice experience in a jam session. Just the vibing thing.
Right. Yeah. For me, okay. My big pet peeve. I hate it when whoever, like, if you're the soloist, I hate it. Whoever is accompanying for you, whether it be a piano player or a piano or a guitar player, and they're just playing too damn much. You know, they're just like. Basically anything you play doesn't matter because they're just layering it on top with a wall of sound. Like I can't stand it when
I think every bass player who's ever picked up the instrument knows what you're talking about.
Yeah, right. It's just it's not necessary. And we're all guilty of it from one point in time to another, and that goes back to that listening thing. Sometimes you might be listening too much to yourself and not to whoever's actually playing. So that's always a problem. That one drives me nuts. I just can't stand it. It's like I'm trying to play something here, but I can't do anything when you're just throwing up all over it. Anyways.
Yeah, definitely, guys. Work on your comping. I think that for jazz is
it's like the hardest thing.
It's the hardest thing, and it's the most important. It's like honestly, when you're playing with good musicians, that is the first thing I think you notice. Like if I go to a jam session and I see somebody sit down on the piano that I've never met before, and I'm wondering, I wonder how this person sounds. The first indication of whether or not they can really play is going to be, okay, how do they comp for the melody? How do they comp for the melody, and then how do they comp during solos? I don't even have to hear them solo to know if they're a good piano player or not. Or same goes for guitar.
Yeah, you can tell right away.
And the next thing is how well do they play giant steps, right?
Yeah.
Just kidding. Quick question for Wallace. So me and Wallace, we play a duo gig, bass and guitar every Saturday. So we basically hate playing with each other because we do it way too much. But
if you live in New York, you should come see us.
Yeah, come see us. 105th Street and Broadway. Yeah, Broadway. Yeah. Henry's
Restaurant.
Enjoy some great food and some great jazz. This ad was brought to you by. My question was, how does it change? You might play a certain way when you're in a trio or when you're in a quartet or even a bigger group. How do things change when you strip it down to just two musicians? Like, did you do anything different?
Absolutely. I actually think that duo is a really, really interesting and fun way to play jazz, like as a bass player. So I think trio, the difference between duo and trio is not really that huge, but then the difference between trio and anything larger is actually really a pretty big difference. But let's talk about duo, because it definitely is its own animal. There's a lot more responsibility that you have in a duo situation. You have to take on 100% of the rhythmic support role, right? Like there is no drummer. You have to provide all the time. I mean, it's a duo, so you both do. You both have to provide the time. But the bass player, you take on the extra function of the drums. And you also take on this extra function of a comping instrument.
Right.
Now, the bass always has that. These roles the bass always has.
But there's more responsibility.
Heightened when it's a duo. And I think there's more room in duo to interact with the other players. So I personally really love playing duo because I can play a little bit busier. I can play a little bit with more, interaction, response to what the other player is doing at any given point in time. But it's difficult because you have to make sure that you don't, if you do something crazy, like I know when we play, every once in a while I'll do some weird little thing with the time. I'll do like a modulation, or I'll do a weird phrase that I'll do like a couple of 3-note phrases or something instead of a normal 4-note.
Throw me under the bus.
And every once in a while it's like, oh man, that definitely totally threw off Brent or whoever I'm playing with. I need to make sure not to do that, or do it better. Do it in a way that benefits the music and doesn't kind of confuse the other player.
Right. I mean, all this to say though, like for the guitar players, the piano players, other chordal instruments, playing in a duo, everybody should do it. Playing in a duo kind of a situation, because I mean, you can't just be relying on the drums, which we all use as a crutch way too much, or even the bass player in this example. Like, you have to know the time yourself.
Yeah,
and you will find out very quickly if you don't, and if you should be practicing with the metronome a lot more often. I know for me, I've many a time have come to the stark reality that that's something I need to be practicing, because in a situation like that, you're naked. It's like you're exposed. Yeah. So now one quick tip I would give, though, for, again, these chordal instruments is don't feel like you have to, clog up the music with a bunch of chords. That's a tendency, is like, it feels naked because there's no drums.
Actually, I agree.
You don't necessarily need to be busier, or, I know a lot of guitar players, we only have so many fingers to play things. We're not like piano players. And we feel like, every single note I play in the melody has to be a chord. You try just actually not playing chords at all and see what happens. And actually some great things can happen.
Sounds great. Yeah. For me, I really enjoy playing like chordless trios, like bass, sax, and drums. And, that opens everything up, and I really have fun every time I play a trio like that.
Me too.
And I imagine like a sax and bass duo. That would be super fun.
Really fun. It is fun because the harmonic roll is opened up. So you have, because there is no comping instrument, and like what Brent was saying, if you play a chordal instrument, don't just feel like you have to play chords all the time, because you can play your single lines as much as you want,
and you can still be telling the harmony with the lines.
Absolutely.
You don't need sometimes the chords, And
it opens up and gives me so much more room as a bass player to, let's say play alternate changes, or not even play different changes, but play a bass line, just how I want to play it. Right. Where, when you have a chord, it's kind of like, okay, well, that was a 2-5-1 and they played it, let's say minor 2 and then altered 5. Okay, well, let's say I didn't really want to play that altered 5. I wanted to play a natural 5 chord. I wanted to play that normal 2.
It opens things up.
Yeah, so it just gives you more, more choices, I suppose.
Okay, so we just talked a lot about how to actually play in a jazz group, whatever the scenario may be. What about gig etiquette, like the actual job side of it? Is there any particular behavior you think is appropriate or inappropriate on the bandstand?
Be on time.
Well, that's important.
What did you say, Wallace? You say be on time?
I said be on time. That is the thing I struggle with the absolute most.
Right.
Moving to New York, that was the biggest challenge for me, was making sure I was at a gig early enough to get set up and not make my band members freak out and have a heart attack. I was going to
send you 10 texts in 5 5 minutes, 1 minute.
That is, I think, rule number 1: be on time.
Yeah, dress properly. That's important thing, and even more here in New York City. Sometimes you get to play in a lot of really fancy clubs or parties, and you have to have a nice suit and a nice tie and be ready to use it.
Don't show up to a cocktail hour in a white t-shirt with jeans. That's just. You're gonna lose the gig for the rest of everybody else if you do that. And listen, we all know people that have done that before, so it's not like it's an unheard of thing. Here's a good one for all the musicians: is handle your liquor. I feel I know so many because it's an interesting job. We get to drink on the job. Pretty much every gig I've ever played, you usually get at least a couple drinks on the house. Actually, okay, I got a really funny story. I have to share this story. I may have told you guys this story before, but everybody listening doesn't know this story. I was playing this gig in Seattle once, and it was a late night gig at this bar, and it was a crazy busy bar and all this stuff. Anyways, the bass player, and by the way, all my Seattle friends who are listening, you do not know these people. Don't worry, I'm not talking about you. The bass player showed up, incredibly late, 15 minutes late. I would consider that incredibly late. He showed up 15 minutes late, and he kind of waltzes in. He's like, we're like, oh, getting ready to play, but everybody seems pretty relaxed. I guess people out west are more relaxed than us East Coasters. Anyways, so he's like, let me grab a couple of drinks at the bar really quick. So he goes to the bar, gets a couple shots of whiskey, comes up onto the bandstand. First set goes pretty well. Then we had a break. We all went and got some drinks, stuff like that. At one point in the gig, I'm looking back at the bass player, and he's like, his eyes are half closed. He's leaning up against the wall, mindlessly plucking his strings, like just wasted on the gig. I guess it worked for the situation because everybody in the bar was sufficiently drunk as well, it seemed, and cheering at a jazz show of all shows. People were cheering loudly. It was bizarre. It was a bizarre night. Needless to say, watch your liquor, be responsible, drink, have a few drinks, whatever's good for you, but don't drink too much. It's just really unprofessional.
Yeah, in fact, I used to have this regular gig in Houston that was at a pretty nice restaurant, and we would get, so the band basically had a tab, I suppose, that we could use to purchase drinks and food. And unfortunately, I think they had music 2 or 3 nights a week, and so one of the guys at one of the other nights apparently had a real bad experience there, got way too drunk and caused some trouble for the restaurant, and so they decided to take away the whole tab altogether for all the bands. So
that's a drag.
Don't do that. Don't be that guy. Let us all just drink responsibly, enjoy ourselves, drink after the gig.
Okay, just to close up the show, guys, any practicing tips that you want to share that you like to do?
Well, the metronome is super important. Practice with the metronome. As I said before, just try to put yourself on like real musical situations when you're practicing. Whatever you're practicing, try to make the exercise musical and something that you can actually use while you're performing. I think that's very, very important to do.
Yeah. I guess for me, I'd rather give advice on more how to practice than what to practice, because I think with practicing, the kind of the two biggest factors to consider are consistency and quality of practice. So what that means for me is I try and practice every day, and when I do, I'm not so much interested in trying to practice 5 hours a day like that. Let's be honest, you can't do that and make a living. You don't have that kind of time usually. So it's more about how can I try and have really quality practice and in an hour or in 2 hours, And so what that meant for me is I would take an index card and I would write out my little practice schedule, and I would focus on little exercises that I had that would focus on some aspect of my playing. And I would work on each of those for no more than 10 minutes, because I figured 10 minutes was my absolute maximum amount of time that I could really focus on practicing. So it's like, okay, you want to practice your scales? Well, practice 1 or 2 scales for 10 minutes, because after about 10 minutes, for me, I would start to kind of zone out, and the quality of my practice would go down.
Right.
So I would work on one thing for like 5 minutes or so, and it's kind of like, okay, if you do 5 minutes every day, that's really focused 5 minutes, and then that 5 minutes, another 5 minutes, another 10 minutes, all of a sudden you've practiced something intensely for an hour and a half, and you do that over and over again every day. That really builds up a lot faster and a lot better than if you spend 30 minutes working on scales a day, but you're only really actually getting 5 or 10 minutes of quality practice.
I think it's important also to leave some time to actually have fun with the instrument.
Absolutely, definitely.
Because that's how you started. That's why you start playing the instrument, because you want to just play in a band with friends and go to parties and get the girls and whatever. But and you need to remind yourself that all the time.
Yeah, totally.
That's why you became a musician, and so you have to leave sometimes. Maybe if you don't have the time to practice 2-3 hours every day, at least once a week or twice a week. Yeah, at least 15, half an hour just to play whatever you want and have some fun.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. For me, if you listen to episode 4 of this podcast, I talk about 3 things that every jazz musician should practice. And so if you haven't checked out that episode. Those are things that I really stand by, that every jazz musician should practice. But I believe it in episode 1 of this podcast, I talk about 4 habits to better practicing, and that's a little bit more on the lines of what Wallace was talking about. And I would say the number one thing is write down your goals. Start with your big goals that you have for your playing. Think big. Where do I want to be in the next year or 2? What do I want to sound like? What do I want to accomplish? And once you've established those big goals for your playing, go ahead and bring it down to smaller goals. And what do I need to get done this week to end up getting to this goal at the end of the month? I think if you set goals for yourself, and it's been proven time and time again, study after study, you set goals for yourself, and especially if you write them down, you're just going to be more successful in general. And so if you set yourself up that way, your practice sessions you're going to get a lot more out of them by doing that. So
yeah.
Okay, guys. Well, that's all we have time for today. I want to thank you, Diego, Wallace. Thanks so much for being on the show today. We appreciate having you guys.
Man, my pleasure.
Yeah, my pleasure, man. Thanks for having us.
All right, that's all for our show today. We want to thank you so much for joining us and tuning in. If you have any comments, any questions, anything to add to our discussion today, we invite you to leave a comment in our comments section below if you're listening to this on the website. And if you want to learn more about Wallace Stelzer, go to wallacestelzer.com. Or if you want to learn more about Diego Maldonado, go to diegothedrummer.com. Be sure to sign up for his newsletter there to get notified when his new EP is coming out. Also, for you drummers, I hear rumor that he's coming out with his vlog soon. So be sure to get connected with that to get all kinds of lessons and tips from him. And remember that if you enjoyed today's show, you got some value out of it, consider supporting us by clicking the support button below if you're listening to this on the website. If you're not, go to learnjazzstandards.com/support and help us out there. We're going to be coming out with episode number 6 of the LJS podcast next week. But before we leave, like I promised, we have a very special treat for you. This is a never heard before track. You're the first ones to hear it from Diego Maldonado's upcoming EP. This song is called In This Complicated Thing. Listen in. everybody. My name is Brent, and you're listening to the LJS Podcast, episode number 6, where today we're going to be talking about why jazz is important to society. And this is such an important episode. In fact, if you never listen to any other episode of this podcast ever again, at least please listen to this episode. This is all about why we even do what we do here on Learn Jazz Standards. It's why I do what I do. It's my life goal, my life mission. All of this is embodied in this topic. So I really hope you'll stay tuned with us and check out this episode. But before we get started, all the music on today's show is by our founder, Camden Hughes, from his album Introspective. And so if you like the music on today's show and maybe you want to buy the album, you can go to his website, camdenhughes.com, and go to camdenhughes.com/store. And if you're listening to this on the website, you can find that link in the show notes. And one more thing before we get started. If you find value in this podcast, we hope that you will add value back. This podcast is 100% supported by listeners like you. And we hope to always keep this podcast ad-free. So if you're listening on the website, there's a support button right below the player. If you click that support button, you can add a one-time or monthly donation. We'd greatly appreciate it. And if you're not listening on the website, you can go to learnjazzstandards.com/support. We'd really appreciate your help and support for this podcast. Okay, so let me kick off this podcast episode with a little bit of a story. So this last week, my wife was talking with one of her coworkers, and somehow in this conversation, they got to this point in this conversation, and I'm not exactly sure how it got here, but it was talking about artists and why they are doing it professionally. and what her coworker basically was saying, to summarize, was that artists should blame themselves for picking the career that they did. It's nobody else's fault but theirs that they are poor. They should have realized that people won't support the services of their artistry and therefore find a new job. And I thought that was an interesting argument. And my first thought when she told me this, she was a little bit upset and telling me about what this guy said. And the first thing that I thought was, well, he's kind of right. I mean, there is actually some truth in the fact that, well, artists should know what they are getting themselves into. We all know that in general, being a musician or being an artist, if you're trying to do it professionally, it doesn't necessarily, there's no promise of fame or glamour or riches. It's something that you get into to, almost follow your heart in a way. It's for the love of the art and to just be able to make, a reasonable living off of it is an honor for me anyways. But artists should know what they're getting into. Musicians especially know what you're getting into. And so I thought that side of his argument was reasonable. You can't blame anybody if you're not making quite enough money or if you're not, doing as well as you'd like to do. But the part of his argument that was especially weak, in my opinion, is the part where he said that people should realize that they won't be supported by society, so they should switch to another job. Because the problem with that argument is, the overarching problem is that you're basically saying that art does not have worth in society. There's not enough worth, and so therefore you should just go to something else. And what's the problem with that? Well, then if you have no artists doing art, then you don't have art at all. And please, for a second, imagine life without art. Imagine life without music. I'll go further into that imagination. If you can't do it right now, I'll go into more of what that would actually be like and how bad that would actually be. But devaluing art in society, I think that we should be asking a different question. We need to start evaluating why music is not valued as much in society and come to that conclusion. And then we have to define why it is. Why is music valuable? And specifically today, I want to go into why jazz is important to society. Because jazz is what this website's all about. It's what I do. It's what everything I do is about. So I hope you'll join me for this conversation, and we're going to go ahead and talk about first why music is important to society, and then we'll go into why jazz specifically is important in society. So I first want to talk about why music is important to society, rather than going specifically into why jazz is, because I think it's important to understand that music of all genres plays an important role in all over the world in our daily lives. And so the first point I want to make about why music is important to society is that it's important just for general living. I want you to think a second for every form of entertainment you know. Movies, commercials, background music in restaurants, just general entertainment. And then suddenly take music out of all of those. And what do you have? You have nothing. What makes a movie exciting? Music. What creates ambiance in a restaurant? Music. Have you ever been in a restaurant without music? It's awkward. I mean, I could go for a million of different examples, but if you strip away music just from those basic forms of entertainment, then we're missing out on so much that builds our everyday life. People go to music to get through hard times. I know I have songs that I can think about in my life where I went through a difficult period of time in my life, and there's specific songs that almost represent those times. It's almost like a soundtrack of my life. Music just has this way of uniting people together, to draw people together emotionally. And that's so important. And the arts do in general, but I'm specifically talking about music. Also, one really big one, really big one, is the same as food kind of defines culture, so does music. You know, what kind of music came from this country and this country and this country, and what that sounds like. And then even on a historical level, during this time period, what did it sound like? And then where did it go to? It kind of defines different moments of history for us in culture that just enrich us, enrich our everyday lives, you know, show the differences between each other and how we can come together. And another point I really want to make about why music is important to society is it's important to have in education. Okay, there's been many studies done that, especially for kids, for young kids in elementary school or even younger than that in high school, is it really helps develop the brain at a young age. In general. So, you know, it helps develop language and reasoning skills. It improves memorization. There's been studies that show that students that were in music courses and took music classes and were involved in playing instruments and singing, that they scored higher on SAT tests than those that didn't. It helps you with pattern recognitions, memorizing patterns and understanding how things work logically. It helps left brain developing ways of thinking, but of course it also helps right brain, the creative side. It stimulates that and strengthens and builds that side. It also increases coordination, the same as sports can do the same thing, throwing balls, catching balls, and all these different things that you can do in or soccer and those skills. It's the same with music. It also builds those up together. And this is why I so believe in building education in schools, music education in schools, not taking it away, and making that such an important part of our society, because not only does it help inspire a future generation of artists, it helps build every other industry, every other career in this world, because it's such a healthy part of the learning process. So music is important to societies, to me, for all those different reasons. We can't not have music, and therefore we need to be supporting music in our society today. Okay, Okay, so you've probably heard a lot of those arguments about why music is important to society or why music is important in general. So probably a lot of those things I just said to you aren't really, that mind-blowing or groundbreaking, but I'm sure that you're wondering why I think jazz specifically is important to society. This one might be, some of these ideas might be a little bit new to you. So I'm sure you're curious about this. And believe me when I say this, I really do believe that jazz is not just important to musicians or music history or other genres of music. Jazz is important to everyday people, whether you're a hobbyist musician, whether you're a professional musician, a student, whether you're a CEO of a company, whether you work at a gas station, whether you're a farmer. It doesn't really matter what job you do. I still think that jazz is important to everybody. So I really believe that jazz is important to everybody. And I kind of want to start out by reading this speech by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. This was his opening address at the 1964 Berlin Jazz Festival. So let me read this for you. These words are just too good not to share with you. God has wrought many things out of oppression. He has endowed his creatures with the capacity to create, and from this capacity has flowed the sweet songs of sorrow and joy that have allowed man to cope with his environment and many different situations. Jazz speaks for life. The blues tell the story of life's difficulties, and if you think for a moment, you will realize that they take the hardest realities of life and put them into music, only to come out with some new hope or sense of triumph. This is triumphant music. Modern jazz has continued in this tradition, singing the songs of a more complicated urban existence. When life itself offers no order and meaning, the musician creates an order and meaning from the sounds of the earth which flow through his instrument. It is no wonder that so much of the search for identity among American Negroes was championed by jazz musicians. Long before the modern essayists and scholars wrote of racial identity as a problem for a multiracial world, musicians were returning to their roots to affirm that which was stirring within their souls. Much of the power of our freedom movement in the United States has come from this music. It has strengthened us with its sweet rhythms when courage began to fail. It has calmed us with its rich harmonies when spirits were down. And now, jazz is exported to the world. For in the particular struggle of the Negro in America, there is something akin to the universal struggle of modern man. Everybody has the blues. Everybody longs for meaning. Everybody needs to love and be loved. Everybody needs to clap hands and be happy. Everybody longs for faith. In music, especially this broad category called jazz, there is a stepping stone towards all of these. Aren't those amazing words by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.? I mean, he pretty much for me just said everything I want to say. But of course, I'm going to go a little bit more into detail on my thoughts. Let me start with the first thing that I think what makes jazz important to society. Kind of reflecting on those words. And the first one is jazz teaches us to have courage. The Wayne Shorter, of course, you all know the saxophonist Wayne Shorter. He was once asked in an interview, how would you describe jazz in like a sentence or a few words? And he just said simply, I dare you. So jazz meant to him, I dare you. Isn't that interesting? But we see that in jazz music. Jazz music is African-American music. It was born out of the struggles of slavery and the blues. And then it was born out of New Orleans, this melting pot of culture back in that time and still to this day. And it was born out of this struggle and this oppression, and then it stretched out into different communities and ethnic cultures, and now it's all over the world. But it was born out of that kind of that feeling of courage, of speaking out. You know, jazz is not afraid to be vulnerable with you. Jazz is all about, I'm going to say what I'm going to say relentlessly. It doesn't matter. It's that expression when you hear a great jazz solo. It's yelling out, you know, at the top of its lungs. You know, this is who I am. Here's my music for you to listen to. I'm not going to be ashamed of what I have to say. It's going to be me, mistakes and all. Here it is. And that's what jazz teaches us. It teaches us to have courage. It's this incredible music born out of incredible circumstances that really is all about self-expression and having courage, whether it be the freedom movement for the African Americans, and whether it be, you know, today for us, no matter, you know, what the color of your skin or religion or anything that you are, it comes out of this feeling of just expressing and not being afraid. So jazz teaches us to have courage. The next thing that jazz teaches us as a society, and why it's important as a society, is it teaches us to improvise. So for 1 second, I want you to think about just your everyday life. You know, when you're talking with somebody, you know, when you're walking across the street, when you're going to the store, all these things will come up in those instances where you didn't expect them to happen. Someone will say something to you didn't expect. On your way to the store, something might block your path, or, you know, there's many things that could happen to you every day. And what we have to learn to do is improvise. And that's exactly what jazz does. Jazz is all about improvising. Okay. You know, jazz musicians are trained to improvise, to respond to the moment, to listen to the other musicians around them. What are they playing? Because what they're playing is going to influence what I'm playing. And, you know, when I'm taking a solo, you know, I might have worked on a lot of things that are just naturally going to happen. But in general, I don't really know what I'm going to play before I start doing it. I didn't learn my solo verbatim. I'm just playing what's coming out. And that's the truest form of improvisation. And so jazz musicians are trained to improvise. So improvisation is so important to everyday life. And that's what the jazz musician is about. So jazz teaches us to improvise. And I think that's something incredibly important. It's a great life value, a great, practical skill that all of us need to know. And another thing that jazz teaches us is it teaches us to innovate. Okay, it teaches us to innovate. And this is one that really strikes me as something that's valuable to society. Is jazz musicians are constantly, you know, expected to come up with something new, right? Like I said, it plays into this improvisation kind of a thing. They have to come up with things on the spot. You know, they have to come up with new music, come up with new ideas. And that's so important in our modern day society where we're full of scientific breakthroughs and we're constantly being expected to innovate and come up with new ways to do things in the workforce. I mean, it doesn't matter. You don't have to be a jazz musician. It can be anything that you do in your life. We are constantly being, you know, asked to innovate things. And jazz teaches us that we can do that. And jazz teaches us how to do that. This goes back to education in the schools. It's important for kids to start learning early how to do these skills. Jazz teaches us these different skills. And it's so important to realize that. So jazz teaches us to improvise, and it also teaches us to innovate. And these things don't necessarily need to be applied to life as a musician. They can apply to life as any kind of occupation that you might have. Another really important thing that jazz teaches us as a society is that everyone's voice is equal. So when someone's taking a solo, you know, it goes one after another. One person takes a solo, then the next person in line takes a solo, and the next person in line, and everybody listens to each other taking their solos. And it's showing us, it's kind of a representative thing of, you know, everybody has their equal time to say what they need to say. You know, it doesn't matter if you're, you know, not as good of a musician as the next. It doesn't really matter if, you look like that, or you look like this, or you come from here, or you come from there. It doesn't really matter. I mean, I live in New York City. It's an incredibly diverse city, and we have people from all over the world, all ethnic backgrounds, all religions. It doesn't matter. We all come onto the bandstand and we play music together. And that's what jazz teaches us. It teaches us that all voices are equal. Everybody has their turn to say what they're going to say. You take a solo, then I'll take a solo, then he takes a solo, then she takes a solo. And that's an incredibly great life concept. Again, especially for kids to realize early on. It creates such a healthy society, I believe. And kind of on that same notion, jazz teaches us to listen. More than ever of any other kind of music I know, jazz just really forces you to listen. Whether you're just a listener listening to music, or whether you're actually a jazz musician. So if you're a listener, jazz really is the kind of music that it really kind of asks you to listen. It kind of demands that you listen to it. If you really want to get something out of it a lot. I mean, you can have it on in the background and it creates a nice ambience. Of course, there's a lot of gigs like that I play. But if you really want to get the most out of jazz, it really requires that you listen intently, that you listen to what the soloist is doing, you listen to what the rhythm section is doing. It's kind of an engaging music. It asks you to be engaged. It's not something that you just blare on the radio while you're driving down the street, or I mean, you can, but it's not really made for that. It's not the hit single kind of culture. It's music that's art. You listen to it, you focus on it, you can get something deep out of it if you try. So it teaches us to listen as just general listeners, regardless of you're a musician. If you're a musician, it really, really works those skills. Because like I said, if you're going to be improvising, if you're going to be innovating, you have to really have your ears open to what the rest of the band's doing. What are you doing? What's your environment around you asking you to do? So you have to be listening. Where am I in the song right now? How do I keep my spot? Is the bass player playing something different than I am? If so, I need to check up on that to make sure we're on the same page. It's these kinds of things that are constant challenges in the jazz world. So jazz, it teaches us that everyone's equal. Everybody has their time in the spotlight to say what they need to say, unashamedly. And then it also teaches us to listen. Listen to the other person speaking. Listen to the music and what it's saying. Listen to the world around you and ask yourself what it's saying. These are very important lessons that jazz is teaching us today. So I want to conclude this episode by going back to that story that I was telling you at the beginning with my wife and that discussion she had with her coworker. Where he was right is, yes, it's hard to be an artist. It's hard to be a musician. It doesn't always pay a lot of money, and it takes a lot of struggle. And yes, society is not always on the musician's side. But that's not the point. The point is not how much money can you make off of the arts. The point is we need the arts as a society, and society needs to realize that we need the arts and we need to support the arts. So I know that a lot of the listeners on this podcast today, you're a hobbyist. You might play jazz for fun. You might just like listening to jazz. And I'm not really talking to professional musicians at all right now, but I am talking to all of the people that love jazz out there today. And I just want to say thank you for supporting jazz. Thanks for supporting music. Continue to support the industry. We need it. And continue to love the music, because music is important. It's special. I don't need to tell you this. You know this. You feel this in your heart. So thank you so much for supporting jazz. It's not about the money. It's about enriching the lives that we live. So continue to support jazz. Continue to support music. It's an alive music. It's a living music. And I just want to thank all of you for being a part of that. All right, and that's all for this episode today. I want to thank you for listening. I want to thank you for sticking around. And if you're on the website right now, feel free to leave us a comment. in our comment section below. We'd love to hear from you. We'd love to hear your thoughts about why you think that jazz is important to society and anything else you'd like to say. And remember, if you got some value out of this podcast today, consider adding value back. This podcast is 100% supported by listeners like you. On the website, if you click the support button under the player, you can add a monthly or one-time donation. We would really appreciate it. If you're not on the website, you can go to learnjazzstandards.com/support, and you can support us there. We thank you very much. And next week, we're going to be coming out with our episode number 7 of the LJS podcast. We'll see you then. My name is Brent, and you're listening to the LJS Podcast, episode number 7, where today we're going to be talking about how playing free can make you a better improviser. And joining us today is a very special guest, saxophonist Josiah Bornasian, so you're definitely going to want to check out this entire episode. And all the music on today's podcast is by Josiah Bornasian, so if you like the music and you like what you're hearing, you want to buy his album, go to josiahbornasian.com. And you can also find that in our show notes. There's a link for that website in our show notes if you're checking this out on the website. And stay tuned at the very end of the episode. We have a very special track, never heard before, from a brand new album that Josiah is on, a brand new composition. So you're going to want to stick around to check that out at the end of the episode. And one more thing I want to do before we get started here. If you find value in this podcast, in this episode, consider adding value back. This podcast is 100% funded by you, our listeners. So if you enjoy this episode, consider adding a donation and click our support button below the player. If you're not listening to this on the website, go to www.learnjazzstandards.com/support and you can help us out there. Okay, so without further ado, let's bring on Josiah Bornasian, and we're going to talk about how playing free can make you a better improviser. All right, today on the show we got saxophonist Josiah Bornasian with us today. Josiah, thanks for being with us, man.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
And so I know you. We went to college together. You're doing your master's program at the City College of New York. I was doing my bachelor's program. We've played together a little bit, but for most people listening, they probably don't know who you are. So tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, I'm from a small town in California in the Mojave Desert, and I grew up in Central California. I went to college in Los Angeles. I went to California State University Northridge. They've got a great jazz program there. Then I moved to New York. And like you said, I met you at City College of New York when I was teaching there and getting my master's degree. And then I finished up at City College and decided to try for my doctorate. So I've been kind of trying to get a situation that's positive, and I've lucked out. I'm going to be starting at the University of Miami this fall, and I'll be teaching there and getting a free doctorate. So
beautiful. Yeah. So we caught you just in between a little bit of traveling here. So we're happy to have you on the show. Glad we could talk to you about these things today. And I want to talk specifically today about something that I think you're well qualified to talk about, and that is practicing playing free
in your practice sessions and your playing, how a lot of people, they treat playing free is like a genre and not necessarily something to actually work on or practice, or how it can, benefit, just playing over jazz standards, for example. So I wanted to talk to you a little bit more about that, and just ask you to start with, how do you incorporate playing free in your practicing?
Well, you brought up a good point there. First of all, playing free it's really both. It's a style or a genre of music, kind of arose probably in like the 1950s or 60s, thereabouts, and it's sometimes related to or called avant-garde jazz too. And some people love it, some people are not so crazy about it. It's got a reputation for being kind of frenetic music. But so it's not just a style, though. It's also just an approach to making music, which you can incorporate into your practicing. So regardless of whether you like free jazz as a genre or a style or not, I'm a big advocate of incorporating free playing into your playing. And the idea is it's sort of exactly what it sounds like. It's that you improvise with no set sort of rules or restrictions. You're not playing over a tune. You're not playing a composition that you've memorized or written out beforehand. So, first of all, just as an ensemble, I guess I'll start with ensemble and then talk about how I do individually. I have done a lot of work with free ensembles, both in college and outside of college, and I've found that it's really great for developing group cohesion, and it's really great also for developing your ears. So, if you're playing an ensemble and you're trying to get to know your fellow bandmates, sort of the quickest way to kind of get to know their tastes is to play free with them. Because when you're playing free, if you just start improvising, you don't have anything to base your improvisation on except your imagination. So everyone's personalities come out right away. And it's also a good way to learn really quickly what your strengths and weaknesses are as a player and what your ensemble's strengths and weaknesses are as a player. So a lot of the ensembles I work with, in every rehearsal, if I kind of am in charge, I like to start with a couple minutes of playing free. Now, in addition to doing it with an ensemble, you can do it as an individual. You can improvise freely. And this is where I might sound almost like I'm contradicting myself, or it's a paradox. But sometimes you can get the most out of your free playing if you turn it into almost like a game, where you set sort of restrictions or rules or guidelines and then improvise freely within that context. So what you can do is really focus in on one aspect of music making that you want to work on. So let's say you just want to work on developing your ears. Well, there are a lot of fun sort of free jazz ear training games you can do. So one of them is, for example, like if you're a horn player, you get together with a guitarist or a pianist, have them play random notes on their instrument, and whatever they play, you play it back. And that can get a little bit...
So like, listening to what they're doing and trying to copy it, basically.
Yeah, so you can start with just like one pitch at a time, but that gets kind of boring and non-musical kind of quick. So, there are some fun ways you can turn it into a game or turn it into music. So one is you could build a line together. So let's say you're on guitar, I'm on saxophone. You play one note, I play back the note that you just played for me, and then I add a note. So now it's two notes. And then you play your original note plus the one that I just played, and then add a third note. And we go back and forth until we've built this line that we're improvising together.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I can see that would be a challenge, actually. I actually really want to try that sometime.
And it's not just for your ears, it's also great for challenging your memory, too, because obviously the longer the line gets, the more you have to keep it in your memory, hold it in your memory as you're working on it. So there's a ton of games you can do like that with other people. So you can have sort of like a guiding principle or a concept for your improvisation, and it can start restrictive and get really loose. You don't have to stick to it the whole time, or you can try and keep it the whole time. You'll probably get the same out of the same benefits no matter how strictly you stick to it or not. So for example, you could say, let's improvise based around the interval of a minor sixth, and start with the minor sixth as being kind of like the melodic interval that you're going to build your improvisation around.
So you're setting guidelines for your free playing.
Yeah.
For a practice sense, right?
Exactly. And you can do this individually, or you can do it with an ensemble. So it could be a specific concrete guideline, like, for example, let's focus on working on our time. Again, could be by yourself with a metronome, or with an ensemble, with or without a metronome. You could say, okay, so let's improvise freely, but in time. So have somebody set up a pulse, maybe the drummer set up a pulse. But hey, it doesn't have to have a meter per se. It doesn't necessarily have to be swing or straight or bossa or whatever. But just set up time and improvise and focus really on grooving in a pulse as an individual or an ensemble. Or you could say, it could be more abstract, and you could say, let's try and improvise the ocean, or so.
Oh, yeah, it's more of like a
vibe thing.
A vibes, almost
or
spiritual creativity, inspirational.
Yeah, or let's improvise mezzo piano and make it very meditative, or
See, now you're speaking my language, man.
Yeah, now we're talking. But so the great thing is, again, is you're sort of killing a ton of birds with one stone, because you're always going to be working on your ears when you're improvising freely, because when you don't have a tune to base your improvisation on, you don't have a set melody or chord changes, you can't fall back on it and rely on the things you've worked out in the practice room. So it really forces you to address your ears, to be totally open and connected with the people you're playing with, or if you're just playing by yourself, you've got to be really connected to the sound that's coming out of your instrument, and to be building your musical ideas off of that. So I think it's great, you work on your ears. You can also incorporate your imagination, because obviously, again, if you don't have a tune you're playing over, you can only rely on your memory and your imagination.
Right.
And again, if you're working in an ensemble, it's great for working on group cohesion, too.
Well, and I think one thing that a common misconception when people hear the word, we're going to play free, is they think of it has to be avant-garde, it has to be out there and weird. But I think, when it comes down to what free really is, it's really just, we're not necessarily playing a standard and playing perfectly in between these certain lines and play. You're using your imagination and just going wherever you want it to go. And like you said, you can set up these stipulations, these rules that you want to work on for practice reasons, or you can just play and go away and use your imagination. But it doesn't necessarily mean it has to be weird or abstract all the time. Would you agree with that?
Oh, absolutely, totally. And you can incorporate free improvisation into standards, and you can incorporate it into your own compositions. For example, you could be playing a standard and say, okay, maybe for one of the soloists, let's just not worry about keeping the form. And you could still be improvising, in the key of the tune. If it's in A flat, you're still improvising in A flat. You could still be improvising with time and a meter. You could still be improvising, based on the general ideas of like the melodic and harmonic suggestions of the tune's basic structure, but you're just not being so concerned about necessarily keeping the form, and then just have, somebody cue with the melody to get back onto the form. Or in your own compositions, I do this often in my compositions, I'll have sections of free improvisation built into the composition for part of the solo section. And again, we'll just use visual cues or musical cues to get us back onto the written music or back into the form. And so a lot of times, again, when I'm improvising freely, whether it's on a gig or on a recording session or during my practicing, it's not an aesthetic thing 100%. So it's not that I'm playing free because I want it to sound frenetic and wacky and wild, like experimental 1960s free jazz. A lot of times, when you're really focused in on your ears, it can sound more through composed than some through composed things. It can sound even more like a standard than somebody who's improvising and kind of going outside of the changes on a standard. So again, like you brought up a good point, it's not an aesthetic thing per se. It could sound wacky and crazy and frenetic and outside.
It could.
But free improvisation, especially if the musicians have good ears and they're kind of simpatico, they've got a good musical connection with each other, sometimes it could be beautiful and it can sound very consonant, and everyone could be playing in the same key, they could be playing with the same time feel, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, one thing for me free playing has done, I haven't always applied it in some of those, some of the ways you're talking about, which I think is incredibly enlightening. But one thing that I started doing free especially at the beginning of my practice sessions, was almost like a therapeutic thing, because sometimes jazz musicians, musicians in general, we get all wrapped up in, okay, am I playing the language right? Am I doing this right? Or does that line sound just like Sonny Rollins played it? Or, we get so caught up in the rules and the behavior that it can be so almost stressful to have all these stipulations. And I found it very therapeutic just to start by starting your practice session just playing whatever. It doesn't really matter. Doesn't have to be weird. Just let your imagination flow and play, and don't care necessarily what you're playing. So in a therapeutic sense, I think it can be a great thing to do. When I was in college, we did this class, and part of the class was the prof just had us playing free, basically. And afterwards, it opened up for comments. All the students could comment on what you did. And one of my friends told me, made a comment, that was the most relaxed I've ever heard you play. And I thought about that a lot after that, and I realized that the reason it felt more relaxed is because I just let myself go. And I think if we can practice even that side of playing free, it's going to come out in our playing in other aspects, even when we are kind of trying to go for a very particular thing. So
yeah, totally. I mean, you've hit on like one of the fundamental controversies or conundrums or sort of paradoxes of jazz, and it's that we do have this big tradition, and we need to know the language, and we need to spend a lot of time practicing in a way that's very disciplined and focused and analytical. But also, fundamentally, there's this other side of jazz that's based on imagination and freedom and experimentation and innovation, and also just joy and having fun. And you addressed this in one of the earlier podcasts on practicing. It's important when we're practicing to always take time to also just have fun, with our instruments. And playing free is super fun. And especially the better you get as a musician, and the more that your ears latch on to what other people are doing, it's really fun. It's low pressure, it's low stakes, because you don't need to stress about, keep nailing all the changes and keeping track of the form and, fitting in all of the vocab that you're working on. And it's also very therapeutic. It's almost like a meditative or like a yoga sort of thing, because it really focuses you in on that reconnecting of your imagination, your memories, your emotion, and your experiences with your ears and your instrument, with no sort of wall or veil or barrier between your imagination and what you're hearing and what you're trying to play. And I think that's really important, because sometimes we can sort of hide behind our technique, or we can maybe just get so distracted behind the fundamentals and the rudiments of trying to sound good, which is important, but again, maybe it sometimes can detract from the actual raw, deep core emotional expression of what we're trying to do as musicians.
Right. Yeah, and you mentioned some practices earlier, playing things with other people, like that ear training exercise where you play a note and they play a note back. I also think just literally playing free with maybe just two people, maybe you and one other person, and just start having a musical conversation with each other. Without playing a standard or something, it can be really great just to do that. And I think the key is you're using your ear. I mean, you've talked about that a lot so far, is you're listening to what the other person is doing. And the better you get at that, the more you're going to be able to create a meaningful dialogue with somebody else, rather than just I'm playing my stuff and you're playing your stuff. It's almost like we're talking together at the same time. I mean, what you want to practice, is having a musical conversation. And outside of playing free, you want to be applying that to if you're playing in the most traditional sense, like you're playing all the things you are or something like that. You want to be listening to the rest of the band. So there's a lot of lessons to be learned. And going on that for a little bit, how important do you think ear training is in jazz?
Oh, I think it's of paramount importance. It might be the most important thing. And you hit on one of the key points, which is, again, it kind of goes back to the idea of, again, that, I was talking about the balances. Another one of the balancing acts that we always have to do as improvisers in a jazz setting, or in any musical setting really, but particularly as a jazz improviser, we have to balance the focus on ourselves and listening to ourselves to make sure that we're aware of what we're playing, and that we're playing, what we want to be playing. But also, we're playing in an ensemble, and we're playing in a context that is totally based on communication and dialogue, like you said. So you also need to get outside of your own head, step outside of your own self for a little bit, and also really connect with the people you're playing with. And as you've talked about on some previous podcasts, and as all of us intuitively know, some of the best recordings and the best gigs that we've ever heard or participated in are the ones when we just really connect with the music and really connect with the people around us.
Absolutely,
and open up this kind of interactive conversational dialogue. Well, that can only take place if you've got really good ears.
Right.
So just like you can only have a conversation in a language if you really have a good, deep understanding of the language itself, of the vocabulary, of the grammar, of how to deal with different accents. So music is the same way, and the grammar and the vocabulary of music are scales, chords, melodies, rhythms. So just like you guys who are listening to Brent and I have this conversation right now, we have a common language, and you can recognize by ear what we're saying, and it has a meaning attached to it. You've got to develop the same skills with music. If you hear a chord, you need to be able to know, is that a minor chord or is that a major chord? Does it have a seventh and a ninth, or does it have a suspended fourth? So there are a lot of great ways you can develop your ear to kind of prep you for your free playing, whether you're going to do it in a practice situation or on a gig or a record. It doesn't matter. It's all going to be beneficial. And by extension, all of that will help your playing on standards or on your original compositions too, because it's all one giant skill set that's intertwined. I do is I've recorded myself on piano playing random chords. Most of them are standard jazz chord voicings, like standard jazz piano voicings. Some of them are a little bit wackier. So I'll record like a 5 to 10 second clip of myself playing a chord on the piano, and then once I'm done playing the chord, I say what it is. So I'll play G7 and say G dominant 7, and then I spliced it all up into a bunch of individual tracks, threw it onto an iTunes playlist.
Oh,
I hit play.
Interesting.
I put it on shuffle. I hit play, and I've got 200 or something of these. And so I'll sit there for 15 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour, and I'll hear the chord come through my speakers on my computer, and I immediately just try to play whatever my instinct is of what I hear. And usually I end up kind of hitting the top note of the chord voicing, because that's what usually sticks out to your ear, is if there's like a ninth on the top, you'll kind of hear that ninth. And then I just fill in the rest of the chord, or I fill in the rest of the mode that goes on with the chord, and I'm getting really, really quick at it. And it doesn't have to be a super like intellectual or pedantic thing where you go, oh, well, that is clearly, like a G7 chord with a sharp 11 and a flat 9 on top. No, it's more about just
the sounds.
The sounds, connecting what you're hearing out there in the world to what that sounds like on your instrument,
right?
So that you can react really quickly. So that's one of the things I do. And then again, the ear training games are you can do with other people. So sit down with a friend, have them play a melody and play it back to them. Have them play a chord for you or a chord progression. Try naming it, be like, oh, that's a 2-5. Or play along with it and try and figure out the key as quickly as you can. And it's just like anything else. Through trial and error and repetition, you'll develop sort of a connection with the music where you'll know by instinct what a note or a chord sounds like on your instrument. So you'll be able to more instantly react. And again, it's not that you always have to play exactly what you're hearing. So, if you're in a free situation, and somebody plays a chord that's, a G minor chord or whatever, it doesn't mean that you necessarily have to play the G minor. But you want to be aware of what they're playing, right, so that you're making a conscious artistic choice to either play inside the key or outside of the key. Just like when you play on a standard, you have to know the changes.
Yeah, it's that whole thing where it's like you got to know the rules to break them, right? I think you actually talked about that in an article you did the other week for the blog. You touched base on it anyways. And so, I think that one's called The Whole Truth About Jazz Vocabulary. Look it up if you're on the website. But you touch base on that a little bit. And you have to know what you're hearing. You have to know the rules before you can break them. And that's the beautiful thing. You can either break them or you don't have to if you don't want to.
Exactly. But you don't have that choice in the first place if you can't recognize by ear what you're hearing. And so I think ear training is, like I said, it's arguably the most important aspect of jazz, especially because, as all of us who have studied the tradition of jazz know, a lot of the early jazz musicians were what we would call illiterate, which just means that they can't necessarily read or write written music per se. So, in a sense, almost the whole foundation of the jazz idiom, of the jazz history, is based on people learning things by ear. And so those guys had to have incredible ears. And back in the day, before people had the technology to transcribe solos, and before there were published books with standards and with solo transcriptions in them, everybody, all the vocabulary they learned was necessarily by ear. So if you wanted to play like a certain performer, you had to show up to their gigs, listen very closely to what they're playing, try and memorize it, and then go home and try it out. Or show up to a jam session and try and figure out on the spot what someone's trying to play. Or, you listen to something on the radio, or you listen to something on a record. And, obviously not everybody had access to those things anyway. So it's, again, maybe the whole foundation of jazz is basically an oral tradition, meaning it's an ear-based, ear-training-based tradition.
It wasn't necessarily meant to be read off a piece of paper, and that's one thing about jazz education. I love jazz education. I'm all for it. I'm not against it. I know there's people that have issues with it. Oh, you're institutionalizing jazz. I think there's a lot of positives to it, but I think it's just really important to keep that oral tradition going. Like that can never be left out, and that's why on this website all the time we're saying, listen to the music, transcribe the music. I think this is a great new thing to add, is playing free. That's something we haven't talked a lot about, so I really appreciate you bringing this to the forefront for sure. Okay, so Josiah, you have a new record coming out, that's right?
Yeah, so last summer I recorded an album with a great Italian pianist. His name is Alessandro Fedini. We have a German bass player named Jacob Dreyer and an American drummer, Luke Markham. We're all good buddies. We've been hanging out and playing in New York together for a number of years, playing each other's music, and we decided to go in the studio. So we've got an album coming out. It's going to be under Alessandro's name, but I've contributed some compositions as well. It's all original music, what you might call modern jazz, a lot of improv, a lot of good compositions. That's coming out on Fresh Sound Records sometime by the end of this calendar year. And then we also just got out of the studio in the past week and a half. We recorded some more material, so we'll have at least a second, if not a third, record coming out in the next year or so, which, by the way, includes some freely improvised duets between me and the pianist, Alessandro, that we recorded on the spot in the studio on the spur of the moment.
So exactly what we're talking about today.
Exactly what we're talking about.
So you've got to check that out. It's going to go right along with it.
And for the record, on my first record that came out in, it's a few years old now, but I have an album out called Intersection. There are some interludes in between some of the tracks. I think I called them inter-free, so it's like inter-free 1. And it's actually just me and the other saxophone player, a good friend of mine, Matt DiGiovanna, who was on the record. We just freely improvised together as a saxophone duo. And they fit really well into the compositions I was writing for the album, so I fit them in as sort of interludes. So that album is available. You can check it out on my website, josiahbornasian.com. It's also available on bandcamp.com. And then I also did a live album with Jacob Sachs, Wes Reed, and Andrea Veneziani that you can check out on my website as well.
Awesome. Okay, Josiah, we thank you so much for your time. Thanks for being on the show. It's been a blast. We hope you all got a lot out of this conversation today, so thanks for coming on, man.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me, and I hope you guys all start playing free a lot now.
That's all for today's episode. We want to thank you for joining us and thanks for listening. And if you have any comments to add, any questions, you can do that below in our comment section. We'd love to hear from you and love to hear about your thoughts on playing free and how that can help you with your improvising. And also remember that all the music on today's show is by Josiah Bornasian, our guest. You can check him out at josiahbornasian.com. And remember that if you enjoyed today's show and you got something out of it, consider adding some value back to us. Feel free to support us by leaving a donation by clicking the support button below, or visit www.learnjazzstandards.com/support. We're going to be coming out with episode number 8 next week, but before we do that, we have a very special treat. We have a never heard before exclusive track from an upcoming album. This is a composition by Josiah Bornasian, and it's called Juno. Enjoy. Hey everybody, my name is Brent, and you're listening to the LJS Podcast, episode number 8, where today we're going to be talking about 2 exercises for hearing chord changes in your solos. Very excited to be talking about this topic today, but before we get started, just want to let you know that all of the music on today's podcast is by chromatic harmonica player Ivanek Pranay, and this is off his new album, Breathe. So if you like this music, you want to check it out, maybe you want to buy the album, go and head on over to cdbaby.com, type in his name, and his album is Breathe. So check that out. If you're on the website, we'll have the link to that. And if you're not on the website, let me spell his name for you really quick. It's Yvonnick. That's his first name. And if you type in Breathe, I'm sure you'll find it. And one other thing before we get started here. If you find value in today's podcast, consider adding value back. This podcast is 100% funded and supported by our listeners. And so if you like what you hear today, if it's helped you out in any way, there's a support button right underneath the player if you're listening on the website. And if you're not on the website, you can go to www.learnjazzstandards.com/support and you can leave us a donation there. Okay, so today I want to talk about 2 exercises for hearing chord changes in your solos. And this is kind of a concept that I get approached by more beginner and intermediate players of how to get those chord changes to come out in the solo. So when I was younger, I think I was in high school or something, I went to a masterclass with the guitarist Bruce Foreman, Los Angeles guitar player, if you haven't heard of him. And in this masterclass, he kind of opened up the class by just improvising by himself. It was just him and his guitar, and he was playing a song, and I can't remember what standard it was, but I remember that the entire performance was very captivating. Even though it was just one instrumentalist there, it was incredibly captivating. And even though he was a guitar player, he wasn't playing chords, he wasn't playing anything. He was just playing single note lines. And the entire time, I remember knowing what the song was, and I remember hearing all the ideas coming out so clearly, and it was such an interesting solo. And after he was done playing the song, he asked us, what tune was that? And again, I can't remember what it was, but we all told him what that song was. And he said, that's right, you all knew what the song was, even though I didn't even play the melody, and I didn't play any chords at all. And what was so interesting about that is he was trying to show us that he knew the harmony and he was able to outline the harmony so well in his solo alone that we all knew the song, we were all engaged, we were all captivated. And I feel for a lot of players that maybe aren't quite so as advanced, this is kind of like, the big thing that we're all trying to reach is, just really being able to hear the harmony and the melody and everything inside our solos and not just playing licks or scales or, things that don't sound like, or a minor pentatonic scale, something that is so elusive that you can't even really tell what the song is. We want to be able to get that to come out. And so I thought I'd give you today just a few different exercises that can really help us start delving and diving into this kind of a thing. And I would say these exercises are not only just good for beginners or intermediates, I think they're great things for advanced players to do and just to kind of boil things down and practice some of these concepts and ideas. So let's go ahead and dive into these. Okay, so the first exercise is one that's kind of simple in concept, but does a really great job of identifying the different tones in each chord and mapping them out on your instrument and how they lead to the next chord in the harmonic progression. So this is a great exercise to do, and I think that when we're talking about improvising, we should always be thinking from the basis of chord tones. Okay, not necessarily scales. What scale should I play over this chord, or these series of chords, or what different theoretical concepts can I apply to it, but rather just starting with the basis of playing off of the chord tones. And just in case that you're not quite sure what I mean by chord tones, I'm talking about what notes make up a given chord, okay? And people can call them arpeggios, whatever you like to call them. I like to call them chord tones. And so a chord tone, the formula that makes up a chord, in this case I made a seventh chord, as often in jazz they are, is 1, 3, 5, and 7. So for example, in the key of C major, so if we're doing a C major seventh chord, the chord tones of that would be C, the first tone, E, the third tone, G is the fifth tone, and the seventh tone is B. Okay, so that's what would make up that chord. I think a lot of folks will know that already, but just a little reminder for those that maybe aren't quite familiar with what I'm talking about. So essentially what we're going to be doing in this exercise is fairly simple. We're basically going to be playing the chord tones of each chord, or the arpeggios, if you will. And we're going to start by ascending on one chord and then coming down the next chord descending. And how we're going to attach the two is you're going to ascend up to the top of one arpeggio, and then you're going to basically find the nearest chord tone of the next chord and then go down the arpeggio that direction, and you're going to keep following that pattern. And you can see exactly what I'm talking about. If you're on the website right now, you'll see the first exercise here, which is called Ascending and Descending Chord Tones Exercise. And this is all based off of the chord changes to Autumn Leaves. It's the first 8 bars of Autumn Leaves. So you'll look at it. It goes up C minor 7, then it goes down F7. Okay, so it goes up to the B on C minor 7, the B flat, sorry, so the 7th, and then it goes ahead and it connects to the A on the F7, and then it goes down, and then it goes to the B flat major 7, and it starts ascending again. So you can kind of see how that looks like. All right, so I'm going to play that for you right now so you can hear what it sounds like, and go ahead and follow along with the handout. All right, so you'll hear and you'll see that I ended on the E natural, which is the 6th of the G minor chord. So I ended on a G minor 6th chord just to resolve the exercise. And you'll notice throughout that exercise that you could really hear all of the chord changes that I was playing. You could hear that I was playing the chord changes to Autumn Leaves. And so this is just a great exercise to add to your practice routine, no matter where you're at in your playing, just to be able to map out all those notes on your instrument, whether you're learning a new song for the first time or you're just wanting to, practice improvising, and just map that out on your instrument and not only, feel where all those notes are at, but also to hear them and start getting those in your ear. And so the next logical step after working on this exercise would just simply be to start embellishing it a little bit, work off the chord tones and really try to create lines and ideas that way, rather than maybe thinking about a scale. What scale do I play over this chord, and what scale do I play over this chord? Start focusing on more of the chord tones. And for example, if you're playing an altered chord, like a dominant altered chord, if that 5 chord is altered, then try to find those sharp 5s in there, and the flat 9s and the sharp 9s, and find where those notes are and play off of those instead. So this can be just a really great way for kind of basically building a skeleton of a solo, just so you can understand the framework and how it works. So that exercise is the ascending and descending chord tones exercise. Be sure to add that to your practice routines. Okay, so one important concept to keep in mind while you're soloing in the jazz context is voice leading. And what I mean by voice leading is I mean how each tone in each individual chord lines up and moves to the next chord. Okay, so it's important to try to find what are the notes that differ from one chord to the next. And kind of two of the chord tones that you really want to focus on when you're trying to, create voice leading is the third and the seventh. Okay, those are kind of really important chord tones. They're kind of like what I like to call the guts of the chord. And so you're going to want to really focus on those chord tones and see how they move from one chord to the next. So I'm going to go ahead and play for you this next exercise. I just simply call it the thirds and sevenths exercise. So you can follow along on the website with the handout there and go ahead and listen to this. So in this exercise, we're just dealing with half notes. So in this particular song, we're basically just doing 2 beats each on each chord tone. So 2 beats of the third and then 2 beats of the seventh. So if we look at that first chord there on the handout, so F minor 7, the A flat is the third of the F minor 7 and the E flat is the seventh of the F minor 7. So you'll notice that it just keeps going in that same pattern, the third of the chord and then the seventh of the chord and the next chord. So the third and then the seventh and the next chord, the third and the seventh, and it keeps going in that order throughout the entire form. You'll also probably have heard that you could hear the chord changes to All the Things You Are. If you're familiar with that song, you could definitely hear the harmony of All the Things You Are. And that's because there's such great voice leading between the thirds and the sevenths of each chord. And I'll explain to you why. So if you look at just those first 2 bars, the F minor 7 and the B flat 7, look at the seventh of the F minor 7, that E flat. See how it just resolves down to the D flat? And that's the third of B flat minor 7. So the 7 resolves really nicely to the third. The other thing you'll notice is in this conventional harmony, in jazz, where the chords are basically a fourth away from each other, right? So F is a fourth, or B flat is a fourth away from F, E flat is a fourth away from B flat, A flat is a fourth away from E flat. So this is very conventional harmony. This is where you get your 2, 5, 1 from, right? That's the second, third, and fourth bar of the exercise. B flat minor 7, E flat 7, A flat major 7. And you see this all through jazz like crazy all the time. These 2, 5, 1s and 1, 6, 2, 5, 1s. So it's very common, and you'll notice something interesting. Like I just pointed out, the seventh resolves nicely to the third in a downward motion, but you also notice that the third of the F minor 7 and the seventh of the B flat minor 7 are the exact same note, okay? They're both A flat. And let's go to the second and the third bar. The G is which is the third of the E flat 7 is the exact same as the seventh of the A flat major 7. It's both G, okay? So they have that note related. So in other words, you have to identify which note is changing in that progression. In this particular case, it's the third that's always changing in each chord. So resolving from the seventh to the third creates incredible voice leading, and that other note is what I would call a pivot note. It's sitting there and it's allowing you to move the other note so that you create this amazing voice leading. So this is a great exercise. Again, I would suggest advanced players to do this, just to go back to the basics and really just be able to outline where all of those notes are and to be able to figure out the voice leading and how each voice goes to each other. And I especially suggest this for compers as well, piano players, guitar players, and other comping instruments, is to literally just comp with just those 2 notes. try just accompanying people rather than playing big fat chords all the time. It can be really helpful just to simple things up and make everything simple for the soloist to really just play over top of that. So that's a tool to have in your toolbox. So this is a great exercise, thirds and the sevenths. And from here, again, another logical progression from here is to just start embellishing that. So practice playing a song, the thirds and the sevenths. In this case, try playing All the Things You Are, like in the exercise. And then just start kind of soloing off those two notes. It may not be exactly how you'll actually play a solo at a gig or a jam session, but, the practice room is like the laboratory. You can slow things down. You can break things apart. You don't have to play things just the way you would play in performance. In fact, a lot of times you don't want to. You want to just focus on a little individual things that you can work on. And so this is a great one, identifying those thirds and sevenths, figuring out the note that changes and the voice leading that goes through that form. And once you start doing that and you start working on that a lot, you'll just start hearing that harmony and you'll kind of know how that fits on your instrument and where those chords lead to. So I definitely suggest working on this thirds and sevenths exercise. Add this to your practice routine. It can really help you start hearing the chord changes in your solos and get that voice leading out. All right, and that's all for our episode today. We want to thank you for joining us, and we want to thank you for listening. And if you have anything else to add, or maybe you have a comment to make, maybe you have an exercise that you like to do to help you play chord changes better or help you to improvise better, feel free to leave a comment for us in our comment section below. We'd love to hear from you, and we'd love to learn from you as well. And remember, if you got any value out of today's podcast, if this has helped you out at all, feel free to leave us a donation. You can click on our support button below the player, or if you're not on the website, you can go to www.learnjazzstandards.com/support. We appreciate your help. We're going to be coming out with episode number 9 of the LJS podcast next week, so we'll see you next time. Hey everybody, my name is Brent, and welcome to the show. You're listening to the LJS Podcast, episode number 9, where today we're going to be talking about the how and the why of jazz composing. So today's episode is all about composing music, how to do it, why jazz musicians should be doing it. And we're especially thrilled to have back special guest saxophonist Josiah Bornasian to talk more about this with us. He's an expert composer, really couldn't think of anybody too much better to talk about this subject. So very excited to have Josiah back on the show, and we hope you'll stick around and listen to what he has to say. But before we get started today, I just want to say that all of the music on today's show is by our guest, Josiah Bornasian. It's off of his album Intersection. So if you like the music, want to maybe buy the album, go ahead and head on over to his website. It's josiahbornasian.com. You can find his CD for sale there. And if you're listening to this podcast on the website, we'll have a link to his website in the show notes. And one other thing before we get started with this episode today, if you find some value in today's show and you get something out of it, consider adding value back. This podcast is 100% supported by listeners like you. So if you're on the website, we have a support button below the player. If you'd like to leave us a donation, it could be one time or reoccurring. It really helps us produce this podcast and keep it going. And so we really appreciate your support. And if you're not on the website, you can go to www.learnjazzstandards.com/support and you can leave us a donation there. Okay, so I want to go ahead and jump on to this episode. We're going to talk about composing today. Super excited. So let's get on Josiah Bornasian. Welcoming back on the show today, Josiah Bornasian, saxophonist Josiah Bornasian. We're happy to have you back on the show, Josiah.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me back.
Okay, so today I want to talk to you about something that I think a lot of people have questions about, which is composition. You know, how to compose, why jazz musicians should compose. I mean, I think there's a lot of things we can touch on, but composition is kind of one of those things that, some people wonder how to do. They might find that they have writer's block. They don't know how to get past that. They don't even know where to start. There's so many things we could talk about. So you're a huge composer. You do a lot of composing. So I really can't think of too many more people that better to ask about this. Your music is amazing. So happy to have you on to talk about these things. I want to start with just a very simple question. Why should jazz improvisers compose at all?
Well, that's a great question, and obviously, I consider myself to be a composer. Like if you go on my website, I sort of present myself as, Josiah Bornasian, saxophonist, composer, and educator. Right. So I think it's an important part of my identity, and it should be an important part of basically any musician's identity. So first of all, in general music terms, the idea of specialization, the idea that there are some people who perform, there are some people who compose, is a relatively modern concept. So if you think about someone like Mozart, for example, we tend to think of him today as a composer, but he was also a performer, and also, according to contemporary sources, was a great improviser. Right. And he would compose music and publish it, but he would also perform his own works. And in the jazz tradition, it's really not that differently. The only difference is that perhaps the earlier performers who were not necessarily literate, meaning that they were not necessarily trained in how to read and write music notation, they perhaps wouldn't write down their compositions, but most, if not all, of the great jazz performers were composers and performers. And composition and improvisation are really interrelated skills. So whatever you're working on as an improviser is sort of like fuel that will help you become a better composer, and vice versa. Whatever compositional activities you do will improve your improvisation.
I mean, technically, improvising is just composing on the spot anyways, right? If you want to boil it down to that.
Absolutely. And all composition are taking improvisations or ideas that you sort of spontaneously created and writing them down and then editing them and crafting them a little bit more. So they're super interrelated skills. And again, whatever you do to work on one, it's going to complement and improve your abilities on the other. Plus, it's just fun. And like I also said, it's a big part of the tradition too. So you're missing out on a lot of fun, a lot of potential growth opportunities, and you're missing out on a potential important part of the music tradition if you're just specializing on one thing and not letting yourself get the benefits of being involved in the other activity.
Right. Okay. All right. So what about, let's say someone listening right now literally has never composed a piece in their entire life, and they're wondering, how the hell do I start to write a song? What would you go back there for a second and let's answer that question. Where do we start when we're going to compose a piece of music?
That's a great question. And, I think about this a lot. And, I'm somebody who, I've been fortunate enough that, I have a master's degree in music, which has involved a lot of composition. I've studied with jazz composers, classical composers. I've published and written, for everything from solo saxophone to electronic music to jazz big band to jazz combo to even orchestral music that's been performed in Turkey. So, and even with all that, I still struggle with this question sometimes.
I mean, it's hard to start.
In short, composition starts with your imagination. So the first thing is just to have courage. Don't be afraid to just try something. Write it down, get something from your imagination on paper. Now, obviously, in order to do that, you need to have a few basic musical skills. You need to know your instrument well enough to kind of pick out in sound what you're hearing in your imagination. So make sure you have your basics covered. Make sure you know basic scale chord theory. Make sure you know a little bit about basic music notation. But it starts with your imagination. And if you're really, really having problems, then sometimes it might seem counterintuitive or it might seem like a paradox, but sometimes starting with composition as an exercise or starting with strict restrictions can give you much better results than starting with nothing to base your composition on. It's sort of like the vastness of the possibilities of, I could write anything, that prevents you from writing anything.
Right.
So I would recommend starting with something simple, short, and pretty clearly defined. So a good place to start would be a 12-bar blues. So just pick a key, pick a key you're comfortable with, and start. And just like with improvisation, it's often really best to start with imitation. So why not pick a blues head that you already like, or if you want to make it a little more general, pick a composer, a jazz composer that you like, and try to write a simple 12-bar blues melody in that style. So, I'm a big fan of Duke Ellington, so maybe I'll listen to some of Duke Ellington's compositions and say, okay, I'm going to try and write a 12-bar blues head in the style of Duke Ellington.
Challenge of the week.
There you go.
Write a blues head and send it in to us. That's what you need to do. That's a great challenge.
Go for it. And that process in and of itself involves a lot of things. So again, you got to be brave. You got to do your homework. You got to make sure you listen to some music. You got to make sure you know the basics of what a 12-bar blues form is, and then just go for it. And part of it is just kind of turning off that voice in your head of constant judgment and constant fury that might be preventing you from putting your ideas down on paper. And then the other thing is to do it a lot. So one of the things that I think is really helpful is it's better to just compose 8 bars a day, every day, even if you write it down and throw it in the trash, or throw it in a desk drawer, or throw it in a notebook and never look at it again. It's an important thing to just get your ideas down. And it doesn't have to be elaborate. Composing can simply be writing 8 bars of a melody, or writing 8 bars of a rhythm that you think is cool. So I keep like a musical notebook. And, sometimes I'll be riding on the train, or I'll be on a plane traveling, or even I'm just sitting at home, or maybe I'll go for a jog and I have an idea. I'll come down and I'll write down ideas. And a lot of times it just starts as fragments. And this is a common thing too. Beethoven, for example, used to go on long walks, and he'd take musical notation with him and work out his ideas on these long walks. So, I'll keep like one section of my notebook is rhythmic ideas. And it could be like a cool polyrhythm that I heard or I imagined, or just like a rhythm that popped into my head that I think is cool that I could use somewhere. It could be harmonic ideas. So if I'm sitting at the piano and I'm just kind of fiddling around with melodies and chords, and I come across something I like, I'll write it down. So do it every day. It's okay to do it in small chunks. It's okay to write things and never use them. But so again, starting with imitation, starting with simple ideas, and then eventually expanding it into more complex compositions is a good way to go. And also, don't be afraid to give yourself sort of arbitrary restrictions to help get the ideas flowing and to help get you somewhere to start. Just like we do with working on a tune. You start with a restriction, like, okay, I'm going to play the head of the tune, and then I'm going to, maybe I'm going to walk a bass line for a chorus or two as I'm trying to learn the harmony of the tune. And then maybe I'll arpeggiate the chords of the tune. And then eventually you get to actually just kind of blowing over the tune. But you start with kind of giving yourself some practicing restrictions that help you to get comfortable with the tune. Same thing with composition. So start by writing a 12-bar blues. Or, you can get more creative with your restrictions. So why don't you start by writing a modal tune? That's another good way to start. Write a tune that's only got 2 or 3 chords. Maybe they're all minor chords, or maybe they're all sus chords, and just putting together a melody with harmony. Or start by, just writing a tune in like a 32-bar standard AABA format. So giving yourself restrictions can help you get started.
I like how you keep saying start by doing, because I think that's the hardest part for me is the start. Just start doing it, you know, and not be afraid of what's going to come out. That's easily my biggest problem with composing is I'll start, you know, I won't even start writing a piece. And then when I do start a piece, I'll throw it. I'll be, oh, that's not exactly what I wanted. That's not amazing. But I think the eye-opening thing about what you're saying is, you know, it's not about writing a piece that's going to change your life or somebody else's life. It's about practicing writing.
Absolutely.
And eventually you're going to come up with something that you love, you know, but nothing comes by just, you know, magically snapping your fingers and a masterpiece is born. It doesn't work that way. Right?
Yeah,
I mean,
you know, your imagination and your tastes and all that, they're great, but you have to put it into practice at some point. And just like playing, it's a journey. You know, it's a journey.
Right.
And the process of learning how to compose involves just kind of getting your hands dirty and doing it. And again, turning off that judgmental voice, at least at first. Just get a bunch of ideas down on paper. Maybe you take a break from it for a day or two or an hour, come back to it, and then you can kind of let your musical, you know, the arbitration of your musical tastes and your musical knowledge, then you can maybe kind of let it creep in and say, okay, so now let me take a look at it, maybe with a little bit more analytical or judgmental approach. But, you know, I'm the same way. I think it's a common problem. You know, the hardest thing is to get started. But once you get started and you have something to work with, that's when the real, the most exciting process of composition for me comes, which is crafting an idea and figuring out what am I really trying to say with this composition and how can I turn it into something potentially unique or special, but it doesn't have to be like, you know, you said it doesn't have to be groundbreaking, just something that's meaningful, that I enjoy. And again, that's like the point of composition, is you write something down because you've stumbled upon an idea, musical idea that you feel expresses something that's worth repeating. That's why we compose. So, you know, make it part of your musical practice to just compose. And again, it doesn't have to be a high stakes thing, just low stakes. You know, write down 8 bars of this or that, you know, once a day or once every couple days. File it in a drawer. Maybe you'll use it, maybe you won't. Doesn't matter.
So I was going to ask you a question. I was going to ask you, like, do you start with writing like the harmony when you're going to write a song? Do you start with a melody? What do you start with? But I think you kind of answered my question while we were talking, and it seems to me like you start with any idea you have. Like if you have a great rhythmic idea, all of a sudden it's like, hey, I think a song's born. Or you have a great melody, you'll be like, that's another great idea. Or oh, that chord progression I just came up with is awesome, and then you base a song. Is that kind of how it works for you, or?
Yeah, it can start with anything. So you know, a lot of we already talked about the connection between composition and improvisation. A lot of my compositions start with improvisations. So I'll sit down with my horn. I'm a saxophone player, or I'll sit down at the piano. And I'll just kind of improvise and fiddle around until I stumble upon something that I like. And like you said, it could be anything. It could be a rhythmic idea. It could be a melodic idea. It could be a harmonic idea. Occasionally, I get these flashes of kind of insight or inspiration where I'll hear a whole sort of a composition in one cohesive unit. But those are kind of special occasions. Most of the time, I hear one part. So like I'll hear a harmony that I like, and then I'll write that down and craft it, and then I'll add a melody, you know, or sometimes I'll start with a rhythm that I really like, and then I'll write that down and incorporate melodic and harmonic elements. And every now and again, I'll come from a place of more abstract. So I'll have like a vibe or a mood or an emotion I'm trying to convey, and experiment with improvisation until I kind of get close to it, and then write some of those ideas down and craft them. But really, you know, you can expand. The better you get at composition, the more you practice it, you can expand your source of inspiration. You know, every single element of the aspects of music can be a source of inspiration. You know, you could use just a timbre, like a tone quality, as a source of inspiration, or dynamics. You know, loud and soft and changing dynamics. Form, instrumentation, meaning who's playing, like who's in your band. You could write a composition for like, you know, bass and guitar and steel drums or something wacky if you wanted to. Orchestration, that's one thing that a lot of people don't think about. You know, in jazz we have this deep tradition and the tradition is important to know and respect, but we can also innovate with it. Why do the horn players always have to play the melody? I've written tunes where, like on the A section, the bass plays the melody. Just kind of flip the ensemble upside down. Why does the bass just have to keep time and the horns play melodies? Why not have the horns lay out, or why not have the horns play a background figure and give the bass the melody? So orchestration is important. Orchestration is basically, who's playing what when. Meter and rhythmic feel. Are you going to write a tune? Does it even have a meter? Is it going to be an odd meter? Are you going to do like a straight eighth or a swing? And then obviously melody and harmony and style, and even things like ornamentation can come into it. But so every one of those aspects of music are a place for you to explore, and a potential place for innovation and inspiration.
Right. One thing that caught my ear while you were talking is you were talking about creating, like thinking of a vibe and creating from there, and I couldn't help but think, because for me I play and I compose and I improvise out of probably too much of a hyper emotional side rather than thinking anyways, and so a lot of times when I write, I actually tend to think about times in my life or even specific people. I wrote a song based off of the singer-songwriter Elliott Smith. I don't know if you know about Elliott Smith.
He's great. Really deep, dark.
Right, definitely deep and dark. Yeah, great. If you haven't checked out Elliott Smith, check him out. He's no longer with us, but was an incredible singer-songwriter. And one time I was listening to a lot of Elliott Smith, and I just started writing this song that really felt like Elliott Smith. And then I was like, wait a second, this feels like Elliott Smith. And then I kept going with it and developing that. That's definitely an interesting way to approach it as well, composing just from that kind of feels level,
Yeah, and you can counterbalance that with a more intellectual approach.
Right.
So going back to the idea of composition as like something that you do in your daily practice, it can directly aid your practicing. So for example, I tend to write a lot of things that are in odd meters or mixed meters. And it's just because that's the way I tend to hear phrases. But like let's say you want to start checking out like odd meters, and you never played in 7. Well, one of the great ways to start your exploration of how do I practice playing in 7 is to write a tune. Write a tune in 7/4 and practice improvising over it. And then also, as you're writing the tune, you can write specific 7/4 rhythmic ideas, build them into the tune, and that'll kind of give you a way to practice playing in 7/4 in different stages. First is conceptualizing it, all different ways you can break up 7/4. You can think of it as like 3+4, or 4+3, or 2+2+3, and so on and so forth.
Right.
So you can use composition as a tool to aid your practicing, just like we talked about in the free improvisation podcast, where we talked about you can focus on isolating one aspect of music making and make that kind of the theme of your free improvisation. You can do the same thing with composition. So if you want to practice playing over altered chords, why don't you write a tune
that has altered
chords? And so you're kind of slowing down the improvisation process by composing. You're thinking about, how do I voice an altered chord? How do I compose a melody over an altered chord? How do I incorporate rhythmic interest and variety into it? So, and then you can also go to extreme and say, well, why does it even have to have chords in it at all? For example.
Right. And rhythm, you talked about rhythm too, being a focal part, which I think is something that a lot of people do not think about when they're composing, is rhythmic ideas. And that's something you do really well in your compositions. If you check out his music, he has a lot of rhythm going on in there. And so that's definitely something maybe that's a challenge as well, is to try writing a song just thinking about a rhythmic idea. And that's something I haven't really done. I think that's something a lot of us could do. A lot of times in Western culture, we don't think about rhythms enough. We think too much about melody and harmony. And sometimes rhythm is the greatest place we can start with,
Absolutely, and you just hit on a good point, which is it's kind of a Western obsession. If you listen to Indian classical music from India, like Hindustani music, there basically is no harmony. There's just a drone playing what we would call, like a 1 and a 5, like a tonic and a dominant or something like that. And then there's a lot of complex melodies and pitch bending, but a huge rhythmic element too. And so you can get inspiration for your compositions from music from other cultures. I listen to a lot of West African music. I come from an Armenian ethnic background, so I grew up listening to some Armenian music. Eastern European music, like Bulgarian music, is particularly rhythmically interesting. They have a lot of stuff in 11/8 and 7/8 and 10/8. And then listening to music from Asian cultures and Hindustani music again. So you can just conceptually try and approach composition from a different place than the traditional melody harmony form kind of a mindset. And then also again, all of these ideas that we're talking about, you can extend to your improvisation as well.
Okay, true or false question for you. Any chord can follow any chord when you're composing.
Well, that's kind of a trick question because in the biggest picture, in the biggest scheme of things, yes, you can do anything you want. But it's really important to keep in mind context, and this is why I recommend starting with imitation. Because, there are things that work better or they work not as well given the context. So if you have a clear goal, and especially if you guys ever get hired with a commission and it has specific guidelines. Oh yeah. Like let's say, I've been hired to do a commission to do some jazz arrangements for a Turkish composer. And so there were some restrictions, and the main restrictions were that I had this guy's melodies that I had to work with. So, you never know when you're going to be in a situation where you have an outside restriction. So it's important to know the basic language of some basic styles, and that involves knowing context. So if you want to write a blues, you've got to know what the form of a blues is. You've got to know what the standard sort of historical vocabulary for a blues melody are. You've got to know what are some of the common blues substitutions, what are the common kind of rhythmic ideas and pitch bending ideas and ornamentation that people do over the blues. So in certain contexts, there are rules that are kind of general guidelines of common practice that people have done, and it's important to be aware of those rules. And again, it's not that you can't break the rules ever, and some of the most successful music is people stretching, if not flat out breaking rules. But it's about having that awareness of the context and what's appropriate. So in general, yes, it's a free country, it's a free music, you can do whatever you want, but it's always important to be aware of context. And the most important context always is what you want to express. Right. So if you're trying to express a specific thing and your melodies or chord progressions or anything are counterproductive to what you're trying to express, then obviously you want to avoid that or change it.
That's a good point you brought up too about if you ever actually if you ever did get to that point where you were composing music, being hired to compose music, you kind of have to know what context you're working out of, and that's definitely one thing.
Or even if you just get a gig, like let's say a lot, almost all of us do gigs at some point that are not necessarily our main style. What if somebody hires you for a Dixieland gig and you want to have some original music in addition to just always playing When the Saints Go Marching In? You've got to then have the skill set to write in Dixieland style.
In that style, right. Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, I was Hal Leonard, the publication company, had me write a book for them, 500 jazz licks. It was a lot of licks, I mean, I didn't realize how challenging it was going to be at first, and because you are working under a very specific, kind of restrictions of you have to play. Make lines over these chord changes and these chords and blah blah blah, and I had to know how to do that and be prepared to do that. It's different than maybe writing an actual piece, but yeah, it's definitely.
But the skills that you used and developed in order to do that are apply to the composition too.
Absolutely.
And again, and so that's a great way to start too. Is again, take some 2/5s and improvise some licks and write them down. That's another simple example of a great first step to composition.
Yeah. And I think for a lot of folks that may really know their jazz standards well, it could even be a great idea just to try writing a tune, a contrafact.
Absolutely.
Which is basically, take the chord progression of a tune that you already know. I don't know, All the Things You Are, All of Me, whatever, blue bossa, you name the tune that you know, and just write your own melody over top of that song. I think that can be a really great starting point. Or like you said before, a blues. Just a blues.
It's a rich part of the jazz tradition. I mean, essentially every single blues head is basically a contrafact on whoever came up with the blues form, way back in the day. Every single rhythm changes is a contrafact on George Gershwin's I Got Rhythm. And then there's tons of other examples. The first one that comes to mind is you might know the Thelonious Monk tune Evidence, which is a contrafact on Just You, Just Me, which is one of those Monk puns, just us, just as evidence. But
right, yeah.
That's where he came up with the title. But so, contrafact is another great place to start. If for no other reason, then it's such a deep part of the jazz tradition.
Right, okay. All right, before we let you go, Josiah, any practicing tips for saxophonists, or not just saxophonists, any jazz musician out there?
I would just say make sure you cover your bases. I'm the kind of person that I like to spend extra time on the fundamentals. All my favorite musicians, and this goes for anything too.
Fundamentals.
All my favorite athletes. You can watch them before and after games. They're the guys who are the top of the top of the top. They're the guys who spend an extra 10, 20, 30 minutes on the fundamentals when everyone else has already gone to the locker room. They do the extra jogging, they do the extra warm-ups, they do the extra cool down. So I spent a lot of time just working on my sound, and it's something that I'm never going to stop doing. Some days 50 to 75% of my practicing is just on my sound, long tones and basic technique things like tonguing, and you can expand that any instrument, just working on your sound, working on your articulation, working on your time. Again, we've mentioned a lot your ears. I'm a huge advocate of working on your ears, because if you've got good enough ears and you've got a good sound on your instrument and decent time, you're going to be able to sound great in any musical setting that you're in. And then, all these things we're talking about, just addressing all those basic elements of music. Timbre, your sound, dynamics, having control over the loud and soft of your instrument, having control over different meters and rhythmic feels, melody, harmony. So, I'm a big advocate of creative practicing. So whatever practice regimen or routine you can come up with that allows you to creatively address those fundamentals, I think is the best way to go. Great advice.
Well, Josiah, thanks for being on the show again. We always love having you. It's been a great time having you talking about this stuff. Composition is, really one of your the awesomest things about you as a musician. So it's great to get some insight from you.
Well, thank you, and thanks for having me.
And that's all for today's show. We want to thank you so much for joining us. We want to thank you for listening. And if you have anything to add, if you have any comments to make, maybe you have something to say about how you compose music, we'd love to hear from you. So if you're on the website, leave us a comment in the comment section below. And again, all the music on today's show is by Josiah Bornasian, his album Intersection. So go ahead and check that out at josiahbornasian.com. And remember, if you got anything out of today's episode, maybe you got some value from it, consider adding value back. Feel free to support us by clicking the support button below, or if you're not on the website, go to learnjazzstandards.com/support. We really appreciate you supporting the production of today's podcast. So we're going to be coming out with episode number 10, the big 1-0 next week. We'll see you back then. everybody. My name is Brent. Welcome to the show. You're listening to the LGS Podcast, episode number 10. That's right, we made it to episode number 10. Thanks, everybody, for listening so far. And in today's episode, I got the distinct privilege of talking with internationally renowned guitarist Bruce Forman. In my opinion, one of the best jazz guitarists alive right now. So this was incredible. We had an excellent conversation. I got him on the phone all the way from Los Angeles, California, right before he was heading off to a gig. So we're very excited for today's show. I'm excited for you to listen to this amazing conversation that we had together. But before we get started, I just want to say that all of the music on today's show is by our guest, Bruce Forman. It's off of his latest album, The Book of Forman. And if you like this music today, if you want to maybe buy his album, you can go to cdbaby.com, look up The Book of Forman or look up Bruce Forman. I'm sure you'll find it there, and you can purchase that album. And today, since this is our 10th episode, in a way, I kind of consider it a bit of a mile marker. You know, when we first started this podcast, we weren't really sure if how it was going to be received. We weren't really sure if we should, continue doing it. But what we got was just an overwhelming response from all of our listeners on and readers on Learn Jazz Standards. And you all seem to really like the show. So we want to thank everybody for listening to the show so far and for following us, for tuning in. We sincerely appreciate it. And we especially want to thank all of you who have supported this podcast by donating. We really appreciate it. We also were unsure if we're going to be able to fund the production of this show. And we thank everybody so much so far for donating one time or giving monthly to support this podcast. We could not do this without you. So we want to thank everybody so much who has supported us thus far by giving. And if you get some value out of today's show, if you get something out of it, consider adding value back. We're dedicated to keeping this podcast 100% ad-free. So if you got some value out of it today, there's a support button below the player. If you're listening on the website, you can give a one-time or monthly donation there. Or if you're not listening on the website, you can go to learnjazzstandards.com/support and you can give there. We really appreciate all of your support. All right, now before I get Bruce on the line, I just want to talk a little bit about Bruce for those of you who may not be familiar. Like I said, I think Bruce is, in my opinion, he's one of the best jazz guitarists living today. He's had about 17 recordings out as a leader. He's played on countless albums as a sideman. He's even had a featured role on one of Ray Brown's last albums. He's done soundtrack performances for Clint Eastwood's Oscar-winning $1 Million Baby. I'm sure a lot of you have seen that film. He's done other stuff like that. He's just a renowned educator. He is a professor at, or not a professor, but he's an adjunct faculty at USC, Thornton School of Music. And he's played at jazz festivals all around the world. I mean, he's really a career jazz professional and world-class by all means. And I first met Bruce actually when I was much younger. I think I was probably around 16 or 17, definitely before I had dedicated myself to being a jazz musician. And Bruce really was a guy that he led me in the right direction. It was at this jazz camp. It was the first year of the jazz camp. It was called the Great Basin Jazz Camp. And I believe the first year was taking place in Nevada. And so I went down to this camp, and it just so happened to be that because it was in its first year, there were actually no other guitar players at the camp. So I got to spend an entire week with Bruce, just one-on-one, playing and talking and hanging out. And I think at the time I didn't even realize how valuable that was. But it really impacted me a lot. He really led me in the right direction. A lot of teachers have, but he really, especially in a guitar sense, led me down the right direction. And in jazz, it doesn't matter if you're listening and you don't play guitar, you're going to get a lot out of today's conversation. So Bruce was just a really impactful figure in my life as a jazz musician. So I'm just really excited to have him on today. So let's without further ado, let's get Bruce on the line all the way from Los Angeles. right, today I got on internationally renowned jazz guitarist from Los Angeles, Bruce Foreman. Bruce, thanks for joining us today.
Hey, it's a pleasure, Brent. Great to talk to you.
Absolutely. Well, I just wanted to start out by just talking a little bit about your musical beginnings and just find out, how you got started on this whole thing. So did you come from a musical family?
Not really. No, my mother did make me play piano when I was a kid, classical piano. And so I did that from about the age of 6 and just sort of, did that for a while and got hip to a guitar at about 12 or 13 and just sort of played around with it. It was just easy to carry around and learn some stuff, whatever everybody was playing at the time. That would have been about 1968. So, and then I kind of gravitated more towards that instrument than the piano. It was a lot, I was playing with other people. I think I liked that a lot. And it was nice to be able to carry it around.
Right.
And and then I heard Charlie Parker, and that was the end of everything.
Wow. Yeah, Charlie Parker. So that's what kind of got you hooked on the jazz thing?
Yeah, totally.
Okay. So how did you get to this point where, at what point was it in your life? I mean, when you discovered Charlie Parker, but how did you get to where you are now? What made you go towards this path of becoming a professional jazz musician?
Wow. Well, I just loved the music, and there was a couple of guys in my school that were good players, and then I got connected with the rich jazz community of San Francisco and all the players there, and they were very welcoming, and I just loved the music, I loved the people, and I loved the challenge, and so I just sort of did it. It was all I wanted to do, really, and I just kept doing it. Next thing you know, I'm gigging, in high school, and I love it so much. I'm just in a constant state of studying it all the time and checking out what everybody's doing. And it just sort of happened to me. It didn't really, I didn't kind of go to career day at high school and kind of decide, wow, I want to sleep late, so maybe I ought to be a jazz musician,
Right. Now, there wasn't, was there the kind of thing they have now where you go to college for jazz, or was it completely different back then?
Well, it was just starting back then.
Okay.
There was a couple of schools that did have jazz programs. North Texas and Berkeley were going strong. Indiana was just starting up. It was in its fledgling, the jazz education world. And I was lucky to be in San Francisco. It was such a rich time. We had this great club called Keystone Corner, which had the world's greatest jazz bands, would play 6 nights a week there, along with numerous other clubs where other bands would come through, and a lot of great local players, and Bobby Hutcherson and Joe Henderson and Woody Shaw and George Cables all lived in San Francisco at that time. So I was immersed in this amazing community, and so I went and checked out North Texas, and I just realized being out in Denton with a bunch of kids my age, or hanging in San Francisco with Woody Shaw and Joe Henderson and Bobby Hutcherson, it just seemed pretty obvious to me what the best thing for me to be doing was at that time. And then I moved to New York, and so it was just...
You moved to New York? I didn't know you moved to New York.
Yeah, I lived in New York in the late 70s. So,
okay. How long did you live in New York?
2 years.
2 years.
And I was in a lot of bands that were touring, and they were based on the West Coast. So I just sort of ended up out here again, where it's my home, and I kind of never, I go through New York, but I never moved back there, But so it was a whole different world then. There were lots of gigs and lots of bands playing, and lots of inspiration, and so I just kind of followed the dream and didn't really think about it. I've always loved to teach because I like to study. I'm just the music, right. The way it works and how to make it work is just one of the things I'm always thinking about. And I guess I have a lot of empathy for people. So when I see them kind of needing to figure things out, I like to help and try to help them figure out a way to find what's happening in their ear, and get them to the place they want to be. So I've always been involved in the education, just not in the formal thing till I ended up teaching at, university.
So teaching and education in jazz, this is clearly something that's important to you. I know you're teaching at USC. That's correct, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, how important is it? there's this big debate about, the institutionalization of jazz and, how it's kind of taken root in the schools versus how it used to be, back in the day with Charlie Parker and all these guys where they really just went to clubs and they listened to each other and they played with each other. What are some of your thoughts on that?
Well, I'm ambivalent about it. Now, you got to understand that my interaction with this whole animal, the institutionalization that you call, is I only do private lessons. So in many ways, what I'm doing is no different than the world was back when good young players were coming up and wanting to hang out with cats and pick their brain, and you know what I mean, and play with them. So my experience, you could say, is pretty much no different than it was 40 years ago, 50 years ago, 80 years ago. The institutionalization of it, though, the fact that the whole thing has moved out of the clubs and into the schools, I think it's had a dramatic effect on what the music sounds like, on the way people play it. And I think it's also, it's just the way the times have moved on. I'm glad that jazz has been accepted as a high art form, that the institutions like the universities and nonprofits want to support and see it as valuable to kids. And of course it has a huge impact on how the music sounds and how it's played.
How do you think it affected the way it sounds with the?
Well, I think that in general, you have to understand that I played gigs, and the gigs there were people in clubs listening to the music, and it was a happening. The music was not the only thing. It was a fabric of a bigger sociological experiment, and in the school it's pretty much isolated to it's only the art. It's not interacting in a real world situation. There's no social aspect to it. There's no economy attached to it, and those ramifications have made it far more easy to be isolated and to just sort of come up with something that's far more intellectual and void of all those other pressures. Now, that could be a good thing or a bad thing. I try not to. Sure. I try not to bring value judgments to things because that doesn't help me help myself or other people. I know what I like, and I do like interacting with people, and I actually even like entertaining people. And I know that's. In many ways, that seems like that's almost a taboo in jazz now, but I dig it. I dig it when people like the music and are having a good time. I like it when people laugh. I kind of would love to be a comedian too. I kind of am.
I've been to your shows. I've heard the jokes.
Yeah,
you're good at that. You're amazing at that. And I sort of do agree with you. And there's this idea that the music sometimes gets over intellectualized and the entertainment value can be lost at times. Just remembering that we're entertainers as well.
Yeah, but I don't want to sit here and say, that one is good and one is bad. I'm really, everybody, this music is creative art music. Everybody's supposed to tell their own story. And if your story is this, everybody check out how badass I am and look how smart I am and how difficult I can do things, if that's your story, then you should tell that story. And good luck, you know what I mean? And some people are going to dig it and some people aren't going to dig it. And if you're a kind of person like me who likes to swing and challenge himself and, and have fun and make people laugh, then I should be able to do that, and it should be no less jazz than anything else.
Sure.
And that's and as a teacher or a player, I'm out here to put myself into the situations I'm in and make the best music possible. Be creative, use my imagination, and paint a soundscape for that moment. As a teacher, I'm there to help the person get to where they want to go. Mm-hmm. And that's all I'm thinking about. And, it doesn't matter if I like it. The only person that should matter to is me.
Right. Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Do you think that is there the same opportunities for younger jazz musicians coming up now as there were back when, you were in your 20s per se?
Definitely not the same opportunities. Okay. Definitely not. Are there opportunities? Yes. Are there as many opportunities? Perhaps, maybe more, maybe less. I really can't answer that question. I do know that, look at what we're doing right now. We're sitting here talking, via the internet, and we're able, I mean, I can give lessons in the same way we're talking right now.
Yep.
That was not around when I was in my 20s. So the ability to reach out to people all around the world, the ability for an artist who's not signed to a major label to still have the opportunity to reach out to fans all around the world, to put a tour together, to to create new things happening. It's like there are opportunities that were not around back then. And because of it, we have new responsibilities, because obviously clubs and promoters have decided that they don't need to promote our gigs. It's up to us, because we've got this email base and Facebook. And so now we've become not just musicians, but we also have to promote our gigs. And we have to learn how to do that. And I just want to throw down, like I do to all my students, to anybody who's listening, to this from a like from your age perspective, it's all the entrepreneurs now, man. You got to figure out, it might not be clubs where this music is played anymore.
Right.
The future of this music may be pet stores or coffee shops or, or factories, or, playing breakfast at, at some Denny's somewhere. I don't know. It's like, we're going to have to figure out where to, if you've got music that people want to hear, and you find a place to play it, you'll be okay. And there's lots of tools to use now. And that's a part of the creativity now. It's not just what you're going to do on a G7 chord, but what do you want the defining qualities of your music to be? Who do you want to reach out to? Where is the best way to do that? How can you create your thing to make it have impact in the world around you?
Yeah, I like to call it being a jazz-trepreneur, because the internet has, I mean, it's revolutionized a lot of different industries, but sure as hell, it's also revolutionized, the jazz industry. And so you hear a lot of people complaining, oh, it's not like what it used to be. It's not this, it's not that. But it's just changed. I think that's my perspective on it. It's just changed, and you have to find a way to fit into the world around you. And I think that's what you're saying.
Exactly what I'm saying, although I've never heard the words jazz and industry put together before. But, it has a nice ring to it, I got to say.
Hey, it could be something. It could be something.
But yeah, and, let's face it, I'm getting up in years, and I've been doing this, a lot longer than you've been alive. And so naturally things change, and they're supposed to change. And, and I'm supposed to be like that. I'm sure I'm like one of those guys that, when Bird came along, the older cats hated him because he was changing the music and, making it a different thing. And then Train came along and they hated him, and, and Sun Ra and Ornette. And there was, and it's like, and then when Miles added, did Bitches Brew, and rock and roll started being part of jazz. I mean, it's like, that meets a lot of resistance, because the people, you can see like you're being put to pasture. There's, you really love what you're doing. I'm committed to the way I play. I believe in it. I put a whole lifetime of work into this, and to see the world kind of stylistically and aesthetically choosing to move in a newer direction, of course that stings. You know what I mean? And of course, it's easy to have that sort of bewilderment and and even a little bitterness. That's to be expected. I really try to tone it down, and ultimately at the end of the day, I just play and try and find people who want to hear it. But but it's, everybody needs to do what their thing. But when I hear young people bitter about it's not the way it was, they don't even know the way it was. Mm-hmm. That's just ignorance.
Right.
What they are, and there is this whole thing of like people, there's an entitled, how can I say this politically correctly? Okay, I probably can't, but there's the people who are going to college are entitled people. They can spend a lot of money, they can go into debt, whatever. I mean, even just being able to go into debt is kind of an entitled position, that someone will loan you money, and you go, and these are people who, this is the way it works. You go to college, you get a degree, and you get a job, right? That's the way it's always been in this society.
Right.
No. In jazz, it was never that way.
It wasn't, yeah.
And it's not that way. And I think a lot of people are like spent a lot of money going to school, and they got their degree, and now they're hitting, and they want it to be the way it used to be. Well, it wasn't the way it used to be, where you just like paid $250,000 for an education, and then somebody like said, "Oh, now you're in Art Blakey's band." You know what I mean? It's like it just doesn't work that way, and it never did.
I see it all the time over here in New York, Bruce. Among my generation, I went to school with a lot of guys, and as soon they racked up tons of college debt. As soon as it got out, they didn't really have a plan. They didn't really know what was going to happen. I guess they thought, oh, by the time I'm out of college, I'll be playing a bunch of gigs and playing with these, big people. But, they found out that's not exactly how it works. So
that is totally not, that's not how it ever worked. You know what I mean? And so and then then they start getting mad at jazz for it. They got their degree and they believe that the world works. You get your degree, you're entitled to getting stuff. And it just doesn't work that way. And the only thing that degree kind of gives you the ability to do is to get a job teaching this music in a university. But there's X amount of positions, and there's 100 times that getting these degrees. So that's an even more competitive environment. And it's just people are not realistic. They don't understand that when I used to go hear Art Blakey, even we're talking the 70s, early 70s.
Mm-hmm.
He was playing 6 nights a week on a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday night. There was 15, 20 people there, and on the last set I was probably the only person there. And even on the weekends there would occasionally be full show and maybe not. That famous Bill Evans Vanguard record, there was probably 20 people in the room when he recorded that. The Village Vanguard, because you live in New York, you know how small that place is.
It's small. It's not that big.
To a kid who's studying jazz in somewhere else, that's a church.
Yeah.
In their mind, that's a hallowed, as it should be. It is a hallowed church, but they just the idea of scale is a little bit distorted.
Illusions of grandeur.
You know what I mean? They're imagining, wow, the Village Vanguard. You're thinking it's like some grandiose place because it's so much amazing history has happened there. And in fact, those cats were margin. We were on the margin of popularity. They were on the margin of popularity. The music's always had great supporters, but to think of it in terms of this sort of packed house all the time and smoke and mirrors and everything looks like the Grammys or something. It's just, what I mean? This music, it's just was played by guys who loved it.
Right.
And it somehow managed, Todd Barkin, who ran Keystone Corner, he's in New York now and ran the club, the Dizzy at Lincoln Center and does a lot of stuff. We talked to each other. It was my birthday, and he said, and he just said, Bruce, take care of the music, and the music will take care of you.
Oh, I like that.
And what a great sentiment that is.
Absolutely.
It just reduces it to the reality of really, why are we doing this, and what are we doing it for?
Let me change gears really quick here. I want to ask you this question because I've heard you say it before, and so I'd love for our audience to hear this. We are learnjazzstandards.com. Are there a certain handful of jazz standards that you would say, as a jazz musician, you need to know these songs?
Oh, of course. I mean, there's a handful of them, and I've thought of this and I use this. This is actually, I have a podcast as well, as Guitar Wank, it's called, with Scott Henderson. And I've actually brought this up on my podcast. Yes, with all my students, I have like a list of 10 tunes that I suggest they learn. And I have a reason for that. And the biggest reason is so that you learn to hear how melody and harmony inform the basics of those three things interact, so that as you go through learning more tunes and writing your own tunes, you have a really solid basis of how it works.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's why I call them the mother tunes, these 10 tunes. But, you know, every tune teaches you something, but you've got to learn it. You can't read it in a book. You have to learn it. And if you don't learn it, really, are you even ready to call yourself a jazz musician? You know, it'd be like a doctor, you know, who's going to operate on you, like needing the book when he was operating.
Scary. Yeah.
You want that doctor? I don't think so. So yes, I have a list of 10 tunes, you know, and they're the obvious ones. And of course, the great thing about them is you can call them anywhere at any jam session and everybody will know them. I know a lot of the hipster guys will put you down for calling a tune, but I'll guarantee you, there ain't nobody on earth who's played that tune well enough to say that they don't ever need to play it again.
Right. There's always something new and exciting that can happen on any tune, you know.
Or if there's not, then they're not really jazz musicians, are they? Because you got to, and it's all about imagination and creativity. You know, if you're playing a 1-chord vamp, if you're playing the blues, if you're playing Autumn Leaves, or if you're playing Giant Steps, or if you're playing, you know, whatever new tune you want to play in 7 with a bridge in 13, it's all about being creative and making great sound.
Yeah.
You know, and so it's like, you know, so I think the basic 10, you know, it's pretty obvious what they're. I think I've already, even for your website, submitted that, haven't I?
I think it's somewhere on there.
Yeah. And I mean, because I've known you since, you know, we met when you were in a music camp up in Idaho or in Nevada somewhere, and you know, and I just really believe I just got a whole different way of teaching because I know how I learned and I know how all the great players I've played with learned, and I just think there's nothing wrong with learning that way. So
right, no, absolutely.
I'm gonna be that guy who says, you know, learn tunes, learn to hear, play within your means, get a good feeling, get a great sound, start there, be melodic, you know, express yourself. Listen to what's going on around you. Always be able to hear what's happening around you. Those are the hallmarks of playing that are far more important than playing some difficult shit or having the hippest, newest licks in your quiver. You know.
So give us the top 5. What would you say are the top 5?
You know, I got it 5. You know, I mean, obviously, Take the A Train is a great one. It gives you the sound of the 2 dominant chord in the clearest, most possible way. If you really learn that tune, you're never going to hear a 2 dominant chord again and not know what it is. You know, and then Honeysuckle Rose, it's the best study of 2/5, and plus that particular way that melody works is just pretty much in everybody's vocabulary. So, and of course that bridge is like the most famous bridge ever. All the Things You Are is the best study of the cycle of fourths, you know, cycle of fifths that you'll ever have. And you know, and it's got all the moves. It goes to the 4 chord. It does all these things. It's got cool modulations. I definitely, you know, Just Friends is a song that starts on the 4 chord and works its way down. There's a lot of songs that do that. You need to learn to hear that. Cycles back through the relative minor in the second A, second half. It's also got a first ending, second ending type of form. Obviously, Autumn Leaves is the world's best coexistence of the relative major and minor, and it's got a slightly odd form in the way it doesn't have a AABA. It's kind of like AABC. You know, these kinds of songs and the melodies are so indicative of the harmony,
right? Yeah,
that you learn to start hearing these 2 things together instead of memorizing a melody and memorizing the chords and somewhere down the road hoping they all kind of come together. These songs will teach you that they are together from the first moment, and you're starting to develop a holistic concept of how to approach playing.
So when you're taking a solo, when you're improvising in general, are you splitting your brain in all these different categories you're talking about? Are you focusing on the melody more? Is there anything particular things maybe in the practice room that you would work on?
Okay. Well, in the practice room, it's way different than in the playing, on the stand.
Sure, yeah, we could talk about both.
But I still, in the practice room, I still think there's certain things you need to do. Definitely having great command of the melody and being able to embellish on the melody. That's something I work on to this day all the time. Introducing harmonic information, but within the context of the melody.
Monk did that all the time. Monk did that.
Yeah, and taking other melodic ideas, motifs, and working them through the changes, but not in the context of molesting the idea of the motif. I mean, developing the motif. Like maybe you'll start off with kind of small intervals, but then, you'll hear a big interval jump, and then that becomes a sequence of events that you work through the changes. Just some sort of really contextual storytelling. And the beautiful thing in practice is you can stop and wow, I heard this, but I played that. Why? What was I hearing? And what did I, and you correct an intervallic issue that you have. We need to develop savvy so that when we hear a note from wherever we are, we can just play that next note. And so you hear a note and you go to play it. If you didn't play the one you wanted, find out where it is, and you're training your brain to work by ear, and then you can also use your mind to help you guide to find harmonic information, where the thirds and sevenths are, things like that. That's a great way to do it. I do these things all the times when I'm shedding, and also I would suggest highly to play a line of continuous eighth notes through everything is a great way to practice through a tune, because it forces you to on a lot of levels. One, you start to hear resolutions as they're about to happen, and if you're going to get there early, you learn to adjust to it, or if you're going to get there late, you might want to adjust to it. Your time gets better, your chops get better, but more importantly, when you're swinging, it feels great, but if you stop swinging, what does everybody do? They stop playing and they start another line. And in practice, is that really a good idea? Isn't it better to learn to develop the ability to, as if you feel it stopping to swing, to be able to correct it and get it back on the tracks? You feel the train coming off the tracks, and if you can correct that in your practice, then when you get to the bandstand, your confidence and your ability to give yourself to the music and just pay attention to other people is just, that's what it's about. And you've created a method that has made you strong fundamentally so that you can do that.
Right. So you're definitely of the school of, when you're on the bandstand, you shouldn't be thinking about much. You should be, that was the time for the practice room,
Exactly. But then again, if you're young, and this is new to you, of course you have to keep the changes in your head. Sure. Of course you have to keep track of the melody, and then, so what you got to try and do is know where you're at, and use the funny thing about jazz, and this is a pet peeve I have, it seems to me that in jazz, particularly young players are all about making it harder for themselves. They're trying to do all this stuff and thinking about all this stuff, which totally pulls them away from what's happening around them, or the elements of sound. I mean, I've watched guitar players not even know what pickup they were using. Because they were so stuck on trying to play whatever was in their head, that they were that unaware of what's going on around them, that they literally didn't know their sound was not what they thought it was.
Oh, they switched to the bridge pickup or something like that.
Yeah, and they were just unaware of it. I mean, not that they wanted it, but they just didn't know. And that shows you that, the brain, our brains, we're intellectual creatures. We should be, every step of the way, we should be making this process easier for ourselves, not harder.
Right.
That's what the brain is for. And so it just, so you get into a situation, well, if all you can deal with is, I know it's in this key and I know it's this many bars, then that's where you start, and you listen to what's going on around you and you make something happen. But pretty soon, before you know it, then you can start adding the changes in. Then the next thing you know, you can start adding the substitute changes in. You can react to rhythmic ideas around you. Next thing you know, you're quoting tunes inside it from other places, and it's like these things happen on a very organic and an evolutionary process, and that's the genesis of your style as a musician. And people are treating this stuff like it's a recitation of shit that's been played by other people. And I mean, I don't know, that's the guys around me when I was your age or younger than you and I was coming up, they not only encouraged originality, They demanded it.
Wow.
I mean, if I got up and I was listening to Wes all day and I started playing octaves with my thumb and everything, they would get mad at me.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
They would say like, "Hey, if I wanted Wes Montgomery, I'd have hired him. You know, I hired you. Give me what you got. You know, I don't want you at home playing with your records. I want you here on the bandstand playing with me."
Gotcha. Okay.
I mean, that was the kind of mentoring I had.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying don't copy the masters that you love. Of course you should. But don't, I guess, be influenced by them. Don't copy them.
You got to find your own voice.
Right. And, you know, be creative. I mean, damn. Is this, you know, it's your life.
Right.
Really, at the end of that, you want to say, yeah, I really regurgitate a lot of great Pat Martino licks, man. Isn't that really cool? You know, it's like, I don't even know if Pat Martino would think that was cool.
Right. You might feel flattered for a second, but then after a while it'd wear off.
Or ask him about him playing his own shit, man. You know, he might even say, you know, I wish I'd played some other shit too. You know, it's like, so. So anyways, but I do have online master classes at mymusicmasterclass.com.
Mymusicmasterclass.com. There's going to be a link for that in the show notes. So if you're on the website right now, be sure to check that out. You can check out Bruce's master classes there.
Yeah. I mean, because a lot of these things we're talking about, I not only talk about them, but I you know, as a teacher, I like to give people exercises. I feel like just explaining something isn't enough. We need to craft a methodology for actually doing it. So, you know, in my things, I will go into details how I think a great way to practice to develop these particular things would work, you know.
So I also want to talk to you a bit about your new podcast here with Scott Henderson, Guitar Wank. Tell us a little bit about the podcast.
Well, it is so much fun.
It is a lot of fun. I've been listening to it. It's hilarious. I mean, the logo. If all you have to do is see the logo, and you'll be laughing. So that's all you need.
And it just happened because Scott and I are buddies. I've always loved his playing, and you know, and he says the feeling's mutual. I'm not so sure. He might be a liar, but we hang out and we go out and have breakfast. You know, it's like, you know, geezer breakfasts. You know what I mean? We go out and we go to this one diner, and this one guy came out. A friend of mine, this Australian guy who's a great guitar player, came out and hung out with us. And he heard us talking, and he says, "Oh my God!" He says, "The world needs to hear this. You know, this is great. We should make a radio show out of it." You know, and then he said, "You know, you guys are like those two old guys in the balcony of the Muppet Show."
Oh,
you know?
yeah.
So we said, "Okay, let's do it." So he has a studio, and his main business is selling movie cues for trailers. You know, he makes, you know, those movie soundtrack.
Oh, okay,
cues.
yeah.
And so he has a studio, and so we just got together and got a logo, and we get together most every week, and we put some in the bank when we're on the tour, you know what I mean? And we just release about a 45-minute hour podcast just where we talk about playing, and we, you know, it's a little bit of teaching and a lot of laughing and a lot of complaining and a lot of, you know, criticizing and heckling and ranting, and we just have a lot of fun, and it's been real exciting. And people chime in and ask questions, and we answer them on the podcast, and it's sort of like that show Car Talk, but for guitars, with dirty words.
Right. You know, and I don't want to say that it's a much, you know, a lot funner of a podcast than this one, but I mean, to be honest, it is. You got to go check it out. It's guitarwank.com. Excellent show. Scott Henderson, Bruce Foreman.
Well, thanks, Brent. I appreciate it. We sure love doing it, and it's you know, basically we are doing the same thing, and it's really, I think what everybody needs to realize is it's about creating community. You know, you're helping people out by putting up the information you put out and reaching out to people and enabling them to connect with each other, and you know, and ultimately, whether we're on a gig or we're teaching a lesson or we're doing a podcast or we're putting up, you know, a blog or whatever, it's about the community. You know, we all need each other, and the world needs more great music and more creativity and more people who are positive, working, to make the world a better place.
Absolutely.
And that's really what this is all about. And I think if we remember that, we can't go wrong.
Absolutely. I mean, that's exactly what we do here on Learn Jazz Standards, creating community, sharing music with everybody, and so it's a great thing you guys are doing. Love the show. Can't wait till the next episode. So looking forward to that.
Well, they come out every Monday night like clockwork. I'm amazed
Monday
that
night.
We've been able to put 17 in a row out.
That's a lot of episodes. I mean, and it does take time to do the podcast. So, it's Okay, well, Bruce, I want to thank you so much for your time today. Thanks so much for being on the show. We know you're a busy man. I know you're about to head on out to a gig. Where are you headed tonight?
I'm headed to Santa Cruz. It's there's this great place called the Kumba Jazz Center. It's been one of the greatest jazz clubs in America for over 40 years now. And I'm playing with my trio, which is on my new CD, The Book of Foreman, with Marvin Smitty Smith and Alex Frank on bass.
Right. Excellent. Okay, Bruce. Well, thanks again for being on the show. Hope you enjoy your gig, and we'll hope to talk to you sometime soon.
Hey, Brent, always great to hear from you and talk to you, and congratulations on everything.
All right, and that is all for today's episode. We want to thank you for listening. Thanks for tuning in. I know I really enjoyed talking with Bruce. I learned a lot just from chatting with him, and I hope you did too. And if you have anything to comment on about today's episode, feel free to leave us a comment in the comment section below. If you're on the website, we'd love to hear from you. And just a reminder that all the music on today's episode is by our guest, jazz guitarist Bruce Foreman. It's his latest album, The Book of Foreman. You can check out that music. Go to cdbaby.com, look up The Book of Foreman. You should find that music there. And also another reminder, if you got value from today's podcast, consider adding value back. Support the podcast. Leave a donation by clicking the support button below on the player, below the player if you're on the website. And if you're not on the website, go to learnjazzstandards.com/support. Okay, and next week we're going to be coming out with episode 11 of the LJS podcast. We'll see you then. All right. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the show. My name is Brent. You're listening to the LJS podcast, episode number 11. And today we're going to be talking about 4 ingredients for becoming a better jazz musician. Man, we are killing it on this show. Last week we had internationally renowned jazz guitarist from Los Angeles, Bruce Foreman. Man, if you haven't checked out that episode, that's the last episode, episode number 10. You got to go check that out. That was such a great conversation with Bruce. We talked about all sorts of things, jazz then and jazz now, some tips about practicing. I mean, a lot of stuff. It was a great conversation. Very lucky to be able to have him on the show. Check out that episode if you haven't. And I don't want to give away anything right now, any names or anything, but I'm just going to let you know we have some other pretty big guests in store for this show. We have had a lot of guests so far, but we're starting to edge into that realm of I guess you could call them jazz celebrities. So stay tuned to listening to the show. There's a lot of exciting things coming up. But today I'm just riding solo. We're gonna take a little break from having some guests. I'm just gonna ride solo today. But before we get started, I just want to say all of the music on the show today is by Camden Hughes, actually the founder of this website, the founder of LearnJazzStandards.com, and this is off of his latest album, Introspective. So if you like the music, you want to check it out, maybe you want to buy the album, go to his website, CamdenHughes.com/store, and that's where you can find that album. Great album. So go check that out. And one other thing before we get started, if you get some value in today's show, consider adding value back. This show is 100% funded by listeners like you. It's how we produce this podcast. So if you get some value out of today, there's a support button below the player if you're on the website. If you're not on the website, you can go to learnjazzstandards.com/support. You can leave us a one-time donation or a monthly donation to help support the future podcast episodes of this show. We really greatly appreciate your support. All right, now today's episode is 4 ingredients to becoming a better jazz musician. And these are really things that, for me, have kind of defined my jazz journey and how I've come to become a better jazz player and continue to become a better jazz player. And so I really wanted to share these with you today because I really believe that these are incredibly important to becoming a better jazz musician and reaching your musical goals. And some of these might be obvious, some of them might not be obvious to you. And regardless, I think they're all incredibly important. So I'm kind of sharing my experience with you and a lot of my peers' experience and what a lot of my mentors and teachers have shared with me as well. So I think you're going to get some value out of this today. Let's go ahead and dive in. All right, so the first ingredient for becoming a better jazz musician is one that might seem a little obvious to you, but it's one that I think is incredibly important. In fact, it's kind of like if you don't have this, everything else is probably not going to work out so well for you in your jazz playing. So the first one is you have to have passion. You have to have passion for listening to jazz, for playing jazz. You have to have this inner passion, this inner desire to improve, this inner desire to just enjoy listening to the music. You have to be a jazz geek, okay? I call it, you have to be a geek because jazz is it's not necessarily the in thing, It's not like pop culture music. In the last podcast, I was talking to Bruce Foreman, and he was talking about how a lot of, jazz students have this kind of illusion that, we were talking about the Village Vanguard here in New York City where I live, and, how you're listening to, that famous Bill Evans trio recording, and you're picturing in your head a huge room full of people, but no, I mean, the reality is there probably wasn't that many people actually in the room for that recording session. The Village Vanguard's not even that big. So, we sometimes think that these players are so grand and these situations are so grand. Bruce was talking about going to see Art Blakey in San Francisco, when he was younger, and how sometimes there wouldn't even be that many people in the crowd. And the thing is, you need to have passion about jazz because you just have to be a fan, not because it's the in thing or it's the cool thing or because it's popular music, because it's not necessarily any of those things in society. It's an awesome music. It's a great music, and I love it. I hope you love it, but it's not necessarily something where it's, easy to be a jazz musician or it's the most popular thing. So you have to be a jazz geek. You got to love jazz. You got to just love to listen to it. I know a lot of my friends who weren't into jazz when I was, younger, and I was just really listening to jazz. They'd all be really confused. Like, man, why are you sitting in your practice room for hours? Why don't you come go hang out with us? I'm like, no, man, I really need to practice today. I need to work on this stuff. I'd want to turn on some jazz in the car, and everybody's like, what are you listening to? And that's fine. Everybody has their preferences, but I love jazz. I like jazz. I love improvisation. I like the history of the music. I like the style. I like the swing. I like jazz now. I like the evolution of jazz. I just like jazz, and I'm a big jazz geek. I'm a big nerd, and I'm passionate about jazz. That's why I'm talking about jazz on a podcast. Like, who else does this? Who else spends their time, recording a podcast just talking about jazz? But that's what you need. You need passion. If you don't have passion, it's going to be very hard for you to want to sit down and face the challenges that jazz brings to the table. It's not the easiest music to play. It's harmonically complex. It takes a certain level of virtuosity at times to play as an improviser. So it's a kind of music, it really demands your attention. It really demands that you work hard at it. To become better. Nothing comes easily. So it's something that you need to have passion for. If you don't have passion, you're not going to get very far. You're going to just kind of move forward slowly and then realize it's a little too challenging. And then, so if you're the kind of person that's like, yeah, I'd like to play a little bit of jazz. I'd like to, get into it. That's totally great. That's totally fine. And you play other styles and that's great. And you should play other styles. It's amazing. But if you're kind of just sort of like wanting to half-ass it a little bit, you're only going to get so far. You're really only going to get so far. And that's the problem with jazz. It kind of demands a lot out of you. It kind of basically is a little greedy. It wants your attention, because if you want to become a good jazz player, you have to be dedicated to it. You have to have passion. So the first one is really simple. Not anything groundbreaking, not anything like you probably haven't heard before about anything in life, but it's just you got to have passion for playing jazz. It's not the most popular thing in the world. It's not the easiest thing to do in the world, not the easiest kind of music to play. So you have to have passion. And if you don't have passion, you're kind of just going to peter out eventually. It's not going to last very long. So that's the first ingredient to becoming a better jazz musician. Just simply have passion. And in the next several ingredients I'm going to talk about, go a little bit more into what I would say is, really going to drive you for it. But to start, passion is super important. All right, so the second ingredient for becoming a better jazz musician is one that I really think is important for all serious jazz musicians to try to get, and that is to have a mentor. And let me make a distinction really quick between, a teacher and a mentor, because I really do think there's kind of a difference. A teacher could just be, which everybody should have. Everybody should have a teacher for music or for jazz, whatever it is. Make sure you have a teacher, you're studying with somebody. But, a teacher could be just someone you show up to the lesson, you hand them $50, $80, whatever it might be they're asking for. They teach you something new and they send you on your way, and then they let their next student into the room. And, they don't really necessarily have any interest in your future. They're just, your local teacher telling you what to do. And that's great. That's fine, like I said. But the difference between a teacher and a mentor is someone who really kind of takes you under his or her wing and kind of shows you the future, where you need to go, and actually cares, and that's not always easy to find. But a mentor almost lets you be his or her disciple a little bit. You can kind of follow behind them, go to their gigs. They check in with you. They're not just teaching you new material. They're actually showing you a path to go towards. And that's what a mentor is. And for me, having a mentor, it was a life-changing thing, a life-changing experience. And I don't say that lightly. A lot of people say, "Oh, I went to this show and it was life-changing." Well, it could have been. It may or may not been. I'm not sure. I can't judge that. But for me, this is for real. It was life-changing. And just to give you the quick story is when I think it was my senior year. It was my senior year of high school. There was an art school that was opening up in my town. I'm originally from Boise, Idaho. There's not a lot of, there's some music going on over there. There's really not a lot of jazz. It's a small town. And, but there was a teacher and he had a small group of students that he was teaching. And that was kind of like the jazz crowd. That was like, he was kind of fostering this community, and he opened up this art school my senior year. So I got a scholarship to go to this art school. I would go to my public school in the morning and go to this art school in the afternoon. And during the day, I would do jazz combos and I would practice for a couple hours, and my teacher would come in and help me and show me what to do. We would have master classes. We even had a jam session at a local coffee shop in the middle of the week. I mean, it was amazing, and I'm completely feel blessed and lucky to have had that experience. But he was really my mentor. And what happened is at the end of that senior year of high school, I didn't really have quite enough money to go to the schools I wanted to go to. I had applied to and made it into a bunch of the music institutions, but at the end of the day, even a half scholarship wasn't going to cut it for me. I couldn't afford it, and I didn't really know what to do. And I was telling my teacher this, and then one day he just comes into my practice room, and he said to me, "Hey Brent, I have an idea. How about you just take the whole year off, save up money teaching lessons and doing some gigs for school, and you just study with me for the whole year. I'll set up a program for you. You come check in with me every week. You play this gig every week. You go to this jam session every week, and I'll tell you what to do, and we'll get you a better scholarship. We'll get you into school." And that's what I did for a whole year. I literally practiced 5 or 6 hours a day. I checked in with him every single week to make sure I got everything done he needed. And that was a real mentorship, and that changed my life. Now, I completely understand that not everybody is going to be able to find a mentor like that. And that's okay. But what I want you to do is try to make a goal of finding someone in the town or city you live in that you really admire, and start by just taking some lessons, and then, try to get to know them and go to their gigs and just show up and be present, and, try to foster a relationship. And because if you can get a mentor, it's so valuable. I mean, at least have a teacher, but if you can get someone to actually care about your future and lead you in the right direction, even better, even better. So try to make this relationship, and try to just be involved. Like, just be a fan of whoever you like. If you like someone's music in your city or town, just try to be around and try to be involved, and try to go to jam sessions that they're at, go to their gigs and take lessons from them. And you can find a lot of value if they actually start taking you under their wing a little bit and saying, "Hey, do this, do that, let me help you with this." That can be really important. And I understand it's not easy for everybody. Some people come from a town that doesn't have a lot of musicians around, and that's okay. I'm a little spoiled. I live in New York City. I have a lot of jazz teachers that I can go to, but don't let your situation govern your chances of having a mentorship experience. Just find someone that you like to listen to, or that you like their music, that you respect them in your living situation, and try to befriend them. Try to enter into a teacher-student relationship with them. It can be very important. So, the second ingredient, make an effort to have a mentor. All right, the third ingredient for becoming a better jazz musician is another really important one, I think, that is essential to the life of a jazz musician, and that's be a part of a community. Be a part of a jazz community. Just think about, the friends that you have. You're friends with them because you have something in common with them. That's just how life works. We associate ourselves with people that have some liked interests, some same interests as we do. And that's the same with jazz. I mean, you have to have a group of people that you go and play with, that you can talk jazz with. Having community is essential to any aspect, any element to our life, and it goes for the same for jazz. You have to have a community. So how do you get a part of a jazz community? Well, you just go to where the jazz musicians are. That's at gigs, that's at jam sessions. So if you're basically right now starting at square one, you love playing jazz, you love listening to jazz, and you're really trying to get into the scene, well, you got to go find the scene. Go find where the musicians are at. So if there's a local jam session in your city, that's where you should be showing up. Show up those jam sessions, make connections with people there. Try to make friends. That's obviously an important thing, being part of a community. And go to people's gigs, kind of the same as I said, go to a mentor's gig. Well, go to other people's gigs that you know, and maybe peers, and just go check out the scene, be a part of the scene. So having a jazz community is super important, just being present. For some, everybody's in a different walk of life. You might be a student going to college, or you're in high school. We have a lot of different age levels and skill levels that listen to this podcast, that use Learn Jazz Standards. So I can't be sure of who you are, but if you're a student, well, I mean, college and high school is a easy place to make friends. It's an easy place to find like-minded people that play music, that might like jazz. So you should foster those relationships in that environment. I know going to college for jazz, I made a lot of jazz friends. I mean, most of my friends now are jazz musicians. So foster those relationships and always be playing with them, play with them. Now, if you're in a different situation altogether, maybe you're a little bit older and, you're a hobbyist, and maybe you work another job, which is, pretty normal, then, go out and try to find that scene. Go out to that jam session. Go out to those gigs and try to foster that community and make yourself a part of it. I did have a lesson with a student, a Skype lesson, and I remember the guy telling me that he just had a problem finding the scene in his town because there really wasn't much of a scene at all. He was kind of alone out there. And what I would say to that is, if you can't find a community where you're at, try to make the community. There's always somebody who's going to want to play music with you, who's going to want to play jazz. Just try to find one other person, which was a big, valuable thing for me, is just, having friends around and being like, hey, do you want to go jam some tunes right now? Okay, we go play for a couple hours together. And I would do that with multiple different people, multiple different kinds of instruments. It's incredibly helpful. I mean, just playing is a great way to learn. I mean, you can't just sit in your practice room all the time. So you need to get out and play. So just try to find one other person, maybe two other people. Maybe start your own jam session and just see if you can get some people to show up. You can make an effort to be the community. If you can't find the community, make the community in your town or your city. So being a part of a jazz community is super important because you need to play. You need to be always playing with other musicians. That's the spirit of this music. And you need to be networking with other musicians. That's just I mean, I don't know what to say, guys. That's just the most important thing, is just playing with other musicians. And that's the kind of music this music is. It's a social music. So go out and be a part of a jazz community. If you can't find the community, make the community yourself. And that's incredibly important. And that kind of leads me into our next and our last ingredient. Our last ingredient, it kind of tags off of this idea of being a part of a jazz community, of fostering that community, and playing a lot with other musicians. And that is that you need to play gigs. I think playing gigs is definitely the best way to improve, because it kind of puts everything you've practiced in the practice room, and it puts, just even jam sessions with other people into a different context. It puts us into this place where you're actually doing a job and you're playing for other people and you're hired for a purpose, and it puts some applied pressure on you, whether it's a background gig or you're actually playing a feature show for people. It puts you in a totally different place in your musicianship, where you're going to be forced to try to play at your best and forget everything that you've been working on in the practice room and just play. So that's incredibly important as a developing jazz musician. It doesn't matter if you want to play professionally or if you just want to play casually. You need to find gigs to play, and that kind of starts with being a part of that community, making some connections, and then going out and playing gigs, whether you found the gig yourself, whether someone else in your jazz community has the gig and they hired you on to play. It doesn't really matter. It's just that you need to make an effort to be playing gigs. It's so important. And just being able to play a lot. I had, my favorite gigs actually are background music gigs, because they're the gigs that I get to practice a lot on. I remember having a gig with another guitar player. I'm a guitar player, and I had actually a gig with another guitar player. So I was just playing duo, and we played for 5 months at this one little restaurant in Midtown, New York. And we would play actually twice a week, and we would play for 3 hours, so 6 hours a week, and we would just play a bunch of tunes. And sometimes we would say, hey, let's try to have this song learned for next time, or this song learned for next time. We'd show up the next week and we'd have some more songs to work on and shed. And it's fine because it's kind of a low pressure thing. People aren't judging you. Not that they are anyways, but they're just eating their dinner. And those are great gigs. I mean, I've learned so much from gigs like that. I currently have a brunch gig every Saturday that I play with a bass player. We've been doing it for about 2.5 years now, and it's kind of the same thing. Sometimes we bring in some original tunes that we want to play together and, test out our stuff. And a lot of it is just playing jazz standards and just getting the luxury of just practicing those, but also getting paid for it. So it's a great thing to have. You need to have gigs. I mean, it's almost kind of like one of those no-brainer things. Like, of course you need to play live. Of course you need to play gigs. I mean, a lot of people get excited, not even just about jazz, about music in general, is the prospect of actually playing in front of people, playing in front of an audience. So having gigs is incredibly important to developing your musicianship. It's the best practice you can probably do is just put what you've learned into actual action. And so I encourage you, if you don't have any gigs right now, first of all, get involved in the community, your jazz community, or create your jazz community. And then go either find gigs or make relationships with people that do have gigs, so that you can play. And again, if there's no gigs in your town, make a gig. You can make something happen. Make sure you're getting paid for it. I have this article on the blog on Learn Jazz Standards. What is it called? 3 reasons why you should stop playing gigs for free. And that's something I strongly believe in. That's a totally different conversation for another time. But make sure you're getting paid something. It's important to the musical economy that you're getting paid. And it's also makes a difference. You know, if you're just playing a gig for free, you might as well just be doing a jam session. So, you know, make sure you're getting paid for your gig, but make sure you're playing gigs. So I would say the fourth ingredient for becoming a better jazz musician is to play gigs. So to sum it up, all the ingredients, you got to have passion. You got to have passion for playing jazz. It's not popular. It's not easy. So you just got to love it. Be a jazz geek. Let yourself be a jazz geek. Find a mentor. Having a mentor is incredibly important. They're going to lead you in the right direction. They're actually going to care about your music, and you're going to get so much out of it. So try to find that relationship. Be a part of your jazz community was the third ingredient. Just find the people that love jazz, make friends with them, go to the jam sessions, go to their gigs, just be a part of the community. And if you don't have that community in your town, try to create it. And then lastly, play gigs. You got to put your practicing into action. You got to play the music, and that's what's going to drive you forward, is playing these gigs. So these are 4 ingredients for becoming a better jazz musician. All right, and that's all for our show today. I want to thank you so much for joining us. Thanks for listening. We really appreciate it. And if you're on the website right now and you have anything else to add, leave a comment in our comment section below. These are just my experiences. These are the things that I find have been really helpful in my jazz journey thus far. But this is a community. I want to hear from you. What helps you become a better jazz musician? What has been important for you in your jazz journey? So feel free to leave us a comment below. And again, all the music today was by Camden Hughes. His album Introspective. Go to camdenhughes.com/store if you want to check out his music. And remember, if you got some value out of today's show, consider adding value back. Leave us a donation, a one-time or monthly donation. Click the support button below if you are on the website, or if you're not on the website, go to learnjazzstandards.com/support and help us continue to produce this show. All right, so we're going to be coming out with episode number 12 next week, and we'll see you then. Hey everybody, my name is Brent. You're listening to the LJS podcast. This is episode number 12. I'm really excited today because on today's show we've got one of my personal musical heroes of all time. That is jazz guitarist Peter Bernstein. I had an awesome talk with him at the New School for Jazz and Contemporary Music here in New York City this week, and I can't wait to share with you this amazing conversation we had, and I'm so grateful that we got to have Peter on the show today. But before we get started, I just want to say all this awesome music that you're listening to on today's show is by our guest, Peter Bernstein. This is off his new record, Let Loose. That's available on Smoke Session Records, and you can find this record on Amazon.com or iTunes. Just look up Let Loose by Peter Bernstein. And buy the album. This is an incredible album. I have to tell you, I've listened to it. I've bought it. So good. So good. So definitely check out that music there. And before we go any further, though, I want to say one more thing, and that is if you got value out of today's show, consider adding value back. This podcast is 100% funded by listeners like you. So if you're on the website right now, there's a support button below the player. You can leave us a one-time or monthly donation to support this podcast. And if you're not on the website, you can go to www.learnjazzstandards.com/support and you can support this podcast there. We really, really appreciate all your help in keeping this podcast going. And wow, Peter Bernstein. What can I say? I mean, Peter Bernstein he's one of my favorite jazz guitarists. Forget about jazz guitar. He's one of my favorite jazz musicians. Incredibly lyrical, beautiful player. He's one of the biggest players on the scene today. So to get him to sit down and talk with me was amazing. It was great. So I know you're gonna love today's show. And a little story before we start. So, we finally set up this talk, and I caught him in between tours and all this stuff. And so we decided to meet at the New School for Jazz and Contemporary Music, down in the Village in New York City. So I go down there, I bring all my recording gear, I lug it all in my backpack. I get there and I set up, and all of a sudden, has this ever happened to you? Everything that always works fine until you actually need it. So my recording software crashes, and we only have a limited time to record the podcast before he has to go teach a lesson to somebody. So what does one do when they get Peter Bernstein to sit down and give a talk, but your recording stuff crashes? Well, we recorded it on an iPhone. We went back in time and decided to record on an iPhone. So, sometimes things don't always work out perfectly when you want them to. But regardless, I got this talk all recorded on iPhone. So if you're listening and you're like, that doesn't sound like all the other interviews on this podcast that I've listened to, well, it's because it was recorded on an iPhone. But nonetheless, wow, what a great talk. What a great interview. Peter talks about a lot of things, and I know you're going to get a lot out of this. So without further ado, let's join in on our talk with Peter Bernstein. All right, so today I'm joined by guitarist Peter Bernstein, one of my personal musical heroes, so I'm very honored to have him today. Thanks for joining us on the show, Peter.
Thank you for having me, Brent. Appreciate it.
So we're in the New School for Jazz and Contemporary Music right now. Now this place is, it actually means something to you because you went to school at this institution. Was it the late 80s or?
It was 88, 89, and part of 90 I was there. So kind of the early days of the school. It started in 86, and I was going to school at William Patterson at that time. But
okay.
I remember coming to hang around the school this very first year, which was just Arnie Lawrence and David Levy, who was a dean here at Parsons, and he kind of started the school with Arnie. And I think there were like 15 students. Larry Goldings was one. I knew him from before. So I used to come and hang around on Fridays when I didn't have classes out there at William Patterson. So I was around for the very early days of the New School. But I was a student here officially a couple of years later, 88 and 89.
Okay. So you met a lot of the guys that I would consider to be household jazz names today. Like you said, Larry Goldings. Let's see. Did Brad Meldau went here?
He came in a couple of years later. I think he came in 89. My last year was his first year. Yeah, we crossed paths. Yeah, but he came through, and Jesse Davis was here, and
Bill Stewart.
Yeah, Bill Stewart never went here. I knew him from William Patterson. I went there for a year. That's a school out there in New Jersey.
Okay.
But the New School is an exciting place because of the students, but more so because of who Arnie got to come around and teach. It was just like Arnie was not an educator; he was one of the players, and this school being in New York, the whole idea of Arnie's was to have New York be the school, you know. So Arnie brought in all kinds of people, and, you know, Tommy Flanagan was around, Jackie Byard was here early on, Chico Hamilton, those guys were from the very beginning, but he brought in Jim Hall, and those were people that were around consistently teaching classes, Donald Byrd, Kenny Werner, and then there was, he would just bring people for master classes, and I saw Art Blakey here, Roy Haynes, he brought Etta Jones, and so many, I mean, everybody came through, Billy Higgins. I mean, Arnie just would, he was on the scene, so he would just run into people and say, will you come to my school and meet my students on Friday, and that was the day, you know. And I remember the early days of the school was just like, it was very loose. It just seemed like, okay, school today is Walter Davis Jr. telling stories about Bud Powell and Mike, and that was
That's
school.
your education.
That was the day, you know. But I mean, it wasn't like, you know, but you know, like I say, Arnie wasn't an educator. He wanted to teach people about, you know, the spirit of the music. I mean, besides, of course, the vocabulary and the language and the feeling of it, but, you know, and the notes. But Arnie was really about the spirit of music and people playing together and that whole sense of community. And that's why I think he wanted to make a school so he could, you know, have a school that was imbued with that, you know, priority. Not like here's a bunch of scales and stuff you have to learn, but really about introducing people to all the personalities of the music and realizing that that's what the music is. All, you know, people
Playing
with strong,
together.
people with strong personalities working together with other people with strong personalities, and
It tends to be that way with musicians, right? Strong personalities.
well, but it's the way, it's just the way that there's chemistry like anything else. It's a social experience, you know. So Arnie was very tuned into that.
So how did you, you know, let's go back a few steps further. How did you actually end up deciding you're going to be a professional jazz musician?
Well, I mean, I was focused on it from about, I mean, I loved music from an early age and got into the guitar about 12, 13, played blues and rock and all that stuff like we all did, and then got into jazz about 15, 16, got to, you know, have some great teachers like Attila Zoller and Gene Bertoncini. I met him at this summer jazz workshop in Rochester. I mean, my parents were very supportive in that I showed real, you know, dedication to it. I spent a lot of time doing it, and it wasn't, you know, so they got behind me in terms of, you know, taking me to hear music and, you know, helping me.
They saw you practicing a lot.
Yeah, and helping to arrange lessons with people, and you know, they helped me out. But when it came time to go to college, you know, of course, my dad was realistic and said, you know, maybe you should go to college for something real, like a real, you know,
like a real job.
Well, like, you know, just that whole, and you know, I was resistant to that because at that point, you know, at 16, I was really 17. I really wanted to try. I'd been to that. Had some experiences playing with people, you know, and I knew that I had a lot to learn, but I really wanted to be a part of it. And so I just dedicated myself to really trying to learn the language, learn my instrument as best I could, and was so lucky to have great experiences with musicians my own age, but also being exposed to some of the elders, which just, you know, that was something that they had a thing in their playing, like just a seasoning, like it was just like, you know, you can feel like the instrument just is an extension of themselves. It's just something they talk with, you know.
Right.
So that's what I was attracted to, and just wanted to, how do I get to the instrument, you know, to the point where it disappears completely, you know, where you can just kind of express yourself with it, and that's
the goal
in different ways. I mean, seeing Jackie Byard play and teach and just talk about music, and trying to, you know, see what was inside his mind, and Jim Hall and Jimmy Cobb, getting to meet all these incredible musicians who had different ways of communicating and talking about what they did, but like I say, it was the strength of their personality, you know. And in Jim Hall's case, like the strength of his ability to make everybody sound good. Like he had this guitar class, and he would comp for all of us, and it sounded good because he was playing. You know, then we would play with each other, and that's how we really sounded. So, you know, he had some kind of lift, some kind of magic buoyancy that I was just fascinated with that. But it wasn't like a school thing where you can put a question to someone like, how do you make everybody else sound so good? You know, it's lifetime
something you
of
just hear happening.
it's yeah, you see someone able to elevate the music and transport you with sound, but that's what it is, basically on the simplest level. But that was something about, of course, it was about the way he was able to accompany people and make them sound better. It's just part of his knowledge of music and of that, of course, specific things, but it comes from a place of generosity, like really just wanting to make people sound good, and being supportive. So I'm just saying that to illustrate that a strong personality doesn't always mean, someone who's got to be the center of attention. A strong personality is strong in support, strong in that.
Right. Me being a guitar player, of course, I've watched lots of interviews with Jim Hall and all these sort of things, and he appears to be like very humble, more of a quieter soul. Is that? Would you agree with that?
Very quiet, very gentle. A gentle person, but all those things, you can hear that in his playing. Compassion and intelligence, humor, and lyricism. He was definitely a poet. But he had some. It was just amazing to watch him play and make him make that sound like right in front of you. Like playing a tune and just the feeling. The feeling that came from the sound that he made. That was just and like I say, that was a very impressionable time. So we're watching all these masters play and seeing that they're all different. They're all kind of playing to their strengths and their individual qualities. But there's also something, an awareness that makes them able to come together and play together. Like that was some more than others, but that's the beauty of it. It's like how people's personality manifest in their playing. But so much of the so-called jazz experience is about social
connection.
Exactly. When you see a jazz group playing, that's an example of human beings working together.
Interesting.
Not facelessly, not just like, disappearing into a formula, because every person in the band has to assert themselves. That's what your so-called solo is. But people assert themselves even in an accompanying role, and how a drummer will change the sound of a band or a bass player. I mean, all these things. Once we're kind of keyed into listening for these details, we see a whole world of social interaction going on when you see people play. For better or for worse. Why does it work? Why does it not work?
Right.
And it's like that's...
As in life, sometimes it doesn't work.
Just like people working together trying to do anything.
Yeah.
It's but when it happens, it's a social miracle as well as a sonic miracle.
Right.
I mean, of course, it sounds good, but what goes into the making of those sounds? What goes into people being relaxed enough to express themselves in the context of a group, of a greater, a community?
Yeah, so jazz is a social music. I mean, and on this blog, on this podcast, we've talked about that a lot, and you're backing that up. When you're talking about that, of course, I'm thinking about all the amazing shows, including you being involved, where I've been like, wow, why was that show so good? And it was because everybody was sharing, everybody was building each other up. I guess you could say it was kind of like that perfect community, where people aren't necessarily fighting each other, but everybody's trying to work together. And I'm thinking about this recording when I was even younger, and that really stuck out to me. This example, it just popped in my head of the it's actually Wynton Kelly trio with Wes Montgomery, and it's that Smoking at the Half Note, the tune No Blues. And at one point, Wynton Kelly's taking a solo, and then all of a sudden, Wes comes in at the top of the chorus and plays like some like almost like a dissonant little like rhythmic feature, and immediately like Wynton Kelly comes in and he starts just bouncing off of it.
Yeah.
And I remember that was just a magical moment for me. Just be like, how did they do that?
Yeah, it is. It's telepathic, but it's sensitivity, you know. That's the thing. But yeah, that's funny you mentioned that tune, because that tune, hearing that was like the thing that kind of got me into like, whoa, jazz is another planet. You know, like I realized, because I've been into, you know, of course, Jimi Hendrix and going back from him to the blues guys and everything, and was trying to, like many guitar players, deal with that world, you know, the sound of the blues, you know, the blues world. And when I heard that record, that tune in particular, it said no blues. I'm like, okay, and it sounds like a blues. I'm following the form, although it was another dialect, you know, like I can tell it's a language, but I don't know really what they're saying. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what notes Wes is playing. I don't know what notes Wynton Kelly is playing. I have no idea what Paul Chambers is. How does he make a walking bass line? What's that all about? What's the science behind that? And then the feeling, you know, of just like, you know, Cobb, and just how the rhythm section, that buoyancy, that lift, you know.
Yeah.
But I could hear it was a blues, but I was like, I don't know what all those notes are. There's other notes. That's not the pentatonic scale. So I'm like, I got to figure this out. I got to figure out what they're saying, like that. And that tune, particularly because it was something, you know, the blues was some kind of, I could relate to it on a level. But again, and then I heard Charlie Parker too. It's like, what are those notes? What are those notes? Where do they come from?
Right.
What is that? Is that just the major scale? I was just I'm going to figure out what's going on. And then you start to learn about chromaticism and chords that lead to other chords, and I'm still in it. I'm still trying to figure that.
Still working on it.
I'm still trying to figure that out. Like just like how that, you know, that architecture. But that tune was really like a pivotal thing of like, okay, the blues is the branch you leap off from. You know, I wouldn't say the blues is a branch, but that's, you know, it's
kind of the springboard.
Yeah, that's where, you know, that connects. But jazz is like, there's some other colors there, other flavors that I've never tasted, never seen. There's other senses being, you know. So I was just like, I got to try to figure this out.
Yeah, it's a flavorful music. I mean, well, that's one way to put it.
Yeah,
I suppose.
Yeah. But like you say, just the colors, just the flavors. It was also like you say about the interaction with those guys and the feeling of the music. It's like how it's presented to you, not just the recipe from a book or something like that, but like the whole experience of being in that place, and like here's someone gives you something to eat, you know. But it's not just your taste buds involved. It's your whole thing, you know. So yeah, well, every tune on that record is to me like you know.
Yeah, it's a holy grail.
It is. It really
it's amazing.
Is like the, you know, and I still listen to it, still hear new things in it, and it's just like.
And that to me is one of the. I mean, it's, you know, I like other styles of music, but one of the biggest reasons why I love jazz more than anything is because there's always something new to be heard or discovered.
More details.
You can play the same songs over and over and over again, but there's always something new you're gonna find, and that's what keeps me excited about it.
It's very true. Very true.
Let me switch gears just a little bit. Ask you, I guess it's a personal question.
Okay.
What's some of the most challenging aspects of being a professional jazz musician? You know, I think we all know what the good things are about it. You know, for in your case, you know, maybe traveling the world. For a lot of people, that's a dream. But what are some of the things that are challenging about it?
I don't know that I can. I mean, it's challenging because it's something that we care about a lot. It's not just like, this is my job, I'm going to go be a jazz musician, then 5 o'clock comes and good, I can leave that being a jazz musician at work and come home, and, you know, we're not, you know, many people in many walks of life have that relationship with what their so-called job is. So I'm only saying because you phrased the question, a professional jazz musician, right?
Yes.
So yeah, obviously the same challenges exist that for any occupation. It's like, remain employed, you know.
Right.
That's, you know, the challenge is to stay professional. So in professional means someone's paying you to do it. So the challenge is to get people to pay you to do it, or, you know, but I don't think there are challenges to being a jazz musician. I think that's a privilege to be to be able to devote your life, you know, to this pursuit, to, you know, playing an instrument and trying to express yourself on it and speaking in this language and interacting with people and drawing from whatever certain common repertoires of tunes and living in that world and writing your own tunes. There's no challenges about that. That's just a complete, you're a fortunate person, if you can do that.
Wow.
The challenges of being a professional in anything are those professional challenges of just how to navigate in the world. Of course, professional. If you're a bus driver, you're selling yourself. I'm a bus driver. Believe that I'm a bus driver. Give me the job, and I'll get everybody where they need to go on the bus. That's cool. With music or anything creative, you have to say, this is what I'm. Do you believe me as this? I'm selling something. It's a little different than people need to take the bus. They don't need to go listen to somebody play or go buy a painting or something. So you have to make them believe that, you're enhancing their life in some small way, and they have to believe that, on some level, it's a product for consumption, So that's the sad reality of professional anything. You're getting money in exchange for delivering something. That's about as cynical as I can be about it, but that's a reality. So if you can take that as realizing that that's part of it, and of course it's impossible. You're selling yourself, so it's not just something that you're indifferent to. It's, if you're accepted, you feel accepted. If you're rejected, you feel rejected. So it's you. So that's the thing, that it gives you something, but it's difficult because you're invested in it. But what's the alternative? Not to be invested, not to care if you're good or getting better, or if people seem to appreciate what you do. If you don't care about it, then you just drive the bus where you have to go and open the door. But if even in that job, you could say, open the door and be like, I'm really happy that I'm getting people where they need to go, and be friendly, and you could be the best driver, bus driver. That it's all about
the one that the kids talk about years down the road. You know,
of course,
make an impact.
You're also a professional, so you have to. It's not just about being friendly to people. You have to remain employed and have a bus to drive. So the more I try to understand that on that level, then there's challenge. You can't say, well, I'm a jazz musician. Someone should take care of me and give me things because, why? Where does it's an indifferent world. The universe is a cold place. So the fact that you can even pursue this is, you have to think of that as. I remember Jim Hall used to say, like, playing music is its own reward. You don't do it for a reward. Mm-hmm. Playing music is the reward.
Wow.
And it was just like a kind of thing he would toss off, and then it's just like you had to really think about it, because we're all just kind of at that age. Students were just trying to learn how to play, and am I good? Am I hip enough? Am I what? Let's see. I don't know who's hip, who's not hip. And then he would say something like that. It kind of puts it in perspective. It's like, yeah, okay,
wow,
that's
I love that.
It's its own reward.
Music
However,
is its own reward.
Playing music is a it's the chance to do it. It's like a privileged thing. However, if you have to pay rent, you can't, just pay it with a song,
Right.
I mean, maybe,
well, some people can.
Maybe your landlord would accept that, and that's.
Oh, I see. Yeah, no, they can't.
You can't just. Can I stay here if I sing to you? Or something like that.
Right.
It doesn't really work like that. So you have to make money. It's something.
What advice would you give to this up-and-coming generation of jazz musicians?
Well,
if you were to give any.
I don't know that. I don't know that. I mean, recently I've been seeing some younger players, and really in different kind of styles, different senses of aesthetics, different senses of what it means to be playing jazz right now. Some people are like really going back in the history and playing very, very straight ahead, trying to invest in that language, like we were kind of at that age, and still are, And other people are kind of like, well, I don't really, I'm not really into learning tunes, and certain aesthetics of the music are rejected by people, just like they were, like how Dixieland cats probably felt like the swing guys were throwing out a lot of the things that made their, you know, so it's just kind of like, this is just the way it goes. I don't know, I think this generation, like every generation, has a lot of talented people. Some of them are like, you know, really directed and really focused. Others, you know, I think every generation is the same. I think with the difference now is that there's so much information available to people, so that there's, you know, it's kind of easier, or not easier, but there's more precociousness in a way because of the access to information. But like I say, jazz is a social music, so it's not like you can just ingest information and then, you know, that's only part of it, you know. But I also see a lot of younger players, you know, really going to that other place and really playing with each other, writing their own music. They're coming from a different place of like, kind of like they're having a rock band or something. Like, this is our stuff. We play this stuff, and
like a band.
Yeah, and other guys are kind of you know, just want to play the standards from the days of old. And I just look at it like, wow, here come, you know, another bunch of guys that, like, you know, now I'm the guy that sits around and like looks and thinks, wow, these some young dudes. Just like we used to feel like there's some old, you know, starting to be crusty guys kind of saying, yeah, you're the young guys, huh? You know, it's like, it's just like, here it is. All of a sudden, it's like, you know.
The tables have turned.
So I don't know that they need any advice from me. I think that they just, like, you know, the guys that are serious are going to be serious. And only advice you can be to a younger generation musician is to try to exemplify what the people you respected exemplified to you. You know,
right.
So that's you know, I definitely feel lucky that I had so many great teachers. I didn't just learn from, you know, like books and watching YouTube and stuff like that. Like, I was able to see a lot of great musicians and have a lot of great teachers and tell me important things. So I feel like, you know, I'm very lucky that I heard firsthand a lot of different opinions, a lot of different things, people questioning different, you know, kind of like, I remember when I was a student at Rutgers, Kenny Barron was like, we're playing some tune out of the real book and the changes were all wrong. And Kenny Barron was like, what? This is totally wrong, you know? So it was important at age 18 to see, like, wow, the real book's not the Bible. It's not total. It's just a book that some guys wrote. I'm going to check out Kenny Barron and say, yeah, I should go back to the record and see what's on, you know? So I was lucky to just have that, you know, interaction with people. And so I try to, like I say, I just, you know, I teach a lot, and I try to just tell students what I was told that really still resonates with me 20, 25 years later, like as the stuff that 30 years later, that was like the stuff that they should have been telling me, like they were right about that, you know,
right.
Just, you know, so that's, you know, that's all. I think it's just about, I don't think any young generation wants to hear advice from, you know, they want to look and see who they want to be like, you know, and you have to try to exemplify.
Role model.
Yeah, you have to exemplify what's important to you. And if somebody comes along and finds, you know, but like I say, like what we were exposed to was just many great individuals, strong personalities. So that's what it's about. You have to try to, that's everyone's, you know, process is to get to themselves, you know. And that's, you know, that's a lifelong journey, you know, so.
Beautiful.
Yeah, man.
So tell me quickly, as we close out, tell me about your new album.
It's came out on the Smoke Sessions.
Yeah.
You know, I go way back with Smoke, and before it was Smoke, it was Augie. So that's kind of a place where we had kind of really came together and learned how to play, and going back with like Jesse Davis and Larry Goldings and Bill Stewart and Joe Farnsworth and Eric Alexander, and then those guys really brought in the elders, Cecil Payne and Harold Mabern and people like that. So that's kind of a hallowed ground for me, that place, and now Paul is doing this. Paul Stash is doing this label, and he's recording a lot of great people. So it gave me a chance to do the record, and yeah, I was able to get Bill Stewart and Doug Weiss and Gerald Clayton, and we did mostly my tunes. I think 5 of my tunes, and just try to mix it up a little bit, and you know, I'm glad it's out there. It's, you know, if you write tunes and they sit around too long, they, you know,
They start to fester.
Yeah, you know. So I'm just glad to get them out there.
It's a fantastic album. I've listened
thanks,
to it. If if you're listening, you want to get this album, you really should. All the music in the show today is from Peter's new album. Where can we find that CD Baby, Peter?
I would think so. Yes.
Okay.
I know you can order it from Amazon. I'm sure of that.
Amazon, iTunes, CD Baby. Look up Peter Bernstein. Let Loose.
Smoke Sessions. Yeah.
All right. Well, Peter, thanks so much for taking the time today. We enjoyed having you. It was an honor to get to talk to you, and just thanks a lot for your time.
Thank you, Brent. Appreciate it.
All right, and that's all for our show today. Thanks, everybody, for listening. Thanks for tuning in. I know one of my biggest, there's a lot of takeaways, but one of my biggest takeaways from today's talk was the Jim Hall thing that Peter was referring to when Jim says that playing music is its own reward. I love that. Playing music is its own reward. That's so great.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, good afternoon, boys and girls, and friends. Yes, my apologies. This program today is being pre-recorded because I've got a dreadful sore throat and a bit of a tickly cough, and I've got to try and fit all the records and everything. Listen to me, records, day me, I'm getting dated. So, it's just the way it is, I'm afraid. So, we're starting off today's program with Lane and a rather retro feel, Dark Clouds.
Dark clouds in the sky above me. Surely rain is on the way. Dark clouds in the sky above me. Since you said that you don't love me, I can't help but feel this way. Nothing more I could say. Sun is out, but not above me. How long will the pain come down? Sun is out, but nowhere above me. Since you said that you...
There's a lot more punks than there was 4 years earlier, but there was also as many posers. Posers were people that look like punks, but they did it for fashion.
Welcome to SLC Punks, a Utah jazz podcast.
How do you go about balancing the appearances and the necessary off-season stuff that comes with being a superstar in this league versus getting into the gym and refining your game?
The difference between, I would say, last summer and this summer is I have my schedule already mapped out, and I won't share it, but I could tell you what I'm doing between.
Saludos amigas, saludos amigos, ¿qué tal estáis? Bienvenido al primer programa de HDO o Hablando de Oídas. Soy Pachi Tapiz y a partir de ahora espero que con una frecuencia constante, semanalmente, quizás será una frecuencia todavía mayor, pues pretendo estar presente dentro de los contenidos de Toma Jazz. Lo primero de todo, creo que es hacer una pequeña o dar una pequeña explicación acerca de
nights of quiet stars, quiet chords from my guitar, floating on the silence that surrounds us. Quiet thoughts and quiet dreams, quiet walks by quiet streams, and a window that looks out on Corcovado. Oh, how lovely.
Cantinho, um violão, esse amor, uma canção pra fazer feliz a quem se ama. Muita calma pra pensar e ter tempo pra sonhar. Da janela ver seu corcovado, o Redentor, que lindo. Quero a vida sempre assim, com você perto de mim, até o apagar da velha chama. E eu que era triste, descrente desse mundo, ao encontrar você eu conheci o que é felicidade, meu amor. Quero a vida sempre assim, com você perto de mim, até o apagar da velha chama. E eu que era triste, descrente desse mundo, ao encontrar você eu conheci o que é felicidade, meu amor.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
coisa mais linda, mais cheia de graça. Ela, menina que vem e que passa num doce balanço, caminho do mar. Moça do corpo dourado do sol de Ipanema, o seu balançado é mais que um poema. É a coisa mais linda que eu já vi passar. Ah, porque estou tão sozinho. Ah, porque tudo é tão triste. A beleza que existe, a beleza que não é só minha, que também passa sozinha. Ah, se ela soubesse que quando ela passa, o mundo sorrindo se enche de graça e fica mais lindo por causa do amor.
And tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, each one she passes goes ah. When she walks, she's like a samba that swings so cool and sways so gently, that when she passes, each one she passes goes so sadly. How can he tell her he loves her? Yes, he would give his heart gladly. But each day when she walks to the sea, she looks straight ahead, not at him. Tall and tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, he smiles, but she doesn't see.
The very thought of you makes my heart sing like an April breeze on the wings of spring, and you appear in all your splendor, my one and only love. The shadows fall and spread their mystic charms in the hush of night while you're in my arms. I feel your lips so warm and tender, my one and only the touch of your hand is like heaven, a heaven that I've never known. The blush on your cheek whenever I speak tells me that you are my own. Fill my eager heart with such desire. Every kiss you give sets my soul on fire. I give myself in sweet surrender, my one and only love. My one and
Thank